I wish you all a delightful and stimulating knowledge sharing under this umbrella of BICON 2021. On this very first day of BICON 2021, I feel honored to welcome our esteemed distinguished guests from all across the globe. I welcome our chief guest, Dr. M.P. Punia, sir, Vice Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, India. Respected guest of honor, Professor R.A. Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan University, Rajasthan Technical University. Respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Suresh Prasad Singh, former Vice Chancellor, Himalayan University. Our Honorable Organizing Chair, Dr. Manish Pran. Chairperson, Dr. Rajiv Biani, sir. Director, Dr. Sanjeev Biani, sir. Principal, Dr. Nekha Pandey, ma'am. Administrator and Vice President, Dr. Sam Singh Gupta. Dr. Anup Kumar Upadhyay, Conference Convener, Dr. Deepika Agarwal, Conference Secretary, Dr. Praveen K. Mawat, Conference Convener for the day, Dr. Tarun Sharma, all the HODs, respected faculty members, and most cherished dear students and participants. A holistic perspective of Catholic Alliance collaboration in this post-pandemic era leading to change and think about changes with which the Biani Group in collaboration with partners challenges Saitama University, Agricultural University, Kyoto University, ICF Food Corporation expresses its commitment achieving and reaching applications in post-pandemic world in India by organizing BICON 2021. I also welcome Dr. Neeta Maheshwari ma'am to this BICON 2021. Sir, for this victory, we commence the session on an auspicious note according to Indian. In this tradition, we with invocation by lighting the lamp, we go down humbly before Lord Ganesha, who is known as Lord of Knowledge, and we speak. Now I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate the session. I request Honorable Chairman Sir, Director Sir, respected Principal Ma'am, Conference Convener, Conference Secretary, HODs for lamp lighting ceremony and officially inaugurate the session. Professor Sanjeev Biani, sir, Director Academics, and all the dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you so much, all the deputies. Now, I would like to welcome the most distinguished personality who has devoted himself to contribute to the society. Our organizing chair for BICON 2021, Dr. Manish Biyani, Director of Research and Development in Biyani Group of Colleges and Associate Professor at Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. Manish Biyani has worked for inventing several scientific international patents and developing novel bio-nanotechnology. Since past 20 years in Japan, Dr. Manish Biyani has contributed to the development of amicable relationship between India and Japan, which has also been recognized in 2017 by a commendation by Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan. Sir always states that education, self-belief, and hard work will always earn you success. So without further ado, now I request Dr. Manish Biyani to give a welcome address and an opening remark to set the sparks flying for this international conference BICON 2021. Please welcome Dr. Manish Biyani.
Thank you. I'm audible. Is it my voice is okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Our esteemed guest, Honorable Vice Chair, AICT Professor Sri M.P. Punia ji, Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan Technical University, Professor R.P. Gupta ji, and very senior and former Vice Chancellor of VKS University and Himalayan University, Professor Suresh Prasad Singh ji, and other invited esteemed guests and speakers from various institutions in India and 5 foreign countries, including Japan, USA, Ethiopia, Malaysia, and Ireland. Our proud Biyani team, young minds, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I remember the first India-Japan Biyani conference, BICON 2006, was launched 16 years ago with the goal of establishing our bilateral academic and research activity with Japan. And today, it gives me great pleasure to open BICON 2021 and celebrate the 16th anniversary of this prestigious event of Biyani Group of Colleges. So from behalf of entire Biyani team, I welcome all the participants to join this very, very important event. Well, this is the moment where I should share few important facts that I really feel too proud. Number one, this is only through BICON that we were able to establish a very friendly and sustainable bilateral relation with Japan. This year, our country, India, is celebrating the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations with Japan. And this year in Biyani Group of Colleges, we are celebrating the 60th anniversary of this academic relation with Japan. So I congratulate the Biyani team and all our important partner institutions in Japan for this achievement. Number two, this is only through BICON that we could able to host the personal visit of more than 200 Japanese professors and Japanese students in our campus in Jaipur in last 15 years. And I think BICON is only a great platform to achieve this great number. Number three, this is only through BICON that we have been able to send over 75 students to Japan as part of several exchange programs. Above all, I think 14 students were awarded the prestigious Japanese government scholarship to pursue their master and doctoral courses in Japan. And these star students who came from small towns and villages from Rajasthan have grown up to the field, the world actually, and become independent women scientists. Some are now working in USA, some are in Europe, and many are enjoying working in Japan. Number four, this is only through BICON that we have been able to develop our relationship with many industries in Japan. Some belongs to healthcare, like Well Group, and some are IT sectors like Nihon Software, and some are food industry like Ise Food. So with this achievement, I think we are now ready to provide a job career to our student in Japan. And together with our partner institution and industries in both the country, we designed a new program that we call the Training to Career program. In this program, what we aim to provide the first day job offer. So in fact, usually new students when enter in a college to get enrollment in usual PG courses, and start searching a job after the graduations. But what we plan to provide the job opportunity on the first day when the students enroll in our institutes. So this can make a great platform to students to secure the future career. Number five, this is only through BICON that we could able to establish two startup companies in both the countries, Biani Biosolutions Private Limited in India and Bioseed Corporation in Japan. And I'm very happy to say that both the startups are seriously engaged in finding a solution for present challenges in India. And this is the moment, at this celebration moment, I want to announce a big exciting news to everyone. In fact, last month, the Japanese government medical agency, AMED, approved a mega project of 67 million Japanese yen, which around 4.5 crore rupees, for our startup in Japan to Bioseed Corporation. And this project is adopted to establish a technology in India where we can use our technology to rapidly identify the coronavirus variant. I'm sure, I think you all are aware that India's first rapid antigen self-test kit for use at home that we call COVID-Self was launched by the Indian government. However, because this is not the PCR test, and at this stage, we must need a way to get a rapid PCR self-test kit for use at home to easily detect several new variants like Omicron. So these projects will help us to establish a rapid PCR technology in India where everyone can easily use the PCR at home. And I'm very sure that we will be able to launch India's first rapid PCR self-test kit before BICON 2022. So I think within 1 year, we are going to achieve this mega success in India. So these are the true facts that could only be realized because of organizing this important event, India-Japan conference, BICON, every year. So this year, we decided to talk and discuss how we can recreate the education in the post-pandemic world, because this is very important to adapt to the new environment that has been posed by this COVID-19. So how we can further go and take this as a prestigious advantage in our academic life. So now, as we all know that in the present COVID pandemic, we must need to coexist with the new coronavirus. What is necessary to keep our society functioning, and how we can halt the spread of infection without sacrificing our economy. So here, I would like to highlight two key points. First, the importance of interdisciplinary perspectives, because in this academic society, we should seek to acquire a broad range of knowledge that goes beyond our own personality specificity. And this is one of the very first bases to start this India-Japan conference. The second point, which I want to raise here, is that trustworthy information and effective communication. There are many challenges that arose due to the spread of COVID-19 has given us valuable hints on what we need actually. So one of those needs is trustworthy information, which can be failed as fake information can be amplified by people like we are using the social media. So what we need to is skill to recognize the truth from lies by ourselves. And this brings us back to my first point, that is the importance of interdisciplinary perspectives. So with this concern, it is my great joy to see that with this platform of BICON, we would be able to establish interdisciplinary education environment in India. As you can see, this is the mega event of India-Japan Fest, where all the departments of our different group of colleges are participating together. So what I appeal that everyone, our delegates from India and Japan, to contribute to establish this, which we call the 3-pillar foundation, co-design, co-creation, and co-productions. So if we can have such these 3 basic foundation, pillar foundation in our country, I think we can have a more successful future and global success to achieve the SDGs, which we call by 2030. So this conference, I believe, will be helpful not only for our international knowledge exchange, but also for common understanding of our sustainable future. So I would want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped organize and support this conference. And I wish this BICON and the Biani Group will continue to contribute for a long-term relationship between India and Japan. So let me conclude, all of you, our invited speakers, and all of the participants, a wonderful and stimulating knowledge exchange throughout this 5-day India-Japan Fest event hosted by BICON 2021. So let's begin, and thank you very much. Go secho, arigatou gozaimashita.
Consider it a great honor to welcome our conference speaker, Dr. Edwin Thomas and Management. Dr. Deepika, 15 years of experience and research. Please welcome Dr. Deepika Akbar to give an introduction about the International Conference BICON 2020.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchan Sharma, ma'am. A respected and honorable chief guest, Vice Chairman, AICTE, Professor MP Punia, sir. Guest of honor, Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Technical University, Professor R.A. Gupta, sir. Former Vice Chancellor, Himalayan University, Professor S.P. Singh, sir. Our Director, Research and Development, the organizing chair and the motivating energy behind BICON, Dr. Manish Biani, sir. Dr. Rajiv Biani, sir, the chairman, Biani Group of Colleges, Dr. Sanjay Biani, sir, Director Academics, Principal, Dr. Neha Pandey, ma'am, Dean Administration and Vice Principal, Dr. Dhyan Singh Gotwal, sir, Dean of Science, Professor Anup Kumar Mukhopadhyay, sir, Conference Secretary, Dr. Tarun Kumawat, sir, our most esteemed guest speakers, the day convener, Dr. Tarun Sharma, sir, the guest speakers from 6 countries, our faculty members and dear participants. On behalf of the organizing team of Biani International Conference, BICON 2021, I welcome you all. The conference is organized by Biani Group of Colleges in collaboration with our Japanese partner institutions, JAIST, Saitama University, Akita Prefectural University, Kyushu University, Kyoto University, and Wells Group. The vision of Biani Group of Colleges is to be a global institution committed towards innovation and knowledge sharing through multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research and development, as already said by Dr. Manish Biani, sir. To accomplish this vision, our institution has left not even a single stone unturned and thrives to achieve excellence. The 16th Biani International Conference is the culmination of the tireless efforts of our founder team and the visionary team since 16 years to register global presence through our academic and research collaborations with leading universities around the globe. Their continuous efforts in international collaborations and research and development activities have been acknowledged by the Ministry of External Affairs of Japan by awarding the Certificate of Commendation in recognition of our distinguished services in promoting mutual relationships. Our group of institutions is focused on harboring international academic and industrial collaboration since its inception and provides multiple global opportunities to our students in higher education, research, and development. And our academic and cultural exchange programs, our international workshops, seminars, conferences, and most importantly, the international placements have been accelerated to increase the learning experience with global perspective. Our quest for accomplishing the excellence in higher education and creating global community has ruthlessly been impacted by pandemic, the outbreak of pandemic, that is COVID-19. And BICON 2021 is here to provide a platform and facilitate the conglomeration of experts, researchers, scholars, and young minds that will be providing innovative ideas, research outcomes, and prototypes to convert this constraint into the opportunity and be instrumental in providing and bringing back smile to life. Furthermore, the conference will help the budding researchers to seek a new perspective about their research through constructive discussions at the international level. Our 5 days research fest from 14 December to 18 December will showcase the state-of-art research work on the theme recreating higher education in the post-pandemic world. There will be 61 invited speakers from 6 countries, that is Japan, USA, Ethiopia, Malaysia, Ireland, and India. And we will be having more than 2,000 participants. The 15 BICON in 2020 on the theme, the new normal, like our past conferences, was successful in creating much impact and buzz in the research community, attracting speakers and experts from 7 countries and more than 1,500 participants. Like the previous years, this year too, we will be having proceedings of the conference, which will be released for each day, and they will have a unique ISBN number. The broad theme of the conference has been further divided into 5 themes for 5 days, facilitating research in various fields. Each day will be started with an inaugural ceremony from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Is reserved for various technical sessions, followed by the oral presentations by the research scholars and faculty members. There will be 10 minutes break after each technical session, and each day will end with an award ceremony felicitating the best oral presentations. Day 1, that is the 14th December, is dedicated to science department, where invited scientists, experts, and researchers will be enlightening us on the advanced strategies and new opportunities in digital education. Day 2, that is the 15th December, will be focused on emerging technologies in nursing and pharmacy to recreate education after COVID-19. 16 December, that is day 3, is dedicated to education and physical education department, who will be identifying the new challenges and scopes imposed by pandemic. Day 4 is dedicated to commerce and management department and information technology department. The theme for the day will be recent technologies and management tools to recreate new higher education world after COVID-19. The finale day, that is day 5 of the conference, is devoted to humanities and law departments. The experts will be providing their views on pandemic reconfiguration, higher education, which will be followed by the valedictory function. I would request all the speakers and especially the moderator to strictly stick to the time schedule and not let any session overrun the stipulated time. I sincerely hope that this conference will help in enhancing the subject knowledge, showcase some of the path-breaking research on delivering innovative solutions for higher education post-pandemic, and facilitate networking. The organizing team is committed to help each presenter and participant and in resolving their queries. I wish each and every one of us an exuberant and unprecedented learning experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devika, for sharing with us the detailed information about this valuable international conference, BICON 2021. I would like to inform you all that our chief guest, Dr. MP Punia sir and R.A. Gupta sir, will soon join with us. Now, moving ahead, champions are made from something they have deep inside them, a desire, a dream, a vision. With these words, I would like to introduce you all our very honorable guest of honor, Professor Dr. Suresh Prasad Singh. Sir is former Vice Chancellor at Himalayan University, Itanagar. Under Sir's guidance, many young scholars have got wings to their dreams. So may I please request Dr. Suresh Prasad Singh for his presidential address. Over to you, sir. Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes.
With these words, I would like to introduce you all our very honorable guest of honor, Professor Dr. Suresh Prasad Singh. Sir.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Respected Dr. Manish Miani ji, the chairperson of Miani Group of Institutions, with unwavering commitment and single-minded devotion he is serving this issue. I see Dr. Sanjay Biani ji also there. I welcome, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your slide is not showing.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, is it okay, madam? Our chief guest, Dr. Punia, sir. So a great personality, the vice chairman of AICT. So presently he is not there. And Professor Gupta, the great vice chancellor of a great university. There, and I see so many important persons are participating from India and from abroad also. I welcome each and every person. So, friends, I see so many students are also participating in this conference. I welcome. And for the students, I have to say only one word. For the students. जिंदगी की असली उड़ान तो अभी बाकी है, जिंदगी की असली उड़ान तो अभी बाकी है, जिंदगी के कई इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है, अभी तो नापी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन हमने, अभी तो सारा आसमान बाकी है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपको अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन को, अपने कॉलेजेस को और अपने देश की सेवा करना है। फ्रेंड्स, the higher education is the backdrop of all the development processes, whether it is economic, social, political, cultural, technological, or spiritual. According to this National Education Policy 2020, the higher education should be developed so as to increase productivity, achieve social and national integration, accelerate the process of modernization, and cultivate the social, moral, and the spiritual values. Friends, we have entered into the era of Industry 4, which is based on the use of cyber physical system. According to this National Education Policy 2000, the benefits of this Industry 4 are the increase in the global economic level, enhanced quality of life with high order technology, reduction in transportation and communication cost, creation of new products, creation of and safer workplace, and enhanced health services leading to longevity. So friends, consequently, we have to enter into the Education 4. That is empowering education to produce innovation. And the main work of education should be capacity building, quality teaching, and researches in the area of machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud cyber security, etc. And friends, most of the university here in India, they have incorporated this in their curriculum. Friends, at present, there are about 1,000 universities taking together the central universities, the state universities, deemed to be the universities, and the private universities also. There are about 40,000 colleges and about 10,725 standalone institutions which contribute to the educational system. The total enrollment in higher education every year is about 37.4 million. So, friends, this COVID pandemic scenario has created a new strains and challenges for the academia. The structure of the Indian educational system, the learning methodology, the teaching technology, the assessment methodology is quite affected, resulting in a shift to online education with most focus on virtual education to accomplish the set of aims and objectives. The teachers face challenges in designing effective lessons and changing of the teaching when shifting to online learning, which can be resolved through workshops and training only. So friends, there are so many challenges we will discuss in the technical sessions also. There are so many challenges of this COVID pandemic, and the challenges, mainly challenges are the non-availability of the technical infrastructure and irregular interrupted internet connectivity all across India is the biggest challenges in front of the students and the teachers. So after this COVID-19 pandemic, the universities decided to digitalize the sector, and the educational institutions had to adopt the online learning and infuse a virtual study culture. The shift to online education has been ensuring that the students suffer no loss of study. It is for the first time for India to experiment with the educational system to make a paradigm shift to virtual world. And many of the universities are also offering courses related to the fourth industrial revolution. The great challenge here before us is that only 45 crores people of our total population have access to the internet and the e-learning. The people residing in the rural area are still very much deprived of the latest advancement and therefore hampering the cause of online learning. And as we lag behind, as India is not fully equipped to make educational reach all corners of the nation via digital platforms or online classrooms, but the universities and the government are relentlessly trying to come up with a solution to resolve this problem. So friends, so the main thing, the main hurdle is that the classroom is sometimes sometimes it becomes very boring, I must say, to the students, because they do not see their teachers and all that. But friends, we have to make the class.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can
Yes.
you please conclude the session as we are running out of time, please, sir?
Okay. I'm just within 1 minute. So the MSRD last month issued many initiatives like MOOCs, SWAM, and for the benefits of the teachers and the students. And these resources, which are in the form of digital platform, can be accepted. Initiatives like SWAM, online courses, UGPG MOOCs, EPG Pathshala, Swayam Prabha, CEC, UGC, YouTube channel, National Digital Library, Sodh Ganga, eSodh Sandhu, Vidwan, etc. should be taken, and for making the classroom interesting, we have to take help of the videos, the blogs, the polling platforms, the discussion forums, the e-forms, podcast, and more to become the lectures more interesting. And friends, in the end, the students, my young friends are sitting there. Uh, um, I have to say only one word. कदम ऐसे चलो कि निशान बन जाए, कदम ऐसे चलो कि निशान बन जाए, काम ऐसे करो कि पहचान बन जाए। जिंदगी तो सभी जी लेते हैं, मगर जिंदगी ऐसे जियो कि मिसाल बन जाए। थैंक यू gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for extremely enlightening address. We are truly delighted to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Now, let me take an opportunity to introduce our guest of honor who has just joined with us. I would like to introduce Professor R.A. Gupta, sir. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that presently, sir is providing his valuable services as Vice Chancellor at Rajasthan Technical University, Kota. Professor Gupta is recipient of several awards. With his extensive experience, Professor Gupta has published many research papers in the journals of national and international repute. So without further ado, may I please request Professor R.A. Gupta for his valuable address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Kanchan, for inviting me in such a wonderful international conference. First of all, I would like to convey that I received call from Professor M.P. Punia in the morning that due to his busy schedule, he is not coming. But he conveyed me that I should convey from his side his blessings for this conference because he is busy in attending some parliament meeting actually. So he is not coming, but very nicely he conveyed his feelings. So that I am conveying from his side. And then Suresh Prasad Singh ji, I really welcome you from RTU side because Biyani Institute belongs to RTU. So I consider it is a part of RTU. And Sanjay Biyani, very active, very dynamic person sitting here. Then Dr. Neha is also there. And other basically team members, are very, very important. And then participants. The title of the conference is really wonderful. And Suresh Prasad Singh already conveyed very nicely that things have changed. We were planning a lot of times that we should move to online. But we were very slow in that. Because of this pandemic, things changed abruptly. And it just turned around. But we handled very nicely. And lot of activities we conducted, and we experienced that there are so many advantages going for online. You can basically appreciate that today I am in Kota. I am attending this conference. After 1 hour, I will go to my office. I will do my day-to-day activity. And after 2 hours, I will attend another meeting. This is happening because of this online activity. And that is gift because of this pandemic, Corona. Nowadays, we can attend 3-4 meetings. Otherwise, earlier, but basically we were used to go one day early, then attending the program, then coming back. And so 2-3 days unnecessarily we lose. Now we are very much comfortable. So this is the one of the advantage. Second advantage, basically, for the higher education, I think Sanjay Biyani is very much involved. I know him very well. That we want to connect with so many literature, so many good books, but this is not available all the time offline. So trend is changing now. Secondly, new education policy means now we are basically bound to go for beyond our core subject. For example, suppose electrical engineering. Earlier, it was happening that in 8th semester and 6 subject each semester, which is 48 subjects. 48 subject we were studying, learning only electrical, power system, power electronics, control system. So confined to branch, and that was not good for the passing student, because when he was going to the market, he doesn't know anything else except electrical. So there was a great difficulty to industry also to accommodate, to learn them. Now what we are doing in the open electives, we are saying that you go out of 48 subjects, 35 subjects, 33 subjects only core, rest electives. Electrical subject, student will go for mechanical basic subjects, for computer basic subjects, for environmental basic subjects, for human resource basic subjects, for Anandam, and so many things. So now it is a complete engineer. He understands now. Earlier, a complete engineer, but he doesn't know how to deal with a human being because he is studying only 48 electrical subjects. So there was not a utility of complete utility for society. So now the trend has changed now. And that's very good. So this is a great change because of this pandemic. And for higher education, we are now in the RTU. I want to convey to all the basically affiliated colleges that we are going for cloud computing. We have developed a laboratory, and around 2-3 crores we already have basically utilized. I will say like that. And now we are giving connectivity to all my colleges through this cloud computing. And we have so many software, latest softwares, latest books, international books, e-books are available. And these books are now available to all the colleges through my cloud computing. This already we have done. Another thing what we are doing, if you can appreciate, we have invited so many center of excellence. Suppose Biyani College have wonderful laboratory in any specific area. We are inviting applications. We will visit your center, and if it is really good, then it will be a center of excellence of Rajasthan Technical University. Already we have awarded around 18 center of excellences. SKIT, Arya, Purnima, and so many colleges. Now these center of excellences, the wonderful facility they have is available to all the colleges. We have given opening. So now the 100 colleges have the facility of 20 center of excellence. Suppose your student want to go for training in robotics. We will say you go to Arya College. There is a good laboratory of robotics, and it is basically, we will give certificate. We will recognize that training center. So your student can take training there. So now the one Biyani college is not, it's the 20 colleges you have connected with each other. This already we have done. And we have invited applications for other areas also, management. And so now we are planning another 20 center of excellences. So you can appreciate that now you are not, my colleges, my affiliated colleges are not working in isolation. These all are system concerns now. your student can utilize the facility of another college. This we have done. One more thing what we have done, that we are inviting best faculty from among all the colleges for one subject. For example, say machine. We inviting applications who is the best teacher in machines in these 60, 70 colleges. And we asked them to prepare lecture notes, and those lecture notes are available. The best faculty notes are available to all the colleges. I'm audible, Sanjay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So these lectures are available to all the colleges. Now suppose one college in Savai Madhopur, and we don't have good faculty in machines. Students are now suffering now. They can go online, the notes of the best faculty, that is the faculty from my affiliated colleges only. And these notes are available according to my syllabus. You can appreciate that 35,000 students, those having basically backs and backlogs, now clear. We have made, during this pandemic, we have conducted online exam, we have conducted offline exam again and again, and 35,000 are now, students are now in the market available. Otherwise, they were basically unnecessarily trapping because of one subject, two subject, three subject for last 15 years. That RTU has done. I'm sure that you will appreciate it. And so many things are coming. Syllabus already updated. After 2012, now everything is updated. Audit courses are available, MOOC courses are available, and every subject, open electives are there. Nothing is basically, we are in the line of international level. All the departments are accredited. Now we are going for NAC, and I will motivate my basically affiliate colleges that you should move for NBA. Do hard work. There is no substitute of hard work. There is no substitute for hard work. Hard work is only way to reach your goal. The great men were toiling in the night when their companion were sleeping in bedroom. तो ग्रेट बनना है तो आपको रात को भी जर्नी करना पड़ेगा जब उसके कंपेनियन अपने बेडरूम में सोते हैं. तो जो रात को चलते हैं वो दिन में आगे होते हैं, और आपको पता ही नहीं चलता कि आदमी कैसे आगे हो गया, क्योंकि उसने उस टाइम एफर्ट्स किया जब आप सो रहे थे. तो किसी भी सक्सेस का कोई सीक्रेट फार्मूला नहीं है. देयर इज ओनली वन फार्मूला, दैट इज हार्ड वर्क, इंटेलिजेंट हार्ड वर्क. You should not do donkey hard work. You have to apply your mind when you are doing. You should not do the work that already it is done. Suppose you are doing PhD. आपने वो टॉपिक उठा लिया जिस पे काम हो गया already. Then you will not achieve anything else. So you should be intelligent, and intelligence with hard work, you will reach to the height where you want to. I want to basically convey the participants that you should attend this conference seriously and discuss with your colleagues, your experts, and find out new topics for your MTech, for your PhD. देखिए संजय, मैं आपको बताता हूं, there was one serious student published only 2 or 3 papers in IEEE, and another non-serious student published 20 papers in so many conferences. Both were in the same interview, and the student having 20 papers was rejected and 3 papers selected. क्वालिटी को रेस्पेक्ट किया जाता है, क्वांटिटी को नहीं. सो आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में लोगों को, फैकल्टी को मोटिवेट करिए कि वो 1 पेपर पब्लिश करे, 2 पेपर पब्लिश करे, लेकिन क्वालिटी करे. हम लोग गार्बेज को इकट्ठा करने के लिए नहीं बैठे हैं. वो कट पेस्ट का थ्योरी बंद करिए. वो क्या करते हैं कि प्रमोशन के लिए 1 कट पेज, 2 कट पेज, 20 पेपर्स, 30 पेपर्स, और उसको जब पूछते हैं तो उसे कहते हैं कि 1 पेपर रिपीटेड 20 टाइम्स। सो रिपीटेशन को बंद करना है हम लोगों को, और ये आप कर सकते हैं। आई नो अबाउट यू, यू कैन डू इट। सो बिकम रोल मॉडल फॉर ऑल द कॉलेजेस and do hard work, good publication, good impact factor publication. Don't collect garbage. Otherwise आपको 2 साल 3 साल बाद जब आपको मैं बुलाऊंगा और आप जब अपना वो पूरा बक्सा लेके आएंगे तो हम कहेंगे इसको साइड में रख दीजिए, इट इज यूजलेस। ऐसा ना करें आप। So thank you very much for inviting me in such a wonderful conference. Thanks a lot. And I wish for the great success of this conference. And I wish that the participants will enjoy this conference very nicely, very greatly, with the good content. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Also motivate us to have more smart using the language. Thank you once again, sir. The message and
मैडम यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, अब देखिए थोड़ा सा। या अब बोलिए।
I just want to thank you again, sir, for the words of wisdom that has radiated the source of energy within us and motivating us to work hard smartly in the right direction. Thank you again for conveying us the message and blessings from Dr. M.P. Punia, sir. We are truly delighted to have you here, sir.
Thank you.
Now moving ahead, the words of motivation and positivity can energize any soul to do better, achieve higher, and excel greater. With due regards, I would like to welcome a dynamic entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience. His far-reaching objective to empower women and youth through the technical education. He believes that there is tremendous potential in each and every youth. So may I please request our Director Academics, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Biani, sir, for his vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a great moment. First of all, I would like to say big thank you to Professor R.A. Gupta, sir, and SP Singh, sir, Professor SP Singh, sir. Sir, thank you for your motivating words. Especially, I would like to say, Professor R.A. Gupta, your words is very humble, very positive, full of enthusiasm and affection, love and blessings. So it's really touch me. It's really motivate me. In fact, I would like to say these words will motivate the whole group of the institutions. So first of all, I would like to say, I would like to appreciate the efforts and action that has been taken by the RTU under the leadership of Professor R.A. Gupta, sir. The idea of Center of Excellence is very nice. It's a very remarkable idea. Secondly, the idea of online examination system in the pandemic situation is a great idea. I think in the entire state, only RTU has taken these initiatives with the help of technology. As far as backlog of students is concerned, it's a great steps that has been taken by Professor R.A. Gupta, sir. I would like to appreciate the accreditation system of the affiliated college. That is the very nice steps by the Rajasthan Technical University, and as Professor R.A. Gupta told us about the cloud computing system, I would like to appreciate all these efforts. All are very innovative, very powerful, and definitely we all are benefited out of it. Thank you so much, Professor R.A. Gupta. Third point, I would like to say that basically Biani Group of Colleges initiated very long back the idea of gurukipyo.com. It's a huge website where more than 300 study materials are uploaded. Secondly, we have a more than 3,000 videos are uploaded on our YouTube channel, that is Guru KPO. And third one is our app, that is Guru KPO app, under which we are providing the online education at home. This is also very a good initiative. And as you know that this is the 68th time when we are trying to integrate two powers of the great countries, India and Japan. India is known for biodiversity and huge youth powers, and Japan is known for technological development. So the BICON make a bridge between these strengths and make a synergical impact on the whole globe and world. So it's a very nice efforts that we all are making to improve our universe, to make the world better. So and I would like, this is a time to say thank you. I would like to say thank you to my all the students who are gathered in the auditorium. It's they are all are very sincere, and from morning they are listening, and up to evening they will listen, because listening is a magic. Listening is a very powerful tool, because when we listen, something happens in this universe. So love, blessings, and thank you to my all the students and teachers who make this event better, purposeful, effective. Uh, so thank you all the teachers, all the professors, all the faculty members, all the participants. So, with this note, I conclude my thank you remark, thank you note. I would like to say a special thank to Dr. Manish Biani. Manish is a great scientist, world class. In fact, I can say he is a world class scientist. He is a real researcher, working very hard from last 25 years. He is in Japan, and every time he is thinking about the India, our country, how we can make our country better. It is a great, it is a great moment, and it is a great effort. So thank you, Dr. Manish, and your team at Japan. You collaborate so many projects. You are really proud of us, proud for us. With this note, I would like to say thank you to my all the students, Professor Manish, and entire team at Japan, professors, teachers, Dr. Kanchan Sharma ma'am, Dr. Devika Agarwal ma'am, Dr. Neha Pandey ma'am, our chairman, Dr. Rajiv Vianney. He is very sincere, making all things available for this BICON Symposium 2021. Thank you, our chairman and entire team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the vote of thanks and your kind words you shared with us. A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Thank you so much, sir. As we have moved toward the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, I feel privileged to invite respected Dr. Neha Pandey ma'am, Principal of Biani Girls College. Ma'am has rich 25 years professional experience in industry and academia. Now, I would like to request Dr. Neha Pandey ma'am to conclude this session with closing remarks. Please welcome Neha Pandey ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you so much, Kanchan ma'am. Excellencies, Vice Chairman, AICTE, Dr. MP Punia sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.A. Gupta sir, former Vice Chancellor, Professor S.P. Singh sir, Dr. Rajiv Biani, Chairman, Biani Group of Colleges, Dr. Sanjay Biani, Director Academics, Dr. Manish Biani, Director Research and Development, Conference Chair, BICON 21, my dear colleagues, academicians from all across the globe who have joined today, and my very, very dear students. First and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude towards Professor Punya sir, who's not been able to come, but he has sent his blessings and love for us. Professor Gupta sir, who joined us, and Professor S.P. Singh sir also for their valuable contribution on the occasion of 16th anniversary of BIANI International Conference 2021. In the inaugural session, the conference theme, Recreating Higher Education in the Post-Pandemic World, has been discussed by all the speakers, and very excellent, thought-provoking ideas have come in. Honorable Professor R.A. Gupta sir very rightly highlighted the use of technology, the digital media, and through which we have become more productive post-pandemic. He also pointed out about the usefulness of Anandam, universal human values, and the technical training which is being imparted by RTU and all the affiliated colleges of RTU, and making a person, a student, useful to the society. And I really appreciate the thought that he has contributed, that 20 centers of excellence have been established by RTU, and this is going to be very, very fruitful for the society and all the students who are attached with the RTU. Thank you so much, sir. Former Vice Chancellor, Professor S.P. Singh sir, rightly pointed out that MOOCs, Swayam, and these interesting practical sessions have to be conducted in the class so that a class is not boring. And he emphasized on the participative learning for the students and teachers to make education better and interesting among the students. I'm very happy that the coming 5 days will exceed the most optimistic expectation in all respects, as we have speakers from 62 speakers from leading 5 countries apart India, and we have more than 2,000 participants who will be joining us over this 5-day conference. The task ahead as per the conference theme is daunting, and we academicians and industry experts have to get together, join hands, and find new ways to partner, combine resources, and create energies for the common good. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a rich and productive discussion today. My deepest gratitude goes to all those who are attending the symposium, and they will make this 5-day event a very successful one. Before ending my closing remarks, I would like to again convey a special thanks to Professor Rajiv Biani sir and Sanjay Biani sir, who has been always mentoring us in the right direction, and my teaching faculty members, also the non-teaching staff members who have been working day in and day out for making this conference run very smoothly. I wish you all a very productive and enriching 5 days during the conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable and insightful words. Coming to the conclusion of inaugural session, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. M.P. Punya sir, guest of honor, Professor R.A. Gupta sir, guest of honor, Dr. Suresh Prasad Singh, all the dignitaries for your presence and blessings bestowed upon us. Now to commence with the invited talk of BICON 2021, I feel glad to assert that we have a special session on introduction of Nano Life Science Institute, Nano LSI, world premier international research center, Kanazawa University, Japan. For this, we have Dr. Heideke Ikemoto, Dr. Noriyuki Kodera, Dr. Holger Fleshig, Dr. Madhu Biani ma'am, Ms. Radhika Biani ma'am, with us to enlighten us with the special session. And to chair this special session, we have Dr. Manish Biani sir with us. Dr. Manish Biani, Director of R&D in Biani Group of Colleges and Associate Professor at JAIST, Japan. Dr. Biani is credited with inventing more than 10 scientific international patents and developing new bio-nanotechnologies. His major research areas are molecular evolutionary engineering, molecular diagnostics, biodrug discovery, DNA-based nanoarchitecture, biochip, etc. Encouraging young budding researchers, Dr. Manish Biani fondly says that education is the passport to the future for tomorrow and belongs to those who prepare for it today. So may I please request Dr. Manish Biyani to commence with our special session. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we are almost 10 minutes behind the schedule, so let me start quickly. It is always my pleasure to introduce something new to our young minds, because what we have in Japan, that is my willingness to introduce something to our students so they can take a right direction to build up their career. And that's why we thought to introduce something new in the very first session of this event. And I welcome you all this very special session. And here we are going to introduce one of the premier institute in Japan that has been launched in 1997 that we call the WPI, World Premier International Research Center. And it was actually launched in 2007 by the Ministry of Education in Japan. And the purpose was to build within Japan globally visible research center that have a very high research standard and outstanding research environment. Until now, total 14 WPI has been established all over the Japan. And today we are very grateful to invite one of the WPI, which is located in Kanazawa in Ishikawa Prefecture, and that we call the Nano LSI. Okay, so I'm very happy to that there are 5 delegates who are representing this Nano LSI, and we are very happy to listen what outstanding research they are going. So in the very first, I would like to invite Dr. Hideki Ikemoto, who will introduce the overview of Nano Life Science Institute. So Dr. Ikemoto, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. So I will really appreciate, and I really welcome to join this event, and I will appreciate if you can introduce your WPI center to our young students, and the time is for you for next 15 minutes, please.
Thank you for introduction. So I'm going to give overview of our institute, Non-Life Science Institute. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So let me start. I'm Hideki Ikemoto, Research Administrator at Non-Life Science Institute, Kanazawa University. So today I'm going to briefly introduce our institute. So our institute is one of the centers of WPI centers. So as you can see, our institute, Non-Life Science Institute, is located here in Kanazawa. And our institute is one of the centers supported by Japanese government. And currently, these institutes are supported. And we also have previously supported institute. And we have missions listed here. So our institute works on life science. As you know, we have 37 trillion cells in our human body. And this is a model of eukaryotic cell. The cell is composed of membranes, organelles, nucleic acid, etc. And the dynamics of proteins, metabolites, nucleic acids are important for understanding life phenomena such as development, disease, aging. And we work on this scale from nanometer to micrometer. And we have cutting-edge technologies in scanning probe microscope, such as atomic force microscopy and scanning ion conductance microscope. For atomic force microscopy, it is detect force and imaged high resolution, and we have published in prestigious journals, and we also have cutting-edge technologies in SICM. In SICM, current flow is detected through this nanopipette. So as you can see, the surface of cell is imaged with this microscope. And we are working on closely with this interdisciplinary approach. And we are trying to establish nanoprobe life science by combining our expertise in nanometrology and supermolecular chemistry, life science, and mathematical and computational science. So recently, we have built the new buildings, and researchers are working under one roof. And also we have a new division of nanolife science. So master's students and doctoral students are working together under this building. So now I will give you a virtual lab tour.
Welcome to the Nano LSI at Kanazawa University. We will now introduce you to our new research building and two highly active satellite centres located at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver and Imperial College, London. The Nano LSI research building was built with support from MEXT and funding from Kanazawa University. It took 1 year and 3 months to build and was completed in September 2020. The building has 4 floors above ground and 1 below, and a total floor area of 6,840 square meters.
The basic concept of the Nano LSI research building is research under one roof. It is an interdisciplinary and open lab environment without conventional organizational structures based on individual laboratories. We have optimized equipment and environment for research team on each floor. Anyone can conduct their research anywhere.
So let's start at the basement floor and introduce the facilities.
The basement houses 65 bio-SPM systems and has an anti-vibration construction.
About 1 to 3 SPMs are placed in smaller 15 to 30 square meter individual rooms to minimize both mechanical and acoustic vibrations. Shared equipment is installed in the large space in the center to form a shared laboratory. SPMs for joint research visitors on the open facility programs are set up here. They are mainly used by participants in the Bio-SPM Summer School, Bio-SPM Collaborative Research Projects, and the Visiting Fellows Program. Notably, we have a technician specializing SPM who is fluent in 3 languages: English, Japanese, and Chinese.
The basement also houses 6 electron microscopes located in 4 dedicated rooms for the development of SPMs.
Transmission electron microscopy is used to fabricate carbon nanotube tips and to analyze the structure of SPM cantilevers and nanopipettes. The FIB SEM systems are used for processing AFM probes with existing ones. For example, to grow elongated tips on AFM probes. We also have a specialist technician for electron microscopy. He is fluent in English and Japanese and is a valuable resource with an extremely high level of expertise. The facilities in this lab are an integral part of the satellite hub at Imperial College London, which is focused on scanning ion conductance microscopy development with overseas PI Yuri Kochev.
Our group is developing scanning ion conductance microscopy to study living cell at nanoscale and design of different nanoscale nanoprobe to measure different characteristics of cells, starting from topography, mechanical characteristic, chemical mapping, and so far. We have a long-standing collaboration with Dr. now Professor Yusufumi Takahashi at NanoLSI. Recently, my former PhD student, Dr. Hyunjun Zhang, joined NanoLSI despite all the COVID restrictions. We believe that it will strengthen our link between Imperial College Satellites Laboratory and NanoLSI. And we developed a more link within NanoLSI that will strengthen our international collaboration.
The first floor is living space for students, assistant professors, and technical staff working on SPM nanomeasurement.
The huge, approximately 380 square meters room was designed to promote ease of communication between the researchers without walls or conventional laboratory type layout. In addition to this room, the building has two similar living spaces located on the second and third floors, which house a mixture of students, assistant professors, and technical staff. Notably, vacuum pumps and other peripheral equipment related to the SPMs that produce large vibrations is installed on the first floor, far away from precision instruments in the basement, and is shared by all NanoLSI researchers.
On the second floor, we have a main open lab of about 260 square meters, which is shared by researchers working on medicine, cancer research, biology, and SPM measurements.
In addition to this, it consists of a large common area. It has a microscope room, analysis laboratory, incubation room, and shared facilities for animal experiments. This floor also houses the joint-use nuclear magnetic resonance system for chemical structure analysis.
The third floor is an approximately 330 square meters shared facility for chemistry experiments.
It is equipped with 16 state-of-the-art draft chambers and a wide range of SPM systems. Here, we carry out chemical modification of SPM probes. These researchers on this floor collaborate with overseas PI Mark McLachlan at the University of British Columbia Satellite on supramolecular synthesis and SPM technology.
In our group, we've been looking at developing cellulose nanocrystals that can be functionalized as new probes for atomic force microscopy. And the idea is that these can be inserted into the cells and undergo selective recognition of different biomolecules or ions. And that's a really important part of the WPI program, is to be able to image the insides of cells. And that's how we're contributing. So at the moment, I have collaborations on the development of new cellulose nanocrystal tips. And we've also been collaborating with Akine's group on the development of new macrocycles and molecules for chemical sensing. It's been hard for the last year not to
be able to see the administrative staff and the faculty and students at the WPI. I really look forward to the next time I can visit Japan.
The fourth floor is an approximately 300 square meters conference space with an exchange zone adjacent to it to promote interaction during breaks.
This floor also has a joint-use biological experimental area in the center and a joint equipment room. Most of us, the junior PIs, are located on this floor.
It is connected by a bridge to other Kanazawa University buildings where researchers are working on cancer and other fields. This makes it easier to communicate among researchers at Kanazawa University and enhance their collaboration.
The NanoLSI research building is an interdisciplinary platform at the heart of the NanoLSI. Here we are working hard to push back frontiers of science and engineering to achieve the goals of NanoLSI.
Okay, that's all our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ikimoto. I think this is really wonderful, wonderful team and wonderful initiation from WPI and NanoLSI. It will be our dream to, if we can have such type of initiation in India also, to initiate such type of advanced research institute. So it will be our great pleasure to interact and collaborate with WPI in the future. So I think, as you know, as in the video you have seen that it is something very advanced type of AFM, next generation AFM that I think usually students only read about conventional AFM, but NanoLSI is making some next generation of AFM technology. Like when you take the when you use your camera, you take the pictures in the frame of seconds. But there, if you have a high-speed camera, you can get some moving images with exposure in milliseconds. So similarly, in AFM also, if we have such type of technology, we can take more images of the biomolecules and we can understand more biological phenomena. So that is the mission of AFM. And now I would like to invite the second speakers of this session. Professor Noriyuki Kodera is there. And let me briefly introduce Professor Kodera. Actually, he started his journey in the Kanazawa University. He did his PhD in 2005, and then he pursued his career in the same university. And I think he has an excellent and outstanding contribution in developing one particular advanced AFM that we call the high-speed AFM. And from 2018, Dr. Kodera is serving as a full professor in WPI. And I'm very happy to see Professor Kodera here. Thank you so much. And he will be speaking about the direct observation of biological macromolecules at work by high-speed atomic force microscopy. So please, Professor Kodera.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. So I will share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. You see the slide?
Yes, this is perfect. Yeah, we can see the slide. Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Manish Biani and other organizer of this meeting for giving me this opportunity to present our works. This time, I just want to briefly introduce our unique microscopic technique. So our high-speed AFM is based on atomic force microscope, AFM, which was invented by these three scientists in 1986. AFM is a kind of palpation type microscopy as shown in this schematic. A sample surface is being scanned with probe tip attached to the end of soft cantilever. In spite of this simple principle, AFM is a powerful tool to image individual biological molecule in aqueous solution at nanometer spatial resolution. For example, native structure of membrane protein can be visualized as shown here. However, the imaging rate of conventional AFM are generally too slow to capture the dynamic behavior of biological molecules. If we overcame this disadvantage, we could directly observe the structural dynamics of functioning biological molecule by using AFM. Then our boss, Professor Toshio Ando, started to develop the high-speed AFM in 1994. Our high-speed AFM employs the tapping mode that is widely used to operation mode for biological application, in which an oscillating cantilever is intermittently tapping the sample surface while scanning the sample stage in X and Y direction. To maintain tip sample interaction force constant, a feedback operation is employed in Z direction. This slide shows the schematics of high-speed AFM. You can see several devices are included in the system. To markedly increase the scanning speed, we carefully improve and optimize all devices. These blue number shows the frequency response of each devices, and the red number shows the magnitude of improvement compared with the conventional devices. As you can see, all devices has more than 10 times improvement. Then our high-speed FM enable us to perform real-time imaging of functioning biomolecule at nanometer and sub-second spatial-temporal resolution, as shown in this movie. The performance of our high-speed FM is the best in the world for studying structural dynamics of biological molecules. The maximum frame rate is in this condition, about 30 milliseconds. This means video rate imaging, and tapping force is about 30 piconewton, and the spatial resolution it can reach about 1 nanometer in the best case, which are suitable for observing soft biological molecule at high spatial resolution. This performance will greatly expand the observable biological phenomena with AFM and will provide new information on the structure and dynamics of functioning biological molecules. In this slide, typical movies showing molecular processes visualized by high-speed FM are shown. Here, myosin 5, a molecular cargo transporter in cells, walks along actin filament. By this observation, the molecular mechanism of myosin 5 are deeply understood. Here, you can see the rotary motion by rotarless F1 ATPase. So far, people believe that this kind of rotary motion is dictated by the central rotor. However, this movie clearly shows that central rotor is not necessary for the rotary motion of F1 ATPase. In this movie, we visualize the In this movie, we visualize the working motion of antibody on the antigen-coated surface. From this study, we demonstrated that the intramolecular strain of antibody determines the binding lifetime of antibody antigen. Here, you can see the cooperative binding of coffin. That is one of the actin binding protein to the actin filament. Once coffin binds to actin filament, coffin induces the structure change in actin filament and shorten the actin helical pitch and make an additional favorable binding site for coffin. And in this movie, we visualize the specific double-strand DNA cleavage by CRISPR-Cas9. As you can see, a structure change of this small domain just before cleavage of DNA. This small domain showing structure change is assigned to be the nucleus domain of Cas9. Thus, this motion of a small structural domain of Cas9 must be related to the DNA cleavage activity of Cas9. In the last movie here, we visualize the flexible motion of ribosomal P-stalk here. This P-stalk have not been visualized so far, even with cutting-edge cryo-electron microscopy. This is because in cryo-EF microscopy, structural information is determined by image averaging, but the flexible domain are averaged out in the imaging processing, making it impossible to determine the structure which has a flexible nature. This result indicates that high-speed FM is very useful to characterize the structural features of flexible region. So this slide shows the principle of picture of a high-speed FM. This is a mechanical part, and this is electrical part. Whole system can be installed in 2 by 3 square meters. This is a high-speed scanner on which a drop of sample solution was deposited. And he is now mounting the scanner on the AFM apparatus. So in this slide, let me explain about the experimental procedure. This schematic shows the top and side view of the scanner on which a rod-like glass stage is attached here. On the glass stage, we usually glue mica disc. First, we cleave mica disc by using Scotch tape, by which we can obtain atomically flat surface very easily. Then a drop of sample solution, typically 2 microliter, is deposited. To visualize a single protein, a protein solution of a few nanogram is used. This means that we only require a small amount of protein, a range of femtogram. This capacity is very useful to analyze protein, which are difficult to purify in large amount. After waiting for 3 minutes, some molecules in solution attached to the surface of mica, and then no attached molecule are rinsed with an observation buffer like this. Then sample stage was immersed in observation chamber in which cantilever and observation buffer is placed. Finally, AFM image is carried out. Once people get used to the operation, people can perform experiment every 15 to 30 minutes. For observation buffer, most of transparent mediums are acceptable, and we can use high and low pH solution, and also basically we use aqueous solution, but in some cases we can use organic solvent. Of course, this should be less vaporization property, and we can control the temperature around this range. And also we can add small molecule and protein during AFM imaging like this. We have injection system shown in here. For example, in this image, the nucleus activity of LEC-BCD was initiated by addition of ATP. Before adding ATP, you can find the LEC-BCD molecule at the end of DNA. Upon addition of ATP, now we add ATP, then you can see the LEC-BCD start degradation of double-strand DNA. And finally, now you see degradation. And finally, you will see no DNA on the surface. Then we can use this capability to investigate the structure change induced by molecule you add. And also we can observe phenomena induced by light irradiation. We can use laser light for detection of cantilever deflection. Other than this detection wavelengths, we can introduce light, another light which has another wavelength, for example, green or blue. For example, for example, in this slide, the result of photo-induced structure change of bacterial rhodopsin are shown. When we observe the cytoplasmic site of bacterial rhodopsin, we saw the structure change upon the green light illumination here, while we don't see the significant movement on the extracellular side. This kind of observation can be performed in not only protein system, but also in the wide range of material sciences. For example, here we observe light-induced degradation in a chiral helical pi conjugated polymer chain. Importantly, this observation was done. Oh, sorry, this media cannot be played. So importantly, this observation was done in organic solvent. You can, when you check this article, you can see the degradation process of polymer upon irradiation of violet laser. So, and now our high-speed FM systems are commercially available. You can buy high-speed FM from these two companies, and you can utilize the capability for your study. I believe that the high-speed FM give you unique information that cannot be obtained by other microscopy techniques. Also, our institute has two scientific systems that facilitate collaborative research. Importantly, all travel expense to visit us can be covered extensively. And you can use our BioAFM system with generous technical support by us. If you are interested in this scientific program, please visit the webpage of our institute. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kodera. I think this was how simply you mentioned that easy to get the images of biomolecules even in the real time with the advanced technology. I guess many of the students in our department is just, I think, seeing the images of biomolecules in the textbooks. But now we have such technology that you can visualize your own biomolecules by yourself. And NanoLSI is offering this opportunity that you can bring your samples and you can see by yourself. So I think this is really wonderful for students to explore the opportunity which we have in NanoLSI Center. I again thank you, Professor Kodera. I think we have time for question answer session just after the end of the session. So students and all the participants, please be ready with your queries with all the speakers. And before let me quickly move to our next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Holger Pleschick. He's originally from Germany, I think. And Professor Holger is also one of the member of NanoLSI. And Professor Holger has been developed computer simulation technology, that how computer simulation can utilize to understand the more AFM images. Let me briefly introduce Professor Helger. Helger has taken the PhD from Max Planck Institutes in Germany, and then he pursued his postdoc in Hiroshima University between 2011 to 15, and then he moved to NanoLSI in 2018, and since then Professor Holger is working as the assistant professor in NanoLSI. So thank you very much, Professor Holger, and I'm really appreciate your knowledge that you are going to share with us, our students. So today, Professor Holger will be talking about computational microscope towards understanding complex protein machinery in biological cells. So Professor Holger, please.
So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, then I will start to share my screen. Wait a minute. So Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet, so please wait a minute. Okay.
Yes, now we can
Can you
see.
see it now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Please go.
then I will start my talk. So thank you very much, Professor Biani, for your very kind introduction. And I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, and it is my pleasure to give a presentation here. So my talk will be a conceptual presentation, which shall give you a general overview of my research topic, which is the computational modeling of proteins. I will talk about my work here at the Nano Life Science Institute in Kanazawa, and in particular about computational atomic force microscopy to support the experimental research that was presented by Professor Kodera in the previous talk. So if we think of challenging problems in life science, then this already implies to understand the operation of single proteins. This is because they are involved in all functions of the biological cell, which is often packed with proteins, as you can see here. They can be very small or form large assemblies. Some of them just provide structural support, but most of them are actively involved in biological processes. Now, for me as a physicist, proteins, which operate as machines and molecular motors, are very exciting because they really drive dynamical processes in the cell. They are important to control the energy household in cells, for example, this molecular machine. They transport huge cargos by walking along molecular tracks, or they collectively work to power our muscles. Now, when I started to work in the field of protein machines, I was very much impressed by this landmark paper, The Cell as a Collection of Protein Machines, Preparing the Next Generation of Molecular Biologists, which I recommend every student to read. The author, Bruce Alberts, says that the entire cell can be viewed as a factory that contains an elaborate network of interacting large protein machines. So in this view, the biological cell much resembles man-made industrial factories. Now, obviously, to understand the cellular factory, we have to understand proteins as its principal component. Now my presentation is stuck. Okay, here we go. You can still hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So nowadays, nanotechnology allows to watch proteins during work. So in the previous talk, Professor Kodera showed that this is possible in high-speed atomic force microscopy experiments. These experiments are absolutely impressive and very much help to understand how proteins work. But the experiments also have limitations because they monitor only the protein surface and the resolution is not sufficient to visualize structural details. So this means that experiments alone are not enough to completely understand protein function. On the other side, computational models of proteins are very well established. And maybe as a surprise to many people, the majority of those models rely on simple Newton mechanics, which we all remember from high school physics classes, for example, when it was used to describe the harmonic oscillations of a mass attached to a mechanical spring. Now, this same mechanical description is often used to describe the complex intramolecular interactions between thousands of atoms in a protein. What we have to do is to solve all the equations for the atoms numerically. It turns out that this is a very time-consuming process. And actually, the prediction of protein dynamics has a complexity that is comparable to the global climate forecast or the modeling of big social systems. So this means that atomistic simulations of protein dynamics typically require the power of supercomputers. On the other side, simplified descriptions are also well established, and they allow computation even on a normal laptop machine. So nowadays, multi-scale molecular dynamics are an absolute standard, and their importance to understand biological processes has been celebrated by a Nobel Prize Award for chemistry in 2013. And on this slide, I give some examples of simulations which show the functional activity of different proteins. So for example, we can understand how membrane proteins transport drugs. We can visualize collective domain motions in molecular machines, and even capture at a detailed level interactions of proteins with other small molecules. It is also possible to compute and visualize complete operation cycles of protein motors. So this simulation here, for example, shows the action of a viral protein, and understanding it may help to develop drugs against it. As I said before, the cellular factory is a network of proteins. Now, multi-scale simulations have also been used to study interactions between dozens of proteins within the crowded cellular environment. Here you can see two examples of such simulations. So we have many proteins in the cell, and they are interacting with each other. And since this is also very topical interest, I also show molecular simulations which help to better understand the functions of proteins involved in the replication machinery of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So such simulations are very important, and they may help to develop the drugs for viral inhibition. So this brings me to a brief conclusion of computational models. And the term computational microscope was actually coined by Klaus Schulten, who is shown here, who was a leader in the biophysics community. And I was fortunate to meet and discuss with him some years ago when he was in Japan. And as an appreciation of his fantastic work, I have borrowed the term computational microscope for my talk. What is meant by the computational microscope is that molecular simulations allow to observe the operation of proteins at a highly detailed level. Very important aspects of their functional mechanisms can be understood using computational methods. Now, at the same time, computational modeling and simulations can never replace experiments. And this is because computations are so heavy that it is impossible to explore the full range of protein dynamics within the complex factory of the biological cell, even if supercomputers are used. The role of computational modeling, in my view, is to support and complement experimental observations. And this is best done within collaboration projects between the different fields, which brings me to the last part of my talk. So to support the experimental high-speed atomic force microscopy research at the Nanolife Science Institute, we have developed computational atomic force microscopy. So here you can see the operation principle of a high-speed FM experiment. And as I said before, the problem is that only the protein surface is visualized with limited resolution. So we cannot see the structural details or any motions underneath the surface. So we have developed computational atomic force microscopy to better understand experimental observations. The principal idea is to mimic real AFM scanning of a biomolecular structure to produce simulated AFM images of the molecular surface. So here you can see a schematics of the computational microscope. And let me now illustrate the principle of computational atomic force microscopy. Similar to a real experiment, the atomic protein structure is scanned by a tip, and an image of the surface is computed, which you can see developing on the right side of the screen. Now, how can computational atomic force microscopy be useful? Well, we can perform scanning of any available biomolecular structure and then compare the images of simulation atomic force microscopy with real experimental images. Now we have trained our computational microscope to automatically find the best agreement to an experimental atomic force microscopy image. And this is a major achievement because it allows us to reconstruct the three-dimensional atomistic structure of biomolecules from two-dimensional experimental surface scans. And let me show some applications of computational atomic force microscopy. In this example, the rough surface of a molecular motor obtained by high-speed AFM is shown. And by the application of computational AFM, we can identify, so here you can see the computational AFM image, we can identify the underlying three-dimensional atomic structure, which helps to better understand the domain arrangement in the two-dimensional experimental AFM image. So here is another example of an experimental AFM surface scan of a protein machine, where computational AFM, shown in the middle, allowed us to reconstruct completely the 3D molecular structure from just the two-dimensional experimental surface scan. So now we can directly assign functional domains in the AFM image. Here is an example where computational atomic force microscopy was applied to reconstruct the atomic structure of a large protein filament with several thousands of atoms from an experimental AFM image. We have also examples where computational atomic force microscopy can reproduce the full atomic structure for membrane protein, which are found to form lattices in experiments. So here you can see the experimental AFM image of the protein lattice. You can see our computational results from simulation atomic force microscopy. And this allowed us to reconstruct the atomic structure of the proteins within this lattice. And this information has helped us very much to provide a detailed understanding of protein operation, which was not possible from just the experiments. Our developed computational atomic force microscope can be used by all researchers because all the developed methods are integrated in the BioAFM viewer software package, which is freely available. And here you can see two examples of computational AFM experiments, which are performed using the BioAFM software. Now, the conclusions of my talk is very simple. Interdisciplinary collaborations between computational science and nanometrology experiments is of utmost importance to advance our understanding of life science. And these collaborations are conducted here at the Nano Life Science Institute. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Holger. I think this is a wonderful example to see that how the computational technology can help in order to understand more better experimental technology. Because if we have such interdisciplinary collaboration between two expertise, we can better achieve the target in less time. So this is really a wonderful example for all the students and all the participants to that high-speed AFM and computational AFM, how they can merge and can better understand the image of our system. So I really appreciate the work Dr. Holger has been given. And first we understood what is nano LSI, then we understood high-speed AFM, then we understood the computational AFM, and now in next two talks, we are going to see the application of these two technologies that how we can utilize. Actually, I'm very proud that our members from BICON group are going to use this technology in nano LSI. In next two talks, you will see that how they are utilizing this technology for their researches. So for next, let me quickly invite our next invited speaker, Dr. Madhu Biani. Dr. Madhu Biani belongs to Nano LSI. Actually, she has been graduated in medicine in India in 2000. And then she completed her PhD in bioengineering from Saito University in Japan. And then she worked in many universities, including JAIST and Toyama Prefecture University. And she joined that Nano LSI Center in 2020. And now she's closely working with both these professors, Dr. Holger and Dr. Podera, and imaging something which we are expecting for the new drug discovery. So I appreciate Dr. Madhu, and she's going to speak on the integration of a high-speed AFM and a computational microscopy from selection hits to clinical leads. So Dr. Madhu, are you there? Dr. Madhu, are you there?
Ma'am, we can't hear you, ma'am. Ma'am is connected, but sound is...
Can you unmute, Dr. Madhu?
Ma'am is on unmute mode, but sound is not there.
Can you see? I cannot see her face also.
I can see, sir.
Okay, okay.
I request the host to please put the focus on Madhubiani, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Madhu, I think your voice is not audible. Can you fix it now quickly? Just check up all the system. Please speak. Please speak. No, we can't hear you. Okay, you just fix. Before that, I invite another speaker. You have time to fix your system. Let me have the next speaker. Okay. Please check your system quickly. Okay, let me invite the next speaker before Dr. Madhu speaks the system. Next is a very young student from Bihani Group of Colleges, Radhika Bihani. She has been joined JIST, and she's working now with Kannada University. Radhika has been used one different AFM technology that is called FM-AFM, frequency modulator AFM technology. And she is now using this advanced technology for her research in JIST. So, Radhika, can you quickly start your talk?
Hello, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'll quickly share my screen. So, today the title of my talk is Imaging of Selective Interaction between DNA aptamer and Toxic Conformer of Beta Amyloid 42 by Frequency Modulation Atomic Force Microscopy. So we all know about the Alzheimer's disease, and Alzheimer's disease is one of the leading cause of death. Is the sixth leading cause of death among people, with around 5.3 million Indians are living with Alzheimer's disease. So we all know that Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative brain disorder that slowly destroys the brain memory and thinking skills, and eventually the ability to carry out the simplest tasks. And as shown in the statistics here, Alzheimer's disease appear in the very later stages of life, which means that you could have the disease around 20 years before the symptoms actually appear. And also, women are most likely to be the patients of Alzheimer's disease, with around 2/3 of the Alzheimer's patients being women. So Alzheimer's disease is caused because of A-beta 42, that is amyloid beta 42, a 42 amino acid long peptide chain that is the key biomarker for the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is a 42 amino acid long peptide that is the main component of the amyloid plaques, which are found in the brains of the Alzheimer's disease patients. And recently, a toxic conformer of A-beta 42 has been described and differentiated from the non-toxic or the wild type conformer of A-beta 42 by a single mutation E22P, which means glutamic acid at 22nd position is changed to proline at 22nd position by a mutation. And the dimerization of the toxic conformer, that is E22P of A-beta 42, induces close interaction due to the turn at position 22-23. And that brings about oxidative stress, and this neurotoxicity is more prone to risk because it has higher radiation, which leads to higher toxicity. So here you see the time-dependent study of E22 A-beta 42 and E22 A-beta 42 aggregation by the electrophoretic assay. So the SDS page here clearly shows that the E22P variant of A beta 42, it rapidly oligomerizes and aggregates as compared to the E22 type A beta 42. And E22 A beta 42 starts aggregation after 24 hours, while E22P rapidly oligomerizes at just 1 hour of incubation. So this indicates that this rapid aggregation forms the clumps together that to form the deposits in the brain that triggers the neurodegenerative process. So now coming to the AFM studies. So we made the FM-AFM analysis using the frequency modulation atomic force microscopy. So by now we have already heard about the atomic force microscopy and how it works. So in this case, the frequency modulation atomic force microscopy is a non-contact mode of dynamic atomic force microscopy, where we monitor the resonant frequency shift of the interaction between the tip and the cantilever of the sample. So in this case, when we incubated the E22 A beta 42 and E22P A beta 42 for 24 hours and 72 hours respectively, we could see that the aggregation pattern is different, and also that in case of E22P, the aggregates formed are much larger in size, they're much greater in number as compared to the E22 type A beta 42, where the aggregates are smaller and they are more rigid fibril-like structure. So which clearly indicates that E22P is more toxic and can cause greater neurotoxicity. So we can get an idea of aggregation by the electrophoretic methods as well. However, that information is not so informative and technological innovations are very much needed to make a detailed study. So I was thus able to see how exactly the oligomerization takes place and how the aggregates actually look like at molecular level. So now coming to the need of the hour. So we need a system or a probe that can monitor the conformational changes of A beta 42. And the most common method that comes to our mind is the use of antibodies. So that can differentiate between the highly similar and the small sized targets. However, the use of antibodies can be challenging. So what we need is antibody-like affinity reagents that are highly selective for the toxic and the non-toxic conformers of A beta 42, and they can hold great potential for Alzheimer's disease diagnosis and therapy. So now introducing the aptamers. So antibody-like affinity reagents that can be a comparable alternative to antibodies are the new class of modern affinity reagents, which are aptamers. So aptamers are single-stranded oligonucleotide molecules that bind to a specific target molecule. And aptamers are selected for high specificity and strong affinity binding to molecular targets by the process of SELEX. Aptamers can be raised against any kind of targets, which makes them a better choice as compared to antibodies. And so this table highlights some of the key differences between the antibodies and the aptamers. So I'll quickly highlight a few. So the aptamers can be chemically synthesized, which means we can in vitro synthesize aptamers, while the production of antibodies is in vivo, which makes it a complex process. The aptamers are much smaller in size, making its dealing much easier. They're around 10 times smaller as compared to antibodies. And one of the major reasons being the higher stability and chemically modifying nature of aptamers, which is not in the case of antibodies. So aptamer technology can be an ideal choice to identify novel DNA aptamer molecules for the toxic and non-toxic conformers of A beta 42. So with this, I come to the screening method of the aptamers. Aptamers are conventionally screened by a method of SELEX that is highlighted in the inset. So the conventional screening method SELEX is an iterative process of exponential enrichment that includes multiple cycles, like around more than 10 rounds or even more of cycles of binding, followed by partition, followed by PCR amplification, followed by regeneration. So we just continue these cycles to get the library of selected pool. However, this cannot be very much effective for screening of highly similar targets. So here I used the competitive non-SELEX method, and this technology has been advanced with the concept to enrich the aptamers selectively and specifically in the presence of the competitive target proteins. So in my study, I have used the toxic and the non-toxic conformers, which are highly similar targets. And in the system of selection, my selection system contains both the target proteins, followed by one round of PCR. And so we can easily differentiate between the toxic and the non-toxic conformers of A-beta-42. So now, after performing the selection and the preliminary analysis, we subjected the selected pools to the next generation sequencing. So next generation sequencing can read the sequences, and here is the statistical data of that. So we started with around 10 to the power 18 molecules of the library molecules, out of which we have to identify maybe few 2 or 3 aptamers that can be the potential candidates. So in the case of E22, A-beta-42, starting with 10 to the power 18 molecules, 430,000 were the total reads, out of which 333,000 sequences were fit for analysis, out of which we selected top 100 sequences based on their sequence homology and the number of repeats, followed by 36 final sequences that were based on the structure homology. The similar is in the case of E22P type A-beta-42, where finally we selected 33 sequences for the final evaluation. Now, coming to the out of the selected, we identified 6 aptamers for E22 type A-beta-42 and 2 aptamers for E22P type A-beta-42 based on the structures, their conformations, and the delta G values. So, yeah. So now I'm coming again to the FM-AFM results. So after out of the 6 aptamers from wild type, I selected WT-A18. So I selected this aptamer WT-A18 for the wild type analysis and TE231 for the analysis of toxic conformer of A-beta-42. So here, to study the amyloid beta and the aptamer interaction, and also the effect of interaction on aggregation of A-beta-42, we performed the FM-AFM studies. And for this, we allowed the interaction of A-beta-42 along with their respective aptamers and visualized the effect after 72 hours. So here you see in the figure, in the presence of aptamer WT-A18, so without the aptamer, the amyloid beta is forming aggregates, is forming fibril-like structure, while in case of the presence of aptamer, we do not see any aggregation or fibril formation. The same is for the aptamer TE231. So in the absence of aptamer, we see the amyloid beta A-beta-42 is forming aggregates, while in the presence of aptamer, we do not see any aggregates. So these evidences support the proposition that the selected aptamers can inhibit the aggregation of A-beta-42. And this is what we eventually want. So we believe that this work can be a promising research and the diagnostic tool for the further studies of Alzheimer's disease etiology. So this is just the initial studies, and a lot more has to be done. But however, I come to the conclusions. So the overall conclusions of my study are: the aggregation of different variants of A-beta-42 was studied and confirmed using electrophoresis and the frequency modulation atomic force microscopy. We applied in vitro selection, CellCos, to screen highly selective aptamers for the different variants of A-beta-42. The next generation sequencing was performed to identify the hit candidates from the enriched library, and the FM-AFM studies confirmed that the selected aptamers, aptamer WT-A18 for E22 A-beta-42 and aptamer TE231 for E22P A-beta-42, when they are incubated with their targets, can inhibit the aggregation of A-beta-42. So with this, acknowledging JAIST, my professor, Professor Takagi, as my supervisor, Professor Biani for being my co-supervisor, and Professor Fukuma for help collaborating for the FM-AFM studies. So with this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika, for this wonderful talk, because I think this is also another example for all the young students that how these two technology, because first Radhika was willing to understand this toxic and non-toxic conformation using the electrophoretic mobility, but then she used this high FM-AFM technology, and now I think it is motivating her also to how to understand both the technology and to get some more clear images of this amyloid beta-42 toxicity. So with this, I thank you, Radhika. Please stay with us. After this, we will have a session of question answers. Dr. Madhu, are you there? Have you fixed? Can we hear you? Unmute, please. Please unmute. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear. Okay. Yes, we can hear. Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you see my slides now?
Can you just make it enlarge? Go for display.
Okay.
No, yeah, now it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So title of my talk is the integration of the high-speed AFM microscopy and the computational microscopy from the selection kit to the clinical leads. This is the introductions of the high-speed AFM. However, the Dr. Professor Kodera has already introduced this great leading technology and its potential to visualize the biomolecules at motion and their functional state. Just as brief, I would like to introduce again a high-speed AFM is a laboratory-built technology in the Kanazawa University. Unlike the conventional high-speed AFM, which has a slow scanning rate, high-speed AFM can scan a biological molecules in 100 milliseconds or less. The AFM allows the high spatial temporal resolution scanning without affecting the integrity of the molecules. The greatest advantage of the high-speed AFM is the real-time imaging of the biomolecules. I've taken this video from the Professor Kodera pioneer work, and they're showing the walking myosin V, that is one of the striking results. And next technology I use in my research is the computational microscopy, that I use the term for the molecular docking method. Molecular docking has become very popular method to predict how two or more molecular structure, protein and ligands interact together. This technology also allowed to characterize their binding mechanism. This is the movie of the molecular docking simulation. It shows the ligand searches the surface of the protein and finally they bind to the specific binding site. The docking simulation was conducted with a fully flexible ligand and a moderately flexible protein whose conformation was restrained to the near physiological conditions. In my research, I utilize the potential of both technology to understand the aptamer and target interaction at the structural and dynamic level. It is often difficult to get the overall information using one experimental method in the isolation. I suppose that the simultaneous observation of the real and predicted conformation dynamics of the aptamer and the protein interaction can provide a unique information at atomic and the molecular level that may not be possible using other combinations like NMR and mass technology. So let me introduce the first, what is aptamer? Already Radhika has introduced what is the aptamers. So I just briefly introduce, aptamers are single-stranded oligonucleotides that bind to the specific target molecules. And this aptamer technology was discovered in 1990s by the two different groups. And now you can see this graph, the aptamers, this showing the remarkable utility of clearly reflected in the publication Statics, their discovery in 1990s. There have been 11,000 publications indexed to DNA or RNA aptamers in PubMed with projected average rate of 5 per day in 2013, or more than 1,600 or 15% of these are the patent for these publications, which is a stunning testament to the commercial potential of the aptamers. Now, aptamer has been referred as a chemical antibodies, but are more versatile. Despite their small molecular weight, aptamer can bind to their target with a high affinity, ranging from low nanomolar molar to a high picomolar range. The specificity of the aptamers and other unique attributes such as easy in chemical synthesis, low immunogenicity, and excellent stability allow aptamer to offer multiple advantages over antibodies. Now, here I will discuss my research finding on development of the DNA aptamer inhibitor for CYP24A1. I used both molecular docking and the high-speed AFM to characterize the DNA aptamer inhibiting for the CYP24A1 for the novel cancer therapy. So this is the background of the target protein, CYP24A1 is a member of the cytochrome P450 enzyme superfamily and play a key role to inactivate the vitamin D3, which has the anti-cancer function. The overexpression of the CYP24A1 and so the low level of the vitamin D3 have been reported in many types of the cancer. Therefore, the aptamer-based inhibition of CYP24A1 and the activation of the vitamin D3 by the aptamer-based inhibition has a promising strategy for the cancer treatment. For obtaining the selective CYP24A1 binding and inhibiting DNA aptamer, we perform the in vitro competitive assay using cell coated technology that is invented by the Professor Biani. I use for this technology, I target the CYP24A1 as a real target and CYP24A1 as a competitive target. The selected aptamer sequences were identified by the NGS next generation sequencing, and based on their sequence homology and the cluster analysis, from this cluster, we selected total 18 sequences. All these 18 sequences were further analyzed by their unique 2D structure. As shown here, we could be able to categorize these sequences into 4 groups, and we selected AP7 for further binding characterization. AP7 show the selective higher binding affinity with CYP24A1 than the CYP27B1 using electrochemical affinity assay. And very interestingly, the AP7 inhibited the CYP24A1 activity by more than 60% during in vitro enzymatic assay. So AP7 was advanced as a highly selective and a specific inhibitor of the CYP24A1. Now, in order to advance the research toward the preclinical studies, a deeper insight into the molecular interaction between aptamer and CYP24A1 is required to understand the involved mechanism. Here we propose the molecular docking to clarify the possible inhibition mechanism of AP7 to CYP24A1. This slide is showing the molecular docking results. This is the 3D structure, and this is the model structure that show the binding of the aptamers at the both sides of the CYP24A1 at the substrate active binding site and the ADX elastic binding site by strong hydrogen bond and electrostatic interaction. However, the theoretical model needs to be confirmed experimentally. So here we utilize the high-speed AFM to interpret the molecular docking results with real-time binding dynamics with the AP7 and CYP24A1. Here we perform the high-speed experiment to real-time imaging of the aptamer protein interactions. This is the high-speed AFM experiment. To first we visualize the CYP24A1 alone to first understand the conformational dynamics of the protein on the negatively charged mica surface. Here you can see the movie. The protein looks very active and observed with 3 domains in their dynamic movement. We also indicated the name of the domain based on the crystal structure of CYP24A1 and by assuming the orientation of the positively charged amino acids of the CYP24A1 or negatively charged mica surface. Next, we visualize the aptamer molecules on lipid modified mica surface. These are the images of the aptamer dynamics at time sequence, and you can see the movie here. The aptamer is 12 to 15 nanometer in length in 3D conformation and fold into a stem loop region. We make the cartoon representation of the aptamer to match with the 3D Y-shaped structure. To our knowledge, this is the first study in which the aptamer was successfully visualized by the high-speed AFM in dynamic conformation in the absence of the target protein. Next, we perform the high-speed AFM experiment to visualize the binding interaction between CYP24A1 and the aptamer 7 during the high-speed AFM scanning. We observed the phenomena that 2 aptamers were simultaneously binding to the protein surface and forming a apparently stable state without rapid on or off rate. This finding was consistent with our molecular docking prediction, in which AP7 was shown to bind at active site of the CYP24A1 and the ADX recognition site. However, to correlate the high-speed AFM result with the molecular docking, we employed the simulated AFM software that we call BioAFM viewers. In this application, the high-speed AFM structure of CYP24A1 and the CYP24A1 or AP7 complex were converted into the simulated AFM images and correlated with the resolution limited experimental AFM images to obtain the best match. As you seen in the figure, the simulated AFM images and the movie showed the good, remarkable agreement with the high-speed AFM that the experimentally observed AP7 binding to the CYP24A1 was similar with the computationally predicted docking conformation. Now, I come to the conclusion of this study, and here we use both the molecular docking and the high-speed AFM as an integrated method to optimize our lead candidate to conform to the clinical lead candidates. So this study provided a reasonable interpretation for high affinity and binding mechanism of aptamers to CYP24A1 by using integrated approach of molecular docking and high-speed AFM. We could provide the foundation for further optimization and development of the aptamers as a lead candidate for the clinical application. Now, in last, I would like to acknowledge my thanks to the Professor Sakaki and the Dr. Yasuda for their support in this work. And this work has been granted by two high Japan grants. And that is all about this, my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you, Dr. Madhu. I think this is another good example, not just a good collaboration, and that how different expertise can come together and make the study more faster. So I really appreciate. I think we are much behind the schedule, 15 minutes ahead. So, but this is a very good time especially for the Indian audience, students, if they have a question to our speakers. So I give some time to our local audience. Can you have some queries for the speakers? Is there any queries?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Who is?
First of all, thank you to all the speakers for their wonderful talk. So one of researcher is Bhumika want to ask question from Dr. Holger Fleischig, and the question is that can we use computational microscope to reveal the secrets that how bacterial and viral infection and cause different disease? How this computational microscope reveals? Dr. Holger.
Okay, Dr. Holger, can you? Okay.
Yes, Professor Biani, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I cannot answer it because I'm not really working very deeply in the field of viral infection or bacterial studies. Of course, I have worked on some specific proteins which are important in the replication machinery of viruses, and there I can say that we obtained a very good understanding for the helicase protein, for example, of the hepatitis C virus. So we could visualize using the computational microscope how this helicase moves along the duplex DNA strand and unwinds it. Okay, and this was not possible really to see in the experiments, in single molecule experiments, and it is yet not achieved to directly visualize this in the experiments. So in that sense, yes, we have worked on computational models of proteins which are involved in viruses, but apart from that, I think the details of this question I cannot answer. I'm afraid. Sorry.
Thank you, sir, for your kind response. And another question is from Pooja, and the question is for Dr. Madhubiyani. And the question is, can you please tell me about application of AFM in cancer research? Because cancer is one of disease of concern worldwide. So how we can use AFM for cancer research? Ma'am.
How we can use, actually AFM is just to visualize the molecules in their functional state. So if we know the target, or if we want to, for example, if we want to detect the cancer in early stage, so in that case, we have to find the such probe that that target that particular biomarkers. So AFM in this case just is a help us to how these biomarkers and the probe interact to each other. And this, if we can see the high-speed AFM, so we can use this molecules or probe for the diagnostic purpose for the cancer. So I can say this, or we can say sometime the protein behavior also change in the, or sometimes the functional effects of the protein also change. So we can visualize the functional, we can see the functional behavior of the protein using the high-speed AFM. So I think in the cancer, just we can check the protein is whether functionally well or not. But based on this, we can say, I think Kodera Sensei will give the more correct answer about this questions. The high-speed AFM, how the high-speed AFM can help in the cancer treatment or diagnosis. I think we should move to the Kodera Sensei.
Definitely, yes.
Me?
Yeah. Professor Kodera, can you just briefly?
Okay. So as shown by Radhika. So one amino acid substitution dramatically changed the protein characteristics. So this exchange of amino acid often seen in cancer-related protein. So maybe we can, when we observe the protein structure fit in this by modification, we can directly give evidence this structure change may affect the protein function. This kind of
So yeah, I think this is for in general audience. I think what is important that cancer has many stages 0, 1, 2, 3, but still there are some biological activity which we still not get observable in 0 and 1 stage. So by this advanced technology like aptamer probe technology or high-speed AFM or computational AFM, if we can gather all this, though, we can see all this small biological activity which belongs to 0 stage or 1 stage cancers. So when we have such clear image, I think we can better treat or handle the cancer problem. So that can be a very just a explanation for this. So I think we are, but I will appreciate all the students to get with their queries, and you can post. We can get back your reply in the later. Just a quick questions to Professor Kodera and Professor Holger, because now WPI is offering the high-speed AFM or other AFM for the researchers. So will it be possible in future that can we use the virtual application of all this technology, because computational experts are there, mechanical and electronical experts are there. So will it be possible, like can we make a robotic system or like telemedicine we are using to make telesurgery, something like, do you have any plan for that in future?
Yeah, please, Holger.
Noriyuki, please go ahead.
Yeah, at this moment, we cannot imagine that way, but actually, I say, Yeah, at this moment, I cannot imagine
So
this. But
maybe because
I understand that this demand is actually exist.
Because sometimes we really a mass of people in India who really love to utilize this technology, but everyone cannot come to your
Yeah.
center and can use. So if we have such system where we can connect virtually, what we learned from this pandemic. So I will really appreciate if your team can think in that way, and if we can explore the application of your technology. So with this, I again appreciate all the speakers. Really, thank you very much, Dr. Ikimoto, Dr. Kodera, Dr. Holger, Dr. Madhu, and Radhika for making this wonderful session. And before we move, I ask the convener to please take a shot of all the speakers so we can get a memory. So please, I ask everyone to turn on the camera so we can get a memory before we close the session. Is it who is handling, Dr. Tarun?
Yes,
can you make quickly?
yes,
Yeah,
please
all together.
So
all together. I think. Yeah.
So please first, no need to first, focus on me. Please, only on 1 minute, please.
So say 1, 2, 3. So all will have pause.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. So thank you. I have captured the moment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again.
Yeah.
Okay, I will appreciate. Tarun, please continue the next section without break, so we can save the time. Okay, with this, I will mute.
Yes, moderator, please continue the session. Next session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manish Pyani, sir, for chairing this special session. And I would like to thank our invited speakers from Japan also for your presence and sharing their valuable knowledge. Thank you very much. Moving ahead, the aim of education is the knowledge, not of facts, but of values. It is an occasion like this we get opportunity to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue, advanced strategies, and new opportunities in digital education. So now we are going to commence our first technical session. The title for the technical session is Smart Healthcare System and Advanced Technologies for Future Generation. And I feel glad to assert that we have Dr. Anup Kumar Mukhopadhyay with us. Sir is going to chair our first technical session. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that Dr. Mukhopadhyay is providing his services as Dean, Faculty of Sciences at Biani Girls College. Earlier, Sir has worked as Chief Scientist at CSIR Kolkata. Dr. Mukhopadhyay has vast experience of more than 35 years in evaluation of mechanical properties, including the nano indentation technique, DSI-based characterization, non-destructive and ultrasonic characterization, structure property correlation, thermal barrier coating, and many more. Dr. Mukhopadhyay has authored 3 books and has worked for inventing 7 patents, over 335 publications in the journals and conferences. May I please request Dr. Anup Kumar Mukhopadhyay to please commence with our first technical session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to technical session 1, which is Smart Healthcare Systems and Advanced Technologies for Future Generation. Myself, Professor Anup Kumar Mukhopadhyay, will be chairing this session. And as we are running a bit short of time, I request everyone to keep their own schedules The first speaker today is Professor Dr. Mohit Gupta, who will deliver his talk on harmonizing science and spirituality. Dr. Mohit Gupta is a professor of cardiology, GB Pant Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Mohit Gupta got the Best Cardiology Innovation Award 2021 during the annual conference of Cardiological Society of India at Hyderabad. He has been associated with Brahma Kumari for many years and is delivering his lectures and talks in international symposiums in the medical profession. He has achieved 18 gold medals and 5 silver medals. Over to Professor Mohit Gupta for his talk.
Thank you, Dr. Anoop. Thank you so much, BICON, for this great opportunity. And today I'm going to speak on a very interesting beautiful topic on science and spirituality. I hope I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, okay. Let me share my experiences in 3 parts.
We can see your screen as well.
Talk about to talk about the power of science. I'm going to talk about power of spirituality. I'm also going to talk about both the power of science and spirituality. They work together, and I'm going to show you 3 experiments that we have conducted in our own life. Dr. Albert Einstein once very beautifully said that science is all about logic, and logic will take you from A to B. But when you imagine, imagination will take you. And this is what happens when you harmonize both science and spirituality. Let us see the power of science. Recently, a beautiful study that we conducted was in heart attack patients in India. Heart attack is a major cause of mortality. And the risk stratification of these patients in the resource country like India is a major challenge. So what we did was we are using traditional risk scores, and we thought that we should use new models. And for that, we needed 2 solutions: we needed contemporary data of heart attack patients, and we also needed new ways to predict our risk prediction in these patients. And that is why we used machine learning in these patients. So the aim of that we conducted was to develop a machine learning based model to predict what are the chances of heart attack patients to die at 30 days using the minimal resources that we have. And this was in collaboration with the university. I was the principal investigator, and this is a design paper that was published. More than 3,000 patients who were included, and these patients were subjected to a development and a validation cohort, and then a training and testing cohort. And we used the traditional logistic regression which is being used, and we used the machine learning algorithms in these patients. What were the results? Interestingly, when we used these Shapley additive explanations, that is the machine learning models, we were able to see, look at the values on the right, the red ones. These are the parameters of heart attack. I'm not going into the details, that were predictive of the mortality. Whereas the other parameters on the left side, which were predictive of the survival. When we create the ball, the weight of the ball is, according to the size of the ball, is predicting the influence that the person is having or mortality is being affected by that particular parameter. The larger the size, the higher the chances of person being dying. Validated this particular model, we achieved a much validity. Look at this. The traditional logistic regression was 70%, whereas the machine learning model had a sensitivity of 80%. Similarly, when we used it, externally validated it in a Kame registry from North Korea, the validation of our model was much higher compared to the traditional logistic regression. Let me show you an example how this works. Even if you are not a doctor or a cardiologist, you will be able to understand. Look at this, a patient of heart attack with simple parameters like hemoglobin, creatinine, what are the angiographic findings, what are the ejection fraction, and what are the clinical features. What we do is we simply click this button, which we have developed, and we go to a website, a place where, look at this, the model functions like this. You just start filling the parameters. It takes 30 seconds to fill all the parameters, and you press the predict button. And the moment, this was in collaboration with IIT also, and the moment we press the predict button, here comes the score. So beautifully, within seconds. So by this parameter, we come to know that the chances of person being alive at 30 days is 26% and death is 74%. So this is phenomenal. What are the factors contributing to mortality are this, and contributing to survival are this. So this basic model, giving the power to the hands of the physicians and to the peripheral physicians, was the aim. All the parameters are so basic that we don't need any advanced diagnostics, only basic parameters. We will be able to triage our resources. And not only triage, what are the advantages? This is the first contemporary study. It is relevant to our country because all the factors are relevant to our own population. And this will be integrated into the electronic medical record system. That means a patient comes to a hospital. Given the limited resources, we will know that these are the patients you have to focus on, and these are the patients who may not be prioritized. So that means we are having more optimal use of the resources. So it's a simple, indigenous, customized, contemporary machine learning model to improve risk prediction following STEMI. These kind of models is what science. This is the power of science when we use our own population, like being a cardiologist, we choose heart attack patients. So that is how simple models can make a large difference in our life. Let me show you what is the magic of science and spirituality. Now, how many of you believe actually that what we think has effect on our future? We all believe that. Then how many of us actually get up every day in the morning and create our own future? That is the power. Particular beautiful science is called the science of epigenetics. Our thoughts, 50,000 thoughts, are having a powerful effect on our genes and on our body. And let me show you how this works. Most of us have learned to live that our genes, our destiny, which is exactly not the case. That means if we believe that genes are our destiny, that we also believe that our mom and dad are, is not again the case. Now, this particular science is called the science of epigenetics. That means like an external switch in our bedroom, we can switch off the negative genes and switch on the positive genes. This is called epigenetics, and the most powerful ways is meditation. Now, how does this work? The first example was given by Dr. in which he took prostate cancer patients, and besides the treatment, patients were given lifestyle modifications, management, positive thinking. Within 3 months, all the cancer causing genes were downregulated, and all the positive genes, the protein building genes, were up. That means expression of 500 genes were just by positive lifestyle, and cancer genes were downregulated. This was revealing that our thoughts have the power to influence our genes and switch off the negative genes. The blend of the science as well as the spirituality, our own mind power, as well as the science, how beautifully it works. Taking a lead from this, we did a beautiful study in our own hospital. We have heart patients between the age of 20 to 35, very young. They have no risk factors. So we were wondering that what is the reason that these patients are having heart attack. So we started analyzing them, their psychosocial stress, and also their length, which is called the telomere length. Telomeres are small repetitive sequences which are like shoelaces, and they do not allow the chromosome to disintegrate. So what do we do? As we age, length of telomeres decreases, and that is why the person has more diseases as the person grows old. In these patients who were very young, only 18 to 30 years, we started estimating their stress, and we also estimated their telomere length. Look at this, this was revealing. They were chronologically of the age of 18 to 30 years. And their biological age was estimated, they were equivalent to a 66 to 86-year-old male. That means their genes were completely destroyed. The question came was, why this is happening? Why is it happening? They had no risk factors which are traditional of heart attacks. Estimated that these people had the highest level of psychosocial stress. Science is working so powerful, and our own mind power, our own thought process is practically destroying our genes. Lack of love, lack of purpose in life, lack of gratitude in our life is what leads to decrease in telomere length, in telomerase activity. Similarly, if we are positive, we are happy, we have a gratitude feeling, we are powerful people, then this leads to the increase. And that is what is the power of our own. Our thoughts can switch on the positive genes, and also have the power to switch off the negative genes. Keeping thinking repeatedly negative, waste thoughts, then this is practically going to destroy our own genes. That is why Dr. Robert Waldinger in the second generation Harvard study very beautifully showed that one thing that we need, or one secret that we need for a fulfilling life, is to have very beautiful and lovely relations. So what does it show? Both science and spirituality work in harmony with each other. It can give you the best possible treatment. Where science can provide you with the high-tech devices, what is most important for us today is the element of spirituality. That means high touch. High tech must be complemented by high touch. That is our own positive, beautiful thought process. Our thoughts are actually creating they're practically designing our destiny. And the third example I want to show you is the magic of spirituality. After magic of science and spirituality and magic of science. Look at being a cardiologist myself in 2003. I suddenly suffered how beautifully I have the power to heal. I started losing weight, and ultimately on 20th March 2003, I had massive brain seizures. I was resistant to 18 drugs, sensitive only to one, used to gulp 14 tablets every day. This is my own scan showing a large mass in my brain. Ultimately, this ended up in a surgery on 20th June 2005. I thought I'm perfectly fine now. No problem at all. But just to my surprise, January 2006, look at my own scans, another lesion appeared in my cerebellum. Now, this was very, very heartening. Being a cardiologist, taking all the medicines, treatment, I needed to do something else. I started using power of meditation to heal myself. For 1 year, I did focused meditation that fine, I'm energizing my own neurons, my brain cells, again supplemented by the medicines which was already I was taking. After 1 year, look at this, what happened. April 2007, again my scans, the lesion in my brain disappeared. This is the power of spirituality. These are things which science just cannot explain. Why? Because our body is like a philharmonic orchestra, Each organ, each musical instrument is capable of delivering itself. But when a central command goes, each individual, each cell leaves its individual intelligence and they start working in synchrony with each other. That is why both science and spirituality are working in harmony with each other, or they are complementing each other. My message to you is that we all have the power or the potential to unlock the powers of our mind. We all have that beautiful God gene. And that is why we need to unlock it. Meditation and spirituality is one of the most powerful tools in my own experience. Only because of misalignment, lack of time, lack of purpose in our life, that word that has taken control of our life, that I'm busy, I don't have time, we are really gaining wisdom, gaining knowledge, but we are today starving with wisdom. Today, meditation and science of epigenetic tells us that when we are able to master our own inner kingdom, we are able to master our belief systems and our thoughts, we start taking control of our life by managing our mind and all our subjects. Look at this second last slide, that how beautifully meditation and spirituality can complement science. A normal person has an unbalanced brainwave pattern. But when you are able to meditate for 15 minutes in a proper way, look at this, how beautifully synchronization of both the brain hemispheres happen. And 30 minutes is what is required for complete synchronization, to give you a more optimal, complete, integrated system. This is what is called harmonizing. You get a much more powerful, integrated, a more emotionally stable, and a mentally healthy system. Blending science and spirituality is about blending your both right and left brain. Whereas your left brain is analytical reasoning, as I've been hearing for a long time now, you guys are giving so many studies, it's decisive, and no doubt it's realistic. But when we blend and complement our scientific brain with a spiritual brain, it's our right brain which is creative, which is learning, vivid, and which is passionate, which is actually free. This is what is harmonizing our own self. I must say that for a few minutes, I have only 1 minute left. I will take 30 seconds for you, all of you, to go on a very beautiful journey, very peaceful journey. And in this peaceful journey, we are actually able to experience joy of our life. Imagine and visualize yourself not just as this physical body, not just as this entity, but you are a point of light. You are an energy who is constantly thinking. If I energize my thoughts with love, with purpose, with peace and joy, these thoughts are radiating to every cell of my body, and I start experiencing peace. I start experiencing bliss. This is the purpose of our life. This is the essence of our life. This is what we need to do in our life. We need to understand that, yes, blending science and spirituality is about understanding our true original self. My dear friends, my message to you is happiness is along the journey and it's not a destination. Let us understand, let us practice science, but it is equally important for us is to complement and blend science and spirituality. Where science begins, spirituality is the essence, it's the heart of it. It's only in the silence that most beautiful experiments of science can happen. Thank you for a very patient hearing, and Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful talk, and I think we all have enjoyed it. Thank you very much for enlightening us. I'm sure the whole audience will be benefited from your talk. We have time for question and answer session. Now, moving to this question and answer session, I request to audience and participants to ask the question. Please put your questions in the chat box.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us through your valuable talk. Here is one question from audience side. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So, sir, there's one question from audience side that how can we, how mental and physical body can be balanced in this COVID-19 era when everyone is disturbed mentally and physically?
So COVID has taken a toll by causing anxiety in 95 to 99% of the individual. The balance has to be created not outside but inside. We must understand that if we want to create a balance, we have to let go of the fear. Today, fear, pain, worry, and anxiety is governing our life. The moment we let go of the fear and embrace, have the acceptance for the disease and take care of our thoughts, make them more positive, proactive, and powerful, we are able to design our lives into beautiful individuals. So I would suggest 4 things that we should incorporate in our life. Number 1, we should practice love for everyone, for our own self and for every soul whom we are seeing. We should be peaceful inside and radiate this peace to every individual outside. We should practice compassion, compassion both for our own self and also for every soul whom we meet. And 4th emotion is gratitude, thanks. We must understand that COVID has changed our lives not only for bad, but significantly for good. It has given us a time to retrospectively and prospectively analyze our lives and design into a more beautiful individual. So my message is just create harmony in your own mind. Be very peaceful. The best is going to happen. Nothing bad is going to happen. Creating and visualizing your future is the best way to create your own future. Remember, the best is waiting to happen.
Thank you very much, sir, for this answer.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, sir. May I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have a query that on which somewhere you mentioned the chromosomes. So I wish to ask that on which chromosome the telomere will reduce?
So every chromosome has telomeres in the end. Every chromosome.
Yes, sir.
Without exception. And this telomere decrease length is a generalized process. It's an aging process. So when we are meditating, the studies have very nicely and beautifully shown that telomere decrease, the telomere length decrease is significantly slowed down. And in certain cases, it also replenishes or increases contrary. So this is a very generalized process. This is not on a specific chromosome. This happens on all the chromosomes.
So is there any factor that will motivate to reduce it?
Sorry?
Is there any factor that will boost to reduce the telomere?
So that is what I told you, that this is called the science of epigenetics. So there are 20 parameters that can work as epigenetic factors, like aromatherapy, like Ayurvedic therapy, various therapies, like even, you know, the flower therapy. But one of the most powerful ways that I have used in my life is the power of meditation. The power of meditation is one of the simple and easiest ways by which you can actually reverse. It can act like an epigenetic tool. You have something which is here inside, You're not trying to change it, but that factor comes, that influence comes, it can switch off the negative genes and can switch on the positive genes. This is how, without changing their structure, it can influence their functioning. That is how meditation has an effect on genes. There's a whole new, Pandora box which we can discuss on that how rapid genes can have an effect on our body and different. There's a large amount of evidence database that now we have. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? This is all.
Sorry, I was not audible. So it is my request to everyone, please open the camera so that we can have group photographs of this session. Okay, thank you very much.
So if there are no other questions, thanks all for your patience during the whole session and active participation. The session is closed now. Thank you. The next technical session is technical session 2. This is ethical issues and challenges in work from home culture in education system. So I will be requesting now Professor Satish Kumar, ex-Dean, Central University of Haryana, ex-Chief Scientist and Group Leader, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, India. Before he starts his talk, let me give a brief CV. Professor Satish Kumar is former Dean, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh, ex-Chief Scientist, CCMB, Hyderabad, India, and he belongs to a small farmer family. He was awarded material science in annual MS in animal genetics and breeding in 1979 and served as JRF at the National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, India. He also obtained a PhD from Roslin Institute, University of Edinburgh, UK in 1994. Professor Kumar's professional career for Agricultural Research Services of Indian Council of Agricultural Research and as a group leader at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, credited to the establishment and usage of gene targeting technology for the first time in India. So Kumar also contributed to use gene manipulation methods, including demonstration of essential requirements of KK gene in lactation and the discovery of WDR13 gene function. He has been interested in another area of science. Currently is a member of FAO ISAG advisory group on animal genetic diversity. So with that brief CV, I request Professor Satish Kumar to kindly present his talk. Professor Satish Kumar, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much, the chair and the co-chair, and particularly I am thankful to Dr. Vishnu Sharma for extending the invitation and this very timely and topical subject, that is ethical issues and how of these challenges and how we are going to meet them. As we all know that distance education has always been there for many decades in the academic world, and particularly for those individuals, due to various reasons, they were out of the bound. The traditional education was out of bound for them by attending the universities or the colleges. However, that as the internet and connectivity increased, the distance education also got enriched. But now during the last 2 years, these are unprecedented times. And this is something entirely different from the distance education. Because in the distance education, one of the component or important component used to be the contact with the students, teachers, and students was free to contact each other. Now this is something, it's really now these situations, and we're all aware of it. The very fact that now we are having this conference through sitting at different places through media online approach, we know the advantage that at least once this epidemic came around, we were ready, at least with the technology and the resources to a large extent, and there was least disturbance in terms of the continuing the education of the students at various levels. However, this has been, the online education has thrown us challenges which are pretty well known to this audience and to all of us. And some of the challenges, if I can start with, that the student-teacher relationship. While we all say that teaching has to be student-centric, but all of a sudden, due to this online teaching, everything became teacher-centric. So these relationships, and is one of the previous sessions we were talking about the relationships at various levels. Now that has taken a real toll, that the relationship with the students and the teachers, the absence of any physical relationship. Now, second thing is the learning from the peers. That the student, it's not only learning from the teacher, most of the time learning happens amongst the students, amongst the peers. That disappeared. Second, in this continuation, the learning happens not only in the classroom, but out of the classroom, and if you are staying in the hostels, in any kind of academic institution. So real learning, even the specialized learning, happens in the hostels. In fact, while working at the Central University, I was having the responsibility of managing the hostel affairs of the provost of the university, and we made it a point that in a given room, we will not provide accommodation to two students from the same states in the country, and they will have a different mother tongue, and they will be belonging to different specializations and different subjects. The idea was that the learning experience will be different, but that had all of a sudden disappeared when we are talking of online. Next problem is of the equity. Now, not all the students, they have the resources in terms of the connectivity, and even in terms of the spaces. If a teacher is taking the class, and to find for the student a space, because most of our students in the universities, they come from different socio-economic background, and that becomes a real challenge in terms of the equity, whether what we are able to provide, and of course then the access. And when it comes to the academic organizations or the teacher, the challenges have been the teaching materials, which were not readily available. Now, most of these institutions, they have library services, but then these library services, how to reach them through the online method has been a real casualty. Connectivity, again, not all the institutions were geared up for the connectivity, and that's while teaching, and we all experience that there's a disturbance while teaching. And finally, in terms of the resources, the space and privacy, which I already alluded to. And of course, the psychological problems when we are talking in isolation, that the students, they are completely isolated, and we all as individual levels and every level, we have been going through these problems. And then evaluation of the teaching, either evaluation of the teacher or evaluation of the students, that's the biases, unfair means, that those has been, or the other challenges and ethical issues. Now, not that all has been a bad news, that online education, in my opinion, it is going to stay. This is something which all the countries, they're geared up, all the organizations are geared up, Online education is going to stay even if we get into the situation where everything will be normal and there will be physical education. But then certainly online education is not going to be a substitute for contact education or the conventional education as we have been knowing. That will have to be together. And towards the end of it, I will do mention that it's not, again, a bad situation. There have been certain opportunities even for enhancing the ethical standards. The online education gives some special opportunities. Now, as we know that the stakeholders in education, they are students, teachers, organizations, like the academic institutions, and the government or regulatory bodies. And we will examine a couple of each one of these stakeholders and see what are the ethical issues and how we are facing and what the challenges are, how we are going to be. Now, once as a student, the real issue is that if somebody is putting himself or herself online and then disappearing, so we have no clue. Now it's left to the students whether the student is taking the class or not taking the class. That's and I don't think there is any other real sort of solution to that problem, except that what kind of ethics we have been able to imbibe in the students and how much they are interested and how much interesting the teaching is, or how much the student or the teacher can impress upon through his character or his conduct. That's one aspect which I don't think that there's any easy solution to that. And of course, while we are talking of the attendance, and let's say one simple thing is making this really ethical dilemma, that as a teacher, I am supposed to have 30 students in the class. And in my experience, it has been that some 4 or 5 students, they don't appear in the class regularly. Now, whether to allow them to say that they attended the class or to say they did not attend the class and allow them to appear for the examination is a dilemma. Particularly in some parts of the country, like we faced this problem from the students from Kashmir, and there was no internet connection, and the internet connection was 2G, and then these students coming back. Now, that's, again, it's an ethical dilemma on the part of the teacher. The problem of the student is real. And in those kind of situations, at least we resorted to talking over the phones, even sending the material, written material through the posts. And I will come back to this examination system. Now, again, I am not saying that cheating doesn't take place in a regular, or unfair means don't take place in the regular physical, when we are having the class in a conventional way or examination. However, in our experience, examination has been a real casualty when we are having online examination after the teaching is over. And that's, again, most of the time the students, they copy the material from each other. Plagiarism comes in, and it's many times you find that the students, they are picking up the materials from here and there. And again, it has been real challenge. Now, what's the solution to that? Well, at least some of us in our university and the colleagues, we discussed and we found out that, all right, there is a system of open book examination. And in the open book, we assume that whatever examination we are giving, without bothering how the students is, whether what the cheating is happening or not happening, let's assume that the examination is open book examination. But in that case, the teacher has to work extremely hard to set the question papers and to set the evaluation methods. And if the teacher is able to do some extra legwork, this unfair means things can be taken care of to a large extent. And of course, as I already alluded, that if the connection, if we're going to say that the examination is going to be for 1 hour, mostly we say that multiple type questions, and the student says that, look, I'm not getting the connection during that very time. So that's something, again, it has been real challenge again. But if we are going to say that, okay, this is the question paper, submitted back in 1 week, it doesn't matter, go back to all the books, and then you will have to very creatively create the new question paper in such a way that you have to make it not that 2-3 students, they can join hands together and they can really sort of use unfair means and come back to you. So that's something which that's the way out of that. Now, again, during these, when any online teaching starts, the teacher has to give special stress to the students in terms of that what are copyrights, how to use the material which is readily available. That again, that solves the problem to some extent. Now, these problems, then the next thing comes the role of the teacher, which become very, very important as compared to whatever. Teacher is important, but now under this online system, the teacher role is very, very important. And two things or three things I will say. One is the empathy. As a teacher, of course, teachers also have been suffering, and thereafter are employees. And working from home, when it gives advantages, certain advantages, but it also gives a lot of problem to the teacher. But then the role of the teacher will have to have a lot of empathy for the students. And it was not uncommon that in one of the courses I was teaching, getting this problem that the whole family of a particular student suffered from COVID. And unfortunately, in one or two cases, they were COVIDs. And we've ended up even arranging the hospital beds for the father of one of the students. So having this empathy that these are very special times, and when connecting with the students in terms of having the empathy is extremely important on the part of the teacher. Next comes the planning. That most of these problems or teaching problems, day-to-day teaching problems, they are taken care by a lot of planning and extra work on behalf of the teacher, that everything the teacher will have to plan and be ready again for doing a lot of extra legwork, not only online teaching, but also through talking through telephone, talking through emails, replying to and then putting extra times and be available as much as one can be available. So this is again the role of the teachers become really very, very important. Now, coming back to the institutional, academic institutions or educational institutions, not many of the organizations, they were geared up for the infrastructure. Of course, things are better now. Now they're much better. And the connectivity in terms of the internet connections, virtual classrooms where the teachers, they can be helped to prepare their lectures, the lecture materials. Now, another controversial issue has been that once you are teaching at physical level, and the tuition fees, particularly the private institutions, they obviously they charge as per the market fees. But that was something, some organization, they came back with intervention for the government agencies. Some came automatically themselves that the level of the fee has to be rationalized. This was again a real ethical dilemma, particularly when many of the parents or guardians of the students, they were themselves not in very good financial shapes due to COVID and due to pandemic. So this rationalization of the fee, that was again expected, and some of the organizations responded to it, but not really all of them. Next is this support to the teachers that has to come from the management of the whatever the organization, because after all, teacher is the person who is going to take real pain in terms of whatever the system goes in. So that has to be there. Now, the regulatory authorities or the government agencies, they also had a role again in these circumstances. And one is the evaluation. And we are familiar that the UGC or the other government agencies or state governments, they kept on changing the goalposts, that there's going to be multiple choice examination, or particularly I'm talking of the evaluation, or there's going to be no evaluation based on the previous experience. Now, that was something that added to the confusion that was completely unethical, or these guys were not prepared well, and that created a lot of pressure on the students, on these on the teaching organizations, as well as the teachers, that the lack of planning on the part of the government agencies, they were responding, but they are responding very, very slowly and changing the goalposts again. Now, that the time now, at least again, of course, one can say that there was learning experience even on the behalf of the
Sir, excuse me, can you conclude, please?
Yes, please. I am going to conclude another 1 minute.
Please.
Now, the on the positive side of this education system is that as a teacher, and if the students are evaluating, now that has been really, really fantastic. Now we cannot get away with in the class whatever way we want to go ahead. The students are even the whole your lecture or whatever we are saying is open to everybody, and even it may be recorded by the students, and there have been instances of that. So that's on the positive side of it, that this kind of online education system, that this has been the positive side, particularly, at least I think that. And with these remarks, I will stop there, and I will be open to any discussion or questions whenever it happens. And again, I thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences with you.
So thank you for such a wonderful talk. Due to paucity of time, we will try to take up questions if time permits at the end of the session. The next talk is going to be delivered by Professor Mahendra Parihar from SVKM's NMI-MS University, Maharashtra, India. And his topic is work from home issues and challenges in education. As customary, his brief CV is like Dr. Mahendra Parihar is an Associate Professor, Technology Management Department, MPS TME in MIMS University, Mumbai. Received his PhD degree in economics from University of Mumbai in 2011. His broad research area is transport economics, industrial economics, development economics, and public policy. There's more than 6 international SCI journal papers and other research journal papers. He participated in various national and international conferences. Presently, he is a great mentor and researcher. With that, I request Professor Mahendra Parihar to kindly present his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Before I proceed further, just to confirm.
Yes, sir, audible.
You're audible.
Thankful to the organizers of the conference for inviting me for. I'm also thankful.
Can you be a bit louder, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are audible but indistinct. Can you be a bit more louder, please?
Yeah, fine. Okay, is it okay now, sir?
Yeah, it is better.
Fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'm before I proceed further, I'm saying that I'm thankful to Satish sir also, because he has given a very comprehensive idea with reference to the challenges and all. So already we have got a lot of the hints with reference to what are the issues and challenges from the ethical side, and some other issues and challenges also, whether it could be the teacher-student relationship, maybe from the academic organizations, library services, or so-called the infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructure. Then yes, attendance from the regulatory authority also, and number of issues. We agreed to it, especially given the pandemic. Say we need to have empathy and sympathy also with the students, because they might be facing any issues, and we cannot say that whatever say the request they are submitting is not genuine, is not valid, correct? And no doubt, especially with reference to the exam, as being an academician and we are completely online now, we have recently started the hybrid mode. So agreed to it, especially in a kind of exam with reference to the plagiarism and all. Now, when I'll start my talk, I'll be taking some of the examples where, like, along with issues and challenges, that how best we can try to even, address those issues and challenges also to some respect. Now, first of all, as we know very well that this pandemic has disrupted, all the areas, especially the service sector and in education sector, it's to a maximum extent. fine, along with all the other sectors. Yes, we agreed to what Satish sir said with reference to that the distance education, and in fact in many of the IIMs and other reputed organizations and large organizations, to some extent they were already digital, but to some respect, okay, but the reason was it was not accepted by all the people throughout the education sector unless we face this pandemic situation. Now, whenever we talk about the issues and challenges, we need to talk it from the three perspective. Especially when I say the three perspective means we need to take into consideration all the stakeholders. Correct? So in one group, we can say the teachers and students. In another group, the academic institutions, our colleges, universities, and third, the parents. Now, each and every stakeholder group, which I have just mentioned, have their own limitations also, we can understand. Fine. But talking with reference to the work from home, first we'll take the scenario of the teachers, and I'll be maybe adding a little bit more than what sir has already said, because sir have already said in very detail this one. With reference to the ethical issues, first of all is a self-responsibility, because what we have seen, okay, in general, I'm not talking about, like, I'm not saying that our organization is doing this and others are not doing this. No one is best, no one is worse. All of us are trying our best to provide in best possible manner the education to our students. Self-responsibility. We as a teacher, we know each and everything. We are matured enough. We are educated enough. When I say the self-responsibility, because we are aware about the things, that what are the requirements, what are the needs. For example, when we take the lecture, on which platform or which platform is good enough, keeping in mind no inconvenience to the students. We cannot force, because we know very well that the pandemic had a hard hit on the economic situation of almost everyone. Correct? So we cannot say make the things mandatory or force the students to have this software, that software, so and so. It is a prime responsibility of the organization to look into the matter, to find out, because our job is to do best for the students. Self-responsibility. Along with the self-responsibility, when I say the self-responsibility, as I said, the kind of software and all we need to use, the time, the punctuality, as sir has also mentioned, in certain respect, because we know, I'm not denying that the teachers won't have the limitations, given our own limitations, but the punctuality is something which we can. Sometimes we may be on time, but given the software issue, we may not be able to say start our lecture on time. But these are certain things which may have some exceptions, but normally the punctuality and the discipline of the teacher when a teacher take the online classes. We know very well when physically we are into the classroom, we are taking the class on one-to-one basis. At that point of time, we have a lot of, the kind of check, maybe the organizational check. Say, for example, many of the colleges, many of the institutions, including our own, we have the CCTV cameras in the classrooms with reference to not only for the student, but for the teacher also, because everyone must be disciplined in their act, correct? We should teach on the right time, and we should teach the right time, right thing, and our act should be also right, correct? Now, how many of us knows the rules and regulations set up by maybe the organization, maybe by the regulatory bodies, and so and so? Dress code is another scenario. Fine, in the beginning, now we all the teacher fraternity used to it, but many times we come across certain cases, teachers just very casually, they appear for the online classes. We are the teachers, we should not forget one thing. The student may come in casual kind of thing or so and so, but as a teacher, we need to maintain certain decorum, certain rapport, correct? Now, especially, yes, again, I'll be taking a point from Satish sir's talk, the teacher-students connect. Yes, it has got impacted, definitely, but with the limitations also, it is our responsibility to make sure to get connect in the best possible manner. We should not think like that, okay, fine, we are online, we are not directly facing all the students because the cameras of the students is off. We can also sometimes intentionally, let's say for example, keep our camera off. That should not happen. We must be equipped at least with all the things. Many times in some cases, okay, because when we talk about various teachers and all, many times we come across the cases where teachers say that it is an additional cost. My organization is not providing it. Why I should spend? My request, my submission, yes, I know very well it may not possible for everyone to go for it, but at least we can put some extra efforts and we must accept it. Yes, this is some additional cost which as a responsibility as in our profession we need to bear, and we need to go ahead, okay, and managing the thing. So we can put some extra efforts economically, non-economically, to make the things easy, because our prime target, prime goal is to make sure that our students should get the best and the best of the best possible manner, in best possible manner, the right education at the right time. No doubt. Along with this, the teachers also faces the challenges, as what sir said, psychologically. For example, you know, because as I said in the beginning, only it's a responsibility of all the stakeholders. So here, when I'm talking about a teacher, now here the responsibility of the employer or the organization come into the picture. Many times it happens that teachers are ill, but the organization may not believe it. Why? Because they are working from home. Correct? So work during the sickness makes the teacher further less healthy and all, and no doubt we know all the other issues that come in. The another challenge which the teacher face, correct? Now I'm talking about the challenges from the teacher side. Previously I talked about, like, you know, the responsibility of the teacher towards making the things more in a more best possible manner. The rest, the place of rest and comfortable get mixed with the place of work at the home. And no doubt, distraction from the family also. Not necessary every teacher has all the resources, the separate room for taking the classes, correct? Because they also have, so it's a responsibility of the employer, and again now the responsibility of the students also, to understand the challenges faced by the teachers, correct? Again, as sir also said, like how the students are not meeting their peer groups when they are not coming to the class, when they are online. Likewise, the teachers also, when they go to the offices, when they go to the colleges and universities, many of the things, because they have some of the people, they are their best friends, they share with them the issues, the problems, and they may try to get some possible solution collectively. Fine. I know we are falling short of time. I will not take much more of the time, but yes, now I'll say some of the things, especially the challenges from the, you know, the challenges and the ethical issues from the students, and because it's a collective responsibility, correct? So students also should be, you know, like understanding the things. They may be in position, I'm not saying that they have to do it, but they may be in position to look at some of the technical issues. Many times students unnecessarily says that we are having this issue, we won't have the network, we are not audible. They do it intentionally, correct? In some cases, in that case, we can ask to the entire class. Now then another thing is, many times the students, they have their own, parallelly they are, you know, doing conversation with their groups on a WhatsApp, and also then it would be difficult. But yes, it's a responsibility of the students also to understand the things, especially when I talk about attendings. Earlier, say for example, normally we are using the MS Team. Earlier that feature was not there, but now in MS Team, the attendance get downloaded automatically into the team itself from the moment you start the lecture and you end the
Professor
lecture. Yes, sir.
Can
I'll
you
take
conclude within another couple of minutes?
Yeah, I'll take.
You can have some time for question answer.
Yeah, 30 seconds to 1 minute maximum, sir. So, in short, what I'm trying to say is that student engagement, students should come forward. Okay, they should get engaged in some sort of discussion. Make sure that students should not provide any kind of distractions when they are attending the class from home. It happens sometimes. Okay. And last but not the least, we know very well, given this online education, because online education and offline education, they both the systems, they have their own advantages and the limitations, they have their own pros and cons. But especially with reference to, if you talk about the lab work, physical lab environment, and so, these are some of the things which, you know, to some extent, very difficult to manage from online. However, many of the organizations, they are trying their best. But despite of that, we know, given the limitations of the online teaching, despite of many advantages, no doubt, as what sir said, that this online teaching will not disappear completely. It will go. Now, before I submit or before I stop, I'll just say one thing. Having looked at one of the software like MS Team, which we are using, even though now say we are in hybrid mode, in future, if the full-fledged class will start, then also we can use the MS Team for n number of other things like assignments, submissions, and so and so. And by this way, with the you know the trade-off kind of thing, we can make the teaching system. I'm saying the teaching system. I'm not only saying the teaching. I'm saying teaching system more efficient and more effective. Thank you. Thank you very much once again for providing this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening us. And I'm sure that whole audience will be benefited from your talks.
Thank you.
Now, moving to question and answer session, I request the audience and participants to ask the question. Please put your questions in the chat box if there is any. And I would also like to thank for all of you for patient hearing of all the whole 2 sessions, and all the invited speakers and all active participation from the audience.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Kumar sir and Parihar sir for such a beautiful and informative session. Sir, I have a question for Parihar sir. Sir, what is the biggest struggle, according to you, in working from home during online education?
Sir, you are not audible.
Okay, I mean to say the question is like for the teacher only, na, biggest struggle.
Yes, sir.
Here also we have the different stages. For example, if a teacher is a bachelor one, won't have the kids, that is one issue. Second, if a teacher having the kids, let's say the age ranging up to 10 years, and second beyond 10 years, correct? So
yes,
these also have one of the issue. If you have the kids, and then biggest struggle to manage the kids online, your student and the kids at home. That is one.
yes.
If you're a bachelor, then other struggles kind of thing, especially for example, we know very well the other elders in the family, even if you say, for example, if you tell them, they will maintain the technology point of view. You are taking the class, correct? You are taking the class, and if some technological glitch comes, that is one. Another, if you are, let's say, for example, if you are using MS Team, before you start lecture, I mean to say, before you start delivering the lecture, if you fail to set the certain settings in the MS Team, then the command will go to the students also. So it's not only that you will be the presenter, the student will also become a presenter. And then every time it may quite possible, they may kick you out from the class because they have the command, correct? They may even unmute or mute anyone, including you. They may do mischief with the other students also. And no doubt, from the economic side, many of the organizations won't provide the financial incentives for bearing this additional cost. And many of the organizations, they may feel, okay, faculty is at home only. What other things they have to do? Nothing. Then why they are not putting the extra money, because we are paying them when they are at home and so. So it's a psychological, economical, and lot of struggle. We cannot just say define it in only one word or one term only.
Sir, I have one more query.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, what can be effective way to stay productive and progressive during work?
Okay. So first of all, we know very well that we are not in direct connect with the student as what the way we do have in a physical classroom. So make sure that when we deliver in the class at that time, we should take the less help from the theoretical part, and we can, in order to connect the students, in order to make the students more attentive, we should take the practical and live examples and the latest one, and we know very well that what we are going to teach in which lecture. So we need to do a good homework before that. No doubt, I'm not saying that teachers are not doing. We, all of us are doing some good homework for each and every lecture. But here, given this COVID situation, when we are not offline, we are online. So by this way, like the student will realize. Otherwise, what happens? The student just log into the session, correct, and then they mute themselves, and then they won't concentrate on the lecture. So what we are delivering, that is most important. How we are delivering, we know very well. We are delivering online. So what we are delivering, that is most important.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for resolving my queries.
So I am also grateful for acceptance our invitation to Professor Satish Kumar sir. So my query is with Satish Kumar sir. And sir, as a teacher, how we can motivate to students and parents also in this online environment to reduce their psychological pressure?
I think the simple answer to that is that it's empathy, and you really need to understand that, and you yourself may be going through problems, but you need to understand their problems and put themselves first in every small issue that is coming from the students or from the parents. That's the only solution. Other than that, there is no right. The one if that I answer to that question is one point I want to make again, which I missed, and that is for everybody, and that's going to be real ethical dilemma. That is, once we are going to face these students who are graduating during these times, whether we are facing them for giving admission to the next classes or in employment. I know for sure that the student who is coming, I am a science student, and no practical this particular student has been exposed to. Now there's going to be real ethical dilemma, that how we are going to evaluate them, whether we need to give some compensation to them because the student has graduated during this time, or we should be as having our standard as we are for everybody else. So this is something I don't think I have an answer to that, but that's going to be a real problem. That's how, in terms of employment or higher education, once they graduate from during these 2 years, and many of these degrees, unfortunately, they were for post-graduation degrees, they were only for 2 years, and then again, engineering guys who have spent last 2 years, how they're going to go ahead with that. That's something. So thank you for giving this point, making this point.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that was a wonderful question and very good response from Professor Satish Kumar. Are there any other questions? We need to close down the session and start the next session.
Sir, I have one question. First of all, I am thankful to both the eminent speakers for sharing their experience.
Sorry. First of all, I am thankful to both the speakers for sharing their experience with all of us. Sir, I have one question, Professor Satish Kumar, sir. Sir, how do I support students with emotional and behavioral disorder in an online environment?
Yes, it's real challenge. Okay, that's and I honestly speaking, I do not know that if there is any real sort of emotional disorder when we are saying is which may have been accentuated during these abnormal times. Now, there's something. I obviously, honestly speaking, I don't think I am the person, but the psychological support, if your organization have got counselors, that is important, that the professional counselor can only support, and the organization has to organize some of these lectures from the professionals, and in the universities there's a psychology department or some counselor, but it's tough. Yes, that's what I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Of Satish sir, I would like to add something to the question of Tarun sir, this last question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anup Mukhopadhyay, sir, for chairing the session. I would also like to thank respected invited speakers, Professor Satish Kumar, sir, and Professor Mahendra Parihar, sir, for sharing your insightful talks. Now, let's have a group photograph for the memory. And I request you all to please stay online and turn on your camera so that we can have a group photograph. The moment has been captured. Thank you, all the dignitaries. Thanks for your presence over here.
Thank you very much.
Moving ahead with our next session. John Maxwell once said, "A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way." Now, moving ahead with our next technical session about ethical issues and challenges in work from home culture and education system, sustainable development in science and technology. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that to chair the session, we have respected Dr. Neha Pandey, ma'am, principal of Biani Girls College. Ma'am has rich 25 years professional experience as a motivational speaker, career and spiritual counselor, life coach for spirituality and personality development, designing strategies and policies for examinations and marketing, corporate marketing, business marketing, and many more. Ma'am has worked as a controller of examination and handled all pre and post examination work. For her remarkable work in the field of women health, Dr. Pandey has received Leelavati Award from AICTE in 2020. Now, I would like to request Dr. Neha Pandey, ma'am, to chair the technical session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. In the third session, we have two speakers, Professor Praveen Agrawal and Professor Ranjinder Singh Chauhan. Is Professor Praveen Agrawal, sir, available here? I request the host to please put the spotlight. Professor Praveen Agrawal, sir, has completed his doctorate from MNIT Jaipur, and he's presently working as the vice principal in Anand International Engineering College at Jaipur, and also adjunct professor at Netaji Subhas Institute of Technology and visiting professor at Harish Chandra Research Institute, Allahabad. So is an expert in fractional calculus, special function, and numerical analysis, and he has vast research experience and academic experience in prominent institute of India, Germany, Turkey, South Korea, etc. And he has been awarded the most respected TÜBİTAK Visiting Scientist Fellowship to work with Turkey. He has been awarded by Most Outstanding Researcher 2018 by the Union Minister of Human Resource Development of India. And the topic of talk by Professor Praveen Agrawal, sir, is extended fractional derivative operators and special functions. So I'd like to invite Praveen Agrawal, sir, for his talk now.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone is giving to me the permission to start my camera, please. May I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but I can't see your image. The host should please put the focus on Praveen Agrawal, sir.
My camera is off. Okay, anyway, can I share my PPT?
Yes, sir, please.
That is much better. So, ma'am, my PPT is visible for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Biani Group of the colleges, to invite to me in BICON 2021 to share my research work with all the dignitaries. And I also thankful to the Dr. Tarun. He invited to me in this wonderful conference.
So check your camera because otherwise everything is fine from this side. We have given all the controls.
Yeah, just a moment. I can.
Yeah, we'll be able to see you then.
Okay. No, actually, when I open my camera, then it is a zoom is unable to detect a camera. I don't know what's going on.
Because at the beginning of the session earlier, first half, I could see you, but now it's not visible. Maybe your video is not on.
Now I think it is on, ma'am. Yeah. May I visible, ma'am?
Yes, and now we can see you. Yeah,
Okay,
perfectly
perfect,
fine.
perfect. So thank you very much once again, ma'am, and give me opportunity to share my research work in front of all the dignitaries in this wonderful conference on BICON 2021. And I am also thankful to all the organizing committee to organizing this wonderful event in this pandemic time, because this time is not well to meet personally with this kind of events. And I also thankful to the Dr. Tarun to invite to me. Now I start my talk by sharing just a moment. Just a moment. So basically, I am a person of the spatial function, and in these days, I am working on the field of the fractional calculus, and I am finding the sum of the application in many areas of the engineering, including the pandemic too. So recently, we have developed some of the mathematical models on the field of the biological field with the help of uh, fractional calculus. So now I share my PPT. My PPT is visible?
Yes, so you can just zoom in and so that it's enlarged.
Okay. I think
we can see otherwise.
Yeah, perfect. I think. Okay. So my topic is extended fractional derivative operators and applications. Before that, I am giving some information about my institute. I belong to the Anand International College of Engineering, and it is one of the private institute affiliated by Rajasthan Technical University and approved by AICT. And I am just what? Yeah. So these are the outline my talk: abstract, introduction to fractional calculus, functions used in fractional calculus, objective of my investigation, extended fractional derivative operators and their applications, fractional integral inequalities, and proposed future research plan. So in this talk, we aim to discuss some related works on fractional operators. After that, we study extended fractional differential operators such as the Riemann-Livoli and Caputo-type fractional operators involving generalized hypergeometry functions introduced recently and their properties. Moreover, we as well study certain fractional integral inequalities associated with the well-known Polyasaigo and Chebyshev type integral inequalities. At the end of the talk, I shall be briefly propose plan of my future research work. Those are proposed for the young researchers. So as I know that this platform is providing many researchers, those are not directly related with the fractional calculus. So I am giving some brief information about the fractional calculus. The nth derivative of a function f, d and fx is defined by this particular differential equation. In 1695, L. Hospital inquired of Leibniz what meaning could be ascribed to d and fx if n were a fractional. That means if we are putting the value of the n equal to half, 3 by 2, 5 by 2, then what happens? So this is the basically ordinary differential equation. But if the order of the ordinary differential equation becomes the fractional, like a half, 3 by 2, 5 by 2, then what happens? So this is the beginning of the fractional calculus era in 1695 after the inquired by the L. Hospital. Then Leibniz's answer to this query was an apparent paradox from which one day useful consequences will be drawn. Yes, the Leibniz is correct, and nowadays I can say that this is the most popular area in the field of the applied mathematics for the mathematical modeling. Recently, Stanford University announced the second list of the
2% scientist of the world, and I am really happy to say that I am also member of continuously second time to part of this Stanford Stanford list, and most of the mathematicians, those and scientists, those are belong in this list. They are working in the field of the fractional calculus. Then here I mentioned the some of the milestone contributions did by the many researchers. Here I mentioned the one of the contribution by the G.W. Leibniz in 1695 to 1697. He mentioned the one of the very important formula dn e raised to power mx upon dxn is equal to m raised to power n emx. So Leibniz mentioned in his letter to J. Walsh and J. Bernoulli about the possible approach to fractional order differentiation in that sense that for non-integer value of n, the definition could be the following. So it is a second step in the beginning of the fractional calculus in 16th century. Then L. Eulers in 1730 is giving the very, very important and beautiful composition formula. In mathematical terms, we are saying that it is a composition formula. Sometimes we say that it is an image formula. And all the mathematical models, those are having the fractional calculus operators. They are using the same concept which is suggested by the L. Eulers in 1730. So you can see that this is the one of the beautiful formula dn x raised to power m upon dxn equal to gamma m plus 1 upon gamma m minus n plus 1 x raised to power m minus 1. So this is the composition formula. If we are putting the specific value of the m and n and using the spatial functions, then we got this image formula for the x. Then J.B.J. Fourier 1820, the first step to generalization of the notation of differentiation for arbitrary function done by the J.B.J. Fourier in 1820. After that, Livolis is also giving the first pointed out the existence of the right hand side and left hand side differential and integrals through his three approaches. My meaning is that the Livolis is the first man who can suggest the convergence of the fractional operators, because the convergence of the fractional operators is based on the poles. Those are exist in the differential equation. That means the poles of the functions. So with the help of the residues, we can understand the existence or convergence of the fractional operators. So first time the Livolis is mentioned in his paper, the left hand side and right hand side existence of the fractional operators. After that, J.B.J. Riemann is giving in 1826, giving the one of the beautiful concept in the fractional calculus, that is using the Cauchy formula. Cauchy formula is well known in the complex analysis. So he is using the complex analysis formula, and then he is giving the convergence. He is also working on the part of the convergence. So he suggested that as being we are using the mapping of the any kind of functions and find out the convergence by the Cauchy formula, we are using the same approach by taking the non-integer n equal to nu and branch point of the functions tau minus z raised to power minus mu minus 1 appears in instant of the poles. So with the help of the poles, we can understand the behavior of the fractional operators. Since that time, the fractional calculus has drawn the attention of many famous mathematicians such as Eulers, Laplace, Fourier-Abel, Livoli, Riemann and Laurent. But it was not until 1884 that is the theory of generalized operator achieved a level in its development suitable as a point of departure of the modern mathematics. By then, the theory had been extended to include operators d nu, where nu could be rational or irrational, positive or negative, real or complex. Thus, the name fractional calculus become somewhat of a misnomer. A better description might be differentiation and integration to an arbitrary order. So after that, in these century, 19th century to 2016, it is particularly impossible to name all made important contribution in the construction of the early stage of the building of fractional calculus. New era in the development of this branch of science began 40 to 50 years ago due to numerous applications of fractional type models, and it's continuous up to now. One can mention a large list of area of application as follows. So here I mentioned some of the important applications. Those are useful for every scientist, every field of scientists and engineers. For example, in the Ditlim K, he is mentioned the one of the very popular monograph, the analysis of differential equation of fractional order and application oriented exposit using differential operator Caputo type. Then Kilbas, Srivastava and Turjoli, they produced one of the monograph is 2006, Theory and Application of Fractional Differential Equations. Those are not directly related with the mathematics. I suggest this monograph is very important to understand the mathematical modeling with the help of the fractional calculus and spatial function. Then Virginia Kryakova, she is published one of the very popular monograph, Generalized Fractional Calculus and Application 1994, and one of the very important paper in 2006. Then Miller and Rose, he is giving one of the very beautiful monograph, An Introduction to the Fractional Calculus and Fractional Differential Equation in 1993. Then Oldham and Spener is giving the basic concept of the fractional calculus by their monograph in 1974. Then Pudoguni is giving the another application for the application point of view, fractional differential equation. This monograph is published in 1999. Sameko, Kilbas and Merchevi giving the many composition formulas, image formulas and many known formulas. Those are well known for the fractional operator persons, as well as those are using the mathematical modeling. The monograph name is Fractional Integrals and Derivatives, Theory and Applications. It is published in 1993. Then Machedo, Kryakova and Manardi, they are giving the very popular paper. Those are giving the up-to-date development of the fractional calculus field, which is published in 2011, History of Fractional Calculus. Then application physics, I mentioned at here, one of the monograph, those who want to working in the field of the physics, Application of Fractional Calculus and Physics by Hilfer. In modeling and control, I mentioned one of the monograph which is published in recently 2010, Fractional Order System, Modeling Control Applications. Then another nano and cosmic physics. As morning in introductory session, I heard about some labs of the Japan. They are working in the nanotechnology. So this is one of the beautiful monograph which is very useful. Fractional derivatives for physics and engineers, volume 1 and 2, published in 2013. Then there are many applications are already available in the field of the fractional calculus and as well as in the field of all the mathematical modeling. Those are able to define the physical phenomena of any engineering problem. Now I am giving some of the importance of my talk because the time is limited. So I took only 5 minutes more. The extensions of the d nu f and their properties, fractional integral inequalities. So I am not giving in detailing, I am directly going that part. My part is that in these days I am working to generalizing the fractional operators with the help of the spatial functions. So these are the basic definitions of the gamma function and beta function given by equation number 4.1 and 4.2. Then I have used the generalization of the spatial functions, and this is published in the 2014 in very reputed journal, Applied Mathematics and Computation. By the definition of the 4.3, we have generalized this beta function in the form of the 4.3. Then we are using this generalized beta function in a kernel of the fractional operator and generalize our fractional operator. I am going to direct my result. Yes, you can see that here we extended the Riemann-Livoli fractional derivative by using our generalized beta function in the kernel is given by the equation number 5.3. So my point is that in these days I am working with many groups of the engineers and scientists. Those are not able to find out the solutions of this any kind of physical phenomena, or maybe they are stuck to deal with some kind of differential equations. Then we are working in the group, and we are my part is I am facilitate them to providing some kind of solutions with the help of the mathematical models. We are developing mathematical models with the help of the fractional calculus approach by using the spatial functions and find out the solutions of their mathematical problems. So from this platform, I request to the different kind of fields, scientists come to look forward and do the collaborative research work, because fractional calculus is one of the direction in which we can find out the solutions of the many problems those are not able to find by the basic way of their own research areas. So I welcome from this platform, and just I briefing the some of the my future just a moment. Yeah, my future direction. So anyone those are interested in my future direction, they are most welcome. Just a moment. I took only 2 minutes more. Yeah. My propose to define a fractional Q calculus operators appropriate with a view of applying this operator in the geometric function theory of complex analysis, study and investigate geometric properties for such functions like coefficient estimation, radii of close to convexity, star likeness convexity, and dissertation properties to explore the possible applications of the Q calculus to obtain solution of certain spatial type of fractional Q integral and Q differential equations involving Q spatial functions, to study and investigate certain fractional integral inequalities involving fractional Q calculus operators, and to investigate and derive new result in the field of the fractional Q calculus operators for extending all the important results involving classical fractional calculus operators and integral transform to their Q analogs. So anyone those are want to collaborate with me, most welcome from this platform. I am happy to collaborate them. And once again, I am thankful to all the organizing committee team members to invite me and give me opportunity to share my research work. I congratulate all of them to organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving the opportunities to the, the scholars who are budding scholars and budding researchers. And we really appreciate your gesture on this. And we'll take up questions after the second speaker. So please be available. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Professor Rajinder Singh Chauhan. He's currently working as Dean, Research and Consultancy, Department of Biotechnology at Bennett University. And let me brief you a bit about Professor Rajinder Singh Chauhan ji. He has completed his basic education and PhD from HP Agriculture University, Palampur in 1991. And sir has several research grants worth ₹17 crores to his credit from DBT, DST, MOH, etc., and many organizations from Government of India. And he's also the recipient of Jawaharlal Nehru Academic Award for outstanding postgraduate research in agriculture and allied sciences. Professor Chauhan is also a member of Executive Board, review of different 5-year plan programs of the DRDO and Government of India Life Science Labs. Professor Chauhan has 6 patents and he has published more than 100 publications and guided 17 researchers. So with that note, I'd like to invite Professor Rajinder Singh Chauhan, sir. And the topic on which he will be throwing the light today is challenges and opportunities in sustainable utilization of Himalayan herbs. So over to Professor Chauhan, sir.
Thanks, madam, for very brief and nice introduction. I would like to thank Dr. Vishnu, Dr. Tarun, though unfortunately I have not seen them, but I readily accepted the invite only for the reason that the topic of technical session was sustainable development in science and technology, challenges and opportunities. And that's what I'll be sharing my thoughts, part of my research, part of the concerns, challenges, and the topic of the talk would be challenges and opportunities in sustainable utilization of Himalayan herbs. There is a reason for choosing this topic, Himalayan herbs, because I come from the state of Himachal Pradesh, which is the Himalayan region. Have been working on my research for the last several years, has been on the Himalayan herbs for 2-3 reasons that these are our really traditional heritage, providing a major component of the Ayurvedic system of medicine. Those herbs are really in danger, in threat, and there are several reasons of which I'll be sharing few of those. Is my PPT presentation visible? No?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Sir.
Okay. So Yeah, the presentation I have put in, okay, so it should be 3 to 4 and 4 areas, primarily Indian Himalayan region. That's just the information. Himalayas are very rich for the biological wealth, and there is a threat for the Himalayan region. And then what kind of science and technology interventions we can do for their sustainable utilization as well as conservation. A great tribute to the person who is shown here, late Shri Sundarlal Bahugunaji, who left us on May 2021, and he has been a great proponent, great fighter for the cause of the Himalayas. And one of the quote which I really like is that the ecology is permanent economy. It's permanent economy as long as it is sustainably used, which is unfortunately not really happening today. Well, India is very rich. It's gifted. There are around 13 states, UTs, coming in the Himalayan region, again spanning several lakhs of kilometers long, and providing very diverse climatic conditions, very rich for the resources. As you can see that Indian Himalayan region supports nearly 50% of the total flowering plants in India, out of which 30% is endemic to the region. There are hundreds of species, primarily of medicinal value. More importantly, the region is also known as the water tower of the earth, because approximately 10 to 20% of the area is covered by glaciers, whereas 30 to 40% remains under seasonal snow cover. And the most important point, seeing the today's carbon credit pollution, that the Himalayas act as a vast green cover as a sink for the carbon dioxide. The ecosystem is under threat, as I pointed out earlier. So I have put down here 4 major threats which are really happening today. Is increase of temperature, due to which there is melting and shrinking of the glaciers, which results into snow avalanche, increased flow of water in the rivers, causing flash floods and landslides, which some of you are seeing it is really causes heavy loss of not only the biological resources but of the human lives as well. And this past rainy season has been really very, very bad, particularly for the states of Himachal and the Uttarakhand. There is unsustainable exploitation and deforestation of the forests, whether it is because of the urbanization, its timber need, of course, the medicinal herbs and the poaching, unsustainable development, which is happening through ill-planned hydro projects, construction of roads, deforestation, so that, for creating more of the smaller towns, and the unsustainable tourism in the sense that if some of you, those who have gone to the area of Kullu Manali, you must see that to what extent the level of pollution, the road jams, or there are a lot of issues with that. Well, the deforestation is happening. I normally visit frequently in the Himalayas, and this past summer, since it was a COVID time, so I got enough time to spend over there. There is degradation of the forest ecosystem, whether it is because of the grasses, for which is grazing. There is grass cutting, herbs which are uprooted for trading, shrubs for firewood, and timber. And as you can see that it is visible. So most of the times, particularly during the months of April onwards to October, there are local newspapers wherein we see these kind of news. So the first one deals with respect to Uttarakhand, Atish, Bankakadi. These are the medicinal herbs, very high value medicinal herbs, which are extensively used by several herbal drug pharmaceutical industries. The second news is from the Himachal, which is one of the medicinal herb, which is called locally as the Nagchatri, but again, very heavily traded, not officially traded, but illegally traded. I just got certain pics of that, how the local people, they go in the early morning around 7 o'clock and then spend around 12 hours in these forests, the last pic, you see that, and then bring in the, this raw material. So for this particular herb, it goes around 2,000 to 3,000 per kg. and the traders are exploiting these farmers, and these farmers are also exploiting the forest. So that is a continuous feature. This particular herb is a very rich source of anti-cancer drug, which is commercially used. And unfortunately, what happens when these plants are, so most of the herbs in the Himalayas, they are 90% of those, the roots are the prime source of these compounds. And when these are taken out, particularly during the season when the fruits are forming, so that's, really causing big damage for their propagation further. So putting them in the category of, so most of the herbs are categorized by the government of India as endangered. So there is extraction from the forest is illegal, but unfortunately it keeps happening very unsustainably. Well, if the the sustainable development is undertaken, which as per definition, with the development which happens, which fulfills the needs of the present generation without compromising the future generations from those resources. So that is sustainable development, which unfortunately for most of the bioresources is not happening. There is some scientific interventions now, which our group as well as a couple of other R&D institutions have undertaken, which I'll share. So then the bioproducts are the ones which which can be used extensively. And few of those I have listed out here, whether it is the drugs, it's the cosmetics products, or it's the bioenergy, biopolymers, and the processes for their biomanufacturing. So these are all sustainable processes because these involve the green products, bio-based products, not the petrol-based products, since we are living in the NCR region and it's heavily polluted, all because of the diesel or various other causes. The bio-based products are of high societal as well as economical value. And there are several reasons for it, which I have just listed out from different sources. These are renewable, expendable resources. So it's not that just like, petroleum, that it's a finite source. There's less dependency on the, resources, which is just like petroleum, coal, or natural gas. Less chance of, producing those harmful gas emissions. Well, so most of those, products are carbon neutral, low carbon impact. There is a sustainable production strategies for these products, better recovery and recycling, highly biodegradable, less resource intensive with respect to water, energy, and waste for their processes. There is low toxicity with the potential health benefits rather compared to many other products which are derived from the petrochemicals, whether those are for the cosmetic sector, for any other food sector. The most important point with respect to these bio-based products is that it supports the rural development through rural enterprises, so that it's not only sustainable for the environment, but also provides entrepreneurial avenues for the rural unemployed youth, which is one of the biggest asset if we keep on sustainably utilizing these resources. Industrially competitive, and there is more and more likability for these products now. Well, are we ready to manufacture and adopt these bio-based products? Yes, we can. There are big incentive by the government of India through various ministries, but we need to look into that. What kind of fossil-based products can be replaced through bio-based products in light of the raw materials which is available in India. The production and processing of the materials should be aligned to the quality control requirements. Will the custodians of these natural resources be compensated? So most of the Himalayan region, the neighboring villages or the small towns are considered as the custodians, for the bioresources. And there has been always a discussion between the government or the policymakers, scientists, industry, that whenever we utilize those resources, there has to be equitable sharing, which is fine. But unfortunately, the custodians do not take care of those that way. Can the bio-based industries generate employment? Yes, those can definitely. And these are green products as well as initially maybe a little expensive, but eventually will be cost effective. There is a heavy economical value, starting from the northwestern to eastern Himalayas. If you look at here, that global for the medicine aromatic plants expected to reach around $35.4 billion by, that is the last year's estimate. It is growing at a 6.6% of growth rate. 80% of the population still depends on the Ayurvedic system of medicine. That the strength of this country, and now the government has launched various programs to really modernize the Ayurveda by demonstrating it through scientifically whatever claims are there in the traditional system of medicine. Most 30% of, as I said before, are in the Himalayas. There is a heavy export potential, whether it is for the raw material or it's for the extracts or it's for the individual compounds. Unfortunately, 90% of the plants are collected for the wild, which is happening through a destructive harvesting, which I showed a couple of slides, and therefore putting those in the list of critically endangered category. So what are the challenges for their utilization? Those are declared, and these are few of the scientific challenges, I would say, because the kind of R&D investment which was required, with respect to money or with respect to input of the time, not has gone to these species comparable to other food crops. So that's something which needs to be done. 2-3 slides now on the research program. So these are a few of the species on which our group, along with my collaborators from the BICON Institute, which is Central Government Institute located in Uttarakhand and Himachal, as well as Jhandu Foundation for Healthcare. So we are working collectively. These are just the values for the extract, and this is how the project, which is funded by the Government of India Department of Biotechnology, running for the last 4 years. So this particular species, which is called as Chirata, I have listed it in the previous slide. Raw material, it is completely extinct from the Himalayas of India. Until last 2-3 years, the raw material was coming imported from Nepal. And after, now how long we can depend on importing the material, and our Himalayas are very suitable for its cultivation. So this is how the GBPANT scientists, they have developed the nursery, and it's being taken back to the forests. This is how the local farmers are being trained. So now what we've done here, that, rather than just throwing the technology to the farmers, we, engage the farmers right from the beginning with the industry. And we set up the official MOUs with these local growers, so that whatever they produce, the industry has to buy it at a defined or a prefixed price. And whatever assent is required, that we scientists provide them, just to authenticate whether it is of good quality with respect to the chemical compounds, So a lot of those things are being done by us. So I don't know how many of you are from the biotech background, but just I thought of sharing it. So let's say if a particular species gets totally completely eliminated or extinct from the Himalayan region, and it has certain compounds which were very useful, the alternate would be to understand that how it was biosynthesized within the plant system, and then to develop certain alternate production strategies. So this is how our group has done on a couple of medicinal herbs. This is the biosynthetic machinery for the production of medicine compounds, and then we grow it in the lab conditions. We provide the conditions, we optimize conditions so that the compounds can be formed in the lab. This is the patent which was granted to our group, and now we are engineering the production so that we get sufficient amount of the compound. I think this is the last slide, just to show that I put up certain questions to myself and try to see that my own experience, that what is happening in the field. So are the government policies on declaring these species as endangered prohibiting their uprooting? Not really. I mean, not to the extent it should happen. Are the local communities considered as custodians of forests protecting these species? Not really. Very little of it. Most of those are, they are exploiting those, utilizing those illegally. Is environment education starting at elementary school to university level? We have a mandatory UGC requirement to teach 3 credits of environment, right, from BTech first year to, so any of we teach it in second year, but mandatory across the different streams. Is that bringing desired outcomes for protecting the environment? No, it doesn't happen. I guess hardly 5% of the students are conscious about the environment when they buy anything and just throw it out in the open space. Can we educate rural communities to conserve, cultivate? Yes, that's what we are doing through the R&D projects. And can the modern tools of technologies of biotech, utilize to rescue these species? Yes, that is being done, and I'm sure for the next few years it would happen. Lastly, I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Tech for funding my research for the last several years. Also, my collaborators, Dr. Jagdish is from the Himalayan Forest Research Institute, which is a research center of Indian Council of Forest Research. Dr. Kanwal is a scientist at GV Pant Institute. Dr. Ramesh Unyal, who is the Bioresources Head of Jandu Foundation, and my several SRFs and PhD scholars who have passed out of. So with this, I thank you all for your patience and listening. I would be more than happy to answer the questions. Thanks, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, for throwing the light on the use of bio-based products. And I'm sure many research scholars who would be watching you live at the moment through YouTube and also participating in the conference, they must be, motivated enough to take up research in the areas of green and sustainable development. And we'd like to have some questions, please, from the audience. Anyone who would like to ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Please unmute yourself. I think Dr. Tarun Sharma, sir, wants to ask a question. So your question is to?
Dr. Vishnu is there.
First of all, thankful to both the
Unmute yourself, sir.
First of all, I am very thankful to both the community speakers to share their experience. My question is Professor Praveen Agarwal, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, how do we, the people of computation fluid dynamics, may have collaboration with special function industries, or we can say scientists and mathematicians are working in the special function, especially in infectious disease or viral disease?
Tarunji, as I mentioned that the fractional calculus is basically part of the differential equation. So in the differential equation, if we are taking the power of the or order of the differential equation in a rational form, then it's become the fractional calculus, right? And every physical phenomena, as Dr. Rajender is mentioned, his biotechnology is also at there. And I mentioned it here, whenever we are dealing with some kind of analysis of the some kind of data, then we require some mathematical models. And most of the time, the mathematical model having some kind of differential equations. So the beauty of the fractional differential equation is based on the time domain. So for the fluid dynamics, for the biotechnology, for the all the areas, those are having the applications and they require the mathematical model. Yes, we can. So most welcome, Dr. Tarunji, for the collaboration in the fluid dynamics. And in part of the infection disease, recently me and my group is working in Portugal. We are working for the Portugal government for the analysis after the first wave. When the second wave are coming, we are proposed one of our mathematical model analysis to the Portugali government by my collaborators, and then they are predicting how much the wave is coming in how much patients are occurred with the infection. So how much beds they are provided, how much oxygen cylinders they are required. So we are already done in this kind of direction in the Portugal government. On the same way, in India, IIT Kanpur, one of the Professor Agarwal is working in this direction, and he is also suggested the same way to manage the things. Those are required some kind of hospitals, some kind of oxygen cylinder, ventilators. So as a being of mathematics, you can understand we can try to provide the analysis and predictions what kind of things are required, right? So in the fluid dynamics, yes, we can.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
We have one more question. Vishnu Sharma, sir.
Yes. So thank you for both speakers, and especially thanks to Professor Rajender Chauhan sir, who manage their busy schedules and meetings for us and answer in a very short time invitation, sir. So we are again thankful for the reasons. And my query is that one of the herb medicines in the Himalaya is the Rhodolia. It is known as in modern days the Sanjeevani. So is it true, sir? So please unmute.
Yes, yeah, Dr. Vishnu, it is there in the Uttarakhand. There are several herbs, which traditionally have been used by the local people for treating various diseases, right? very useful actually. And now the government, particularly after since and previous government also used to give a lot of trust, but the current government has given more trust to the traditional system of medicine, Ayurveda, that, how can we take those traditional leads forward through SNT interventions and really take to a higher level. So
Yes.
that is there.
And sir, any answer about the leading anthropogenic activities which are in Himalayas? So any effect of those activities in the certain herbs or not there?
I'm not sure. Maybe it could be there. It could be there. I'm not aware of it, but otherwise, the good thing is that whatever we see, almost every herb has its medicinal value. There are a few which are very potent anti-cancer drugs, right? And there is one herb which, unfortunately, the one I show the slides, the local people are collecting. It is going 2,000 rupees per kg, the roots. And unfortunately, it's not used in India. So when it straight away is going to China. Okay. So there are, I had a word with the VT ministry officials that we need to really do something on this. Otherwise, tomorrow, we will be totally gone. That's something which is very, very important, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks, yeah.
And I think we've taken up the questions, and I thank both the speakers, Professor Chauhan and Professor Praveen Agrawal, sir, for your insightful thoughts and motivating the young minds, the researchers. And thank you so much for sparing your time. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
And I think we are 5 minutes behind the time, so we'll immediately start with the next session. And the next session is on opportunities and challenges in biomedical sciences, new horizon due to COVID-19. And for this, we have two speakers. One is Dr. Pushpanathan and Dr. Girish Babu K. Dr. Pushpanathan's journey has been incredible as he has traveled from a small village in Tamil Nadu to Harvard. Dr. Pushpanathan completed his education from Kamraj University, India, and then joined NIH, USA. Dr. Pushpanathan has broad research interest in clinical genomics and developmental biology. He has been awarded by NIH Fellows Research Excellence Award in 2017 and Sciences Communication Award in 2016. And in the current occupation, Dr. Pushpanathan has functional genomic approaches to understand genetic changes and epigenetic reprogramming that contributes to complex skeleton diseases. And Dr. Pushpanathan will be speaking on uncovering the genetic mechanisms underpinning human skeleton disorders using functional genomics approaches. So welcome, sir. Welcome to Biani International Conference, and the mic is all yours now.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm so delighted to be here, and thanks for the opportunity, especially to share my research at this conference. So I'll just share my screen.
Right.
So can you all see my screen now?
Yes, sir, we can.
So, so the topic of my presentation is it's uncovering the genetic mechanisms that underlies the human skeletal disease, especially using the functional genomic approaches. So I have been focusing, this is the work that I did for the past 4.5 years at Harvard University. So if you have any question, please reach out to me. This is my email address. And so today I'm going to talk about the two of the most common musculoskeletal disease, which is a skeletal disease in humans. One of the diseases called as hip dysplasia, which is called as DDH, which is the developmental dysplasia of hip. And another disease I'm going to talk about is a knee osteoarthritis. I think most of you are aware of this disease. It's a joint pain. So most of, if you look at the older people, they used to get the joint pain that mainly due to knee osteoarthritis. So these two diseases are basically it's a genetic disease. If you look at this DDH, the DDH, it happens in 1 in 1,000 newborn babies. So this happens at the very early stage of our development. And in case of knee osteoarthritis, it happens at the older age. You can see greater than 30% of the population over 65 years of age, they used to get knee osteoarthritis. So this is the heritability I mentioned in percentage. Approximately DDH is 55% heritable among population. And also if you look at the knee osteoarthritis is approximately 40% heritability. So let me explain what is DDH and knee osteoarthritis. So this is how the normal hip of, if you just look at the normal hip, this is how the normal hip looks like. But in case of a hip dysplasia, you can see this is one of the bone called femur, and this is one of the bone called acetabulum. You can see this is something like a ball-like structure which fits within the socket. But in case of hip dysplasia, what's happened? The ball is dislocated from the socket. So this is the disease condition which is called as hip dysplasia. But in case of knee osteoarthritis, you can see this is how the normal knee it looks in human. But in case of knee osteoarthritis, you can see the degradation of the cartilage. So as I mentioned, these two diseases are the genetic disease. So what researchers have done, like they did the whole genome sequencing on the normal people, and also they did the whole genome sequencing of the patients, like the DDH patients. They did the same thing for the knee osteoarthritis. They did the whole genome sequencing of the normal and the patients. So what happens in case of a comparative genomics, like if you have the genome of the normal person and also if you have the genome of a patient, if you compare them, you would likely see some difference. So that difference would be the reason for the disease condition. So the plot I'm showing here is called as a genome-wide association plot. And what happened here in this plot, how you can interpret this plot is like, you can see the x-axis, all its chromosomes. You can see it starts from 1 to 24. And the y-axis, it's a p-value. So you can see the color dots here, all these dots are the genetic changes. If you compare the normal genome with the genome of the patients, you would expect to see the difference. If you plot this difference as a graph, you would expect to see a graph like this. And you can see one dotted line here. This is the genome-wide significant threshold. So whatever the dots which is above this line, it's all the genetic changes which are significantly associated with this disease. For instance, if you look at these plots, these are some of the dots which cross this dashed line. So these are the genetic changes, or these are some of the changes in the human genome that likely responsible for this hip dysplasia. Similarly, the researchers have also done the genome-wide association studies for the knee osteoarthritis. You can see the similar plot, but it's not very clear here. But you can see again, like some of the dots over here that has reached a genome-wide significant threshold. So if you investigate more on these changes, so if you want to see where all these genetic changes happen in the human genome, this is associated with one gene called GDF5. Then this is an abbreviation of the gene. So the expansion of this gene is a growth differentiation factor 5 gene. So this is one of the genes that play a major role in the human skeletal development. And also you can see the changes which are associated with these diseases falls within this the gene. So let me explain about this gene. So as I said, GDF5 is a protein. Like the gene has some mutations on the gene. So that makes, if you look at the GDF5 gene that encodes for a protein called GDF5 protein, and this is a bone morphogenetic protein, it plays a major role in skeletal development. So here you can see some of the colorful image over here. So this is the human hip, as I showed before. This is the femur, one bone, and that fits within the socket. So this forms the hip joint. So we want to see like whether this protein is already expressed in the hip joint, because if you want to investigate further, we want to make sure that protein is really expressed so that you can relate the protein expression with the disease condition. You can see this is the proximal femur, which is, as I mentioned here, this is a ball-like structure. And the blue color here, it indicates a protein expression. It shows the GDF5 protein is expressed in the proximal femur. And also this is the hip socket. You can also see the blue expression. The blue indicates the expression of the protein. So this shows that the GDF5 protein is expressed in the hip. And also this is the in situ hybridization. This is one of the techniques that you can we can use to just look at the protein expression in the human tissue or any of the cells or tissue that you are interested in. So you can see this is a human knee. Again, the in situ hybridization showed expression of this protein in the knee. So this too forms the knee joint. And also, like the previous researchers have reported that if this GDF5 mutation this GDF5 gene get mutated, so you can see this is the wild type mice. This is all the data I'm showing for the mice. So this is a wild type mice in the sense like the GDF5 protein is normal, but this is a knockout mice. In case if you delete this GDF5 gene from the mouse genome, you can see the difference. So it has a smaller femoral head, and also if you look at the hip socket, the hip socket is a shallow acetabulum. And this is also like some of the X-ray images of the patient, which shows that if the GDF5 gene gets mutated, you would see abnormalities in the hip. And also this is same for the knee osteoarthritis as well. If you look at the mice, which is having the mutation in the GDF5 gene that shows a knee defect, and also the human patients who is having the mutation in GDF5 gene have the knee defects. So basically from this slide, what I want to say is like the GDF5 protein is really important for the hip and the knee joint formation. So if something goes wrong with this gene, that cause hip dysplasia and also the knee osteoarthritis. So my research is to investigate more deep into this, like what causes these two diseases. So especially like, so the next one I'm showing. So I'll just explain in a minute what exactly it is. So you have a human genome. Here I'm just showing one portion of the genome. Just the human genome is it's larger in size. Just I'm looking at one portion of the genome. So let's take this is your human genome. And you can see the GDF5 gene, what I was talking was here. And this is the gene which is next to the GDF5 gene, which is called UKCC1. And I showed a plot before which shows like the genome-wide association studies. So what it provides is like it provides the genetic changes associated with disease. So here I showed some like a black lines over here. This is a black bars. All these are the genetic changes that is associated with knee osteoarthritis. So how you can interpret this result is here is the gene, and here you can see one black bar. So it means this particular region in the GDF5 gene have some changes, so that may be associated with knee osteoarthritis. Similarly, also if the second plot I'm showing here is suppose if you take this black line over here, so if you look at the gene over here, so this is the gene. So the sum of the changes near to this GDF5 gene that might be associated with the another disease I was mentioning is the hip dysplasia. So you can see there are a lot of black bars over here. So all these are genetic changes associated with these diseases. So the question here is, you can see there are a number of genetic changes. Like if you take the GDF5 gene, you can see a lot of genetic changes associated with disease. But we don't know which is the real cause for disease, because this is all like based on comparative genomics. You would expect to see a lot of changes, but we don't know. Let's take like these, if you count the number of lines, it's more than 100. So it shows like more than 100 genetic changes might be associated with the knee osteoarthritis, but that's not the real case. Even though you see like a lot of changes, but only few of the changes could associate with the knee osteoarthritis. So the next step is to narrow down and pinpoint what is the real mutation or real genetic changes that causes these two diseases. So that's my title says like how we use the functional genomic approaches to identify the genetic mechanisms that underlies these two diseases. So basically we used an approach called attack sequencing. So this is one of the popular technique. Now a lot of lab has been using this technique. It's called as attack sequencing. Basically how this attack sequencing works is like, if you look at the human genome, the sum of the if you look at the whole genome of a human, the sum of the regions are closed in the sense those regions are not active in the genome. So you can see this is a closed chromatin, and you can also see some of the regions which are open in the sense those regions are active in the genome. So basically, human genome has closed chromatin and open chromatin. So closed chromatins are not active and open chromatins are active. So if you use this attack sequencing, what exactly this technique does here is, it uses a special enzyme called TN5 transposase. This is one of the enzymes that cuts the DNA. And these enzymes specifically cut only the open chromatin region, because the closed chromatin regions are compactly packed. So this enzyme was not allowed to enter into this closed chromatin to make any cut within the DNA. So the TN5 transposase that cuts the open chromatin, and using this attack sequencing, you can able to profile the open chromatin. Open chromatin is the region which are highly active in the genome. So what we did here is, like, we use an attack sequencing and we perform this attack sequencing on the knee. This is the human embryonic tissue. So we perform the attack sequencing on the human knee and also the human hip. So basically, as I mentioned, the attack sequencing captures the open chromatin region. Open chromatin regions are the regions that are active. Suppose if you perform attack sequencing on the knee, that provides insight into the regions that are active only in the knee. And if you perform attack sequencing on the hip, that provides insight into the genomic regions that are active only in the hip. So we perform this attack sequencing, and so this I showed before. This is the GDF5 gene in the human genome, and this is the neighboring gene. And these two I showed before. This I showed, like, all these black lines are the genetic changes associated with these genes. So this is our attack sequencing results. So I'll explain in a minute how we can interpret this result. You can see the black bars here. So this is the human acetabulum, that is the hip socket, and this is a proximal femur. So this two tissue that forms the hip joint, and these two tissue that forms the knee joint. Basically, what we did here is, like, if you perform attack sequencing, you could able to capture the regions that are open in the genome, open in the sense the regions that are active. Let's take, this is a GDF5 gene. If you see all these black bars, it means these are the regions in GDF5 gene that are active. Similarly, if you see the other regions here, so these are the regions that are active, which is in the neighboring gene. So basically what you can do here is, you have the results, the genome-wide association studies data. If you intersect all the results, what you expect to see, you can see, like, so one of the mutation here, so this is the genetic changes here, that falls within the open chromatin in the sense the region that are active in the genome. So if you intersect all these results, that you know which region is active in the genome and what kind of mutations that falls within the active region. So if you intersect, what we found here is, like, in this intersection result, we found one of the mutation here that falls within one of an enhancer. Enhancer is basically like a switch that controls the gene expression. Basically, if you have a lights in home, if you turn out the switch, that turns on the light. Likewise, the GROW1 enhancer is one of the regulatory switch that controls the GDF5 gene expression. If this switch is on, then the GDF5 gene is on. Similarly, we also found another mutation here. I just highlighted in the red line. This is on the R4 enhancer. This is another enhancer in the human genome. This is also the regulatory switch that controls the GDF5 expression. Basically, from this result, we narrow down to, as I mentioned, you can see hundreds of genetic changes in the genome. But using this attack-seq approach, we narrow down to one mutation here that falls within one of enhancer called GROW1, and another mutation here that falls within another enhancer called R4. So if you look at this GROW1 enhancer is highly expressed in growth plates. Growth plates are the regions in the bone where the growth is happening. And the R4 enhancer is highly expressed in the knee. This image is not clear, but you can see the expression of this enhancer in the knee. You can see the blue color in this is just a mouse embryo. So, and also if you want to see the clear picture of this enhancer expression, so this is, as I mentioned, this is the hip socket. This is a proximal femur. The blue color indicates the expression of this enhancer. And also in the knee, you can see this blue color is the knee joint. You could be able to see the enhancer. So basically this GROW1 enhancer is expressed in growth plates and R4 enhancer is expressed in knee. And this is the mutation. So normally the humans have the G mutation. Normally the humans have the G nucleotide in their genome. in the GRO1 enhancer, but some of the humans have the A mutation. We don't know why they have A mutation in this GRO1 enhancer. And also the R4 enhancer, if you look at the human population, most of the humans have the C nucleotide in the R4 enhancer, but some of the humans have this T mutation, that is the C to T. So we don't know what's the purpose of this mutation, and we want to know whether this mutation is the causal for the disease phenotype. So in order to answer this question, what we did here is, as I mentioned, we have a 2 enhancer. One is GRO1, another one is R4 enhancer, and we also know the mutations that falls within the GRO1 enhancer and R4 enhancer. So the next we use a technique called CRISPR. I think most of you are aware of this technique. The CRISPR is a gene editing technique. Like you can precisely delete the DNA, whatever the DNA you want to delete in the genome, and you can study the function of those the DNA sequence. Here, what we did is like we use a CRISPR technology, which is a gene editing technology, and we delete the GRO1 enhancer in the mouse genome. So if you delete the GRO1 enhancer in mouse genome, we want to see, as I mentioned, this GRO1 enhancer is the switch that controls the GDF5 protein expression. So we delete this GRO1 enhancer in mice and we look at the GDF5 expression. So if you delete this GRO1 enhancer, you could see 19% reduction in GDF5 expression. This clearly says that the GRO1 enhancer is controlled the GDF5 expression. And also these mice, the knockout mice in the sense the mice is not having this GRO1 enhancer. We use those mice and we did some kind of micro CT scanning. It's something like an X-ray. You can scan the bone of this mice and see if you delete this enhancer that causes any of the shape defects in the bone. So this is one of the features called femoral head diameter and femoral neck length. So if you delete this GRO1 enhancer, we do see significant changes in this femoral head diameter and femoral neck length, which is here, which forms the hip. So this is a region where the enhancer is expressed. So basically you can relate with this image. And also we look at the other features like a notch width and lateral condyle width, which is here. So we didn't see any significant changes. So this is the region here. So what it clearly tells here is wherever the enhancer is expressed, so if you delete this enhancer, you do see significant changes in the place where the enhancer is expressed, where the blue color is there. You didn't see any significant changes in the place where no enhancer expression. This clearly reveals some modular enhancer function, the enhancer specificity. This is for one enhancer. We did the same thing for the R4 enhancer. As I said, this is the joint enhancer. So we created a mice using a CRISPR-Cas9. We delete the R4 enhancer in the mouse genome. And we look at the GDF expression, and we do see 31% reduction in GDF expression. And also we quantify some of the bone defects because we use a micro CT to make sure if you delete this enhancer that's causing any shape defects. And these are some of the significant changes we do observe in the knee joint, because this is a knee enhancer. And these are non-significant because this is a region where the enhancer is not expressed. Basically, wherever you see blue, all these regions are affected if you delete this enhancer, because that's the place where the enhancer is expressed. So these two slides, it clearly tells like the GRO1 enhancer and R4 enhancer that play a major role in controlling the GDF expression. So we identify the regulatory switch. And also this R4 enhancer is highly specific for knee, and we didn't see any hip defects. Basically, if you see this R4 enhancer, this is a hip enhancer. So if you delete this enhancer, you will see only effect only in the hip and not in the knee. And similarly for the R4 enhancer, if you delete this enhancer, that causes defect only in the knee, not in the hip. So now this is just the basic things.
So sorry to interrupt you, but we are running short of time. So could you please conclude?
Yeah, I'll have the summary slide at last. So we did the same thing on the cell line, and we confirmed that all these enhancer is responsible for GDF expression. And we also created a mice model with a single base pair mutation. We created the human mutation in mice, and we do see the defects in bone. And we also identified some of the molecular players that involved the disease. One is called one of the transcription factor called FIDEX1 that involves in the disease phenotype. And so this is the summary. I'll just explain in a minute. So this is, we have the hip joint and the knee joint. As I mentioned, this is the GDF5 gene. If you look at the human genome, GDF5 gene is here. There are two enhancers near to the gene. One is GRO1 enhancer, one is R4 enhancer. So the GRO1 enhancer is expressed only in the hip and not in the knee. And any mutation happens with the GRO1 enhancer that affects the binding of one of transcription factor. So that leads to decreased GDF expression in the hip joint that causes hip dysplasia. Similarly, the R4 enhancer is a knee enhancer. The mutation happens in this R4 enhancer that causes the knee defects. Basically, we identified a 2 genetic mutation in 2 different enhancer that control the same gene expression in 2 different tissue that causes hip dysplasia and knee osteoarthritis. So with that, I would like to thank my lab members and also the collaborators for their support with this research. So I'm happy to take any question in the Q&A session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Pushpanathan, sir. I think the other speaker is already waiting, so I'll quickly switch over to the next speaker. And if time permits, then we can take up the questions. The next speaker is Professor Girish Babu K. And Professor Girish Babu has completed his doctorate from Gulbarga University in 2007. And presently, Professor Babu is the head for the Department of Life Sciences at Parul University, Vadodara. And he has served as research scientist at Virus Research and Diagnostic Laboratory in Karnataka. Professor Babu has vast experience of 14 years, and that's his professional journey. And he has major research experience and interest in molecular diagnostics, enzymology, and immunological studies. He has also published many research papers in peer-reviewed journals. So I'll quickly switch over to now Girish Babu, sir, for his valuable talk. And the topic on which he's going to throw light is the role of biomedical science in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, current status and future prospects. So welcome, Girish Babu, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. It's a good opportunity. I would like to take it as, and I would like to thank Biani, the group of Biani and the people who gave me an opportunity to talk over here. Well, I would like to share my screen and hope so. Hope so the screen is appearing now.
Yes, it's visible.
It's full screen. Yeah. Well, I'm not here with any research content where I'm trying to present before you. As the topic, it is the most burning one. And here I'm going to cover about what we did in biomedical sciences once the pandemic was really exploded.
And so there's noise coming from your side. Background noises are there.
Yeah. Give me a moment now.
Yeah. In the meantime, can I quickly have one question which a student has asked to Pushpanathan, sir? The question is, any specific metabolite or diet supplement which boost mutation in GDF to lead skeleton disorder? Would you like to take up that question, sir?
Yeah, I can take the question. Actually, this is a genetic disease. Oh, you want to continue or I can answer? So this is actually the disease I mentioned is a genetic disease. It can happen at any stage, like any environmental conditions can induce this mutation. But once the mutation happens in the genome, it's heritable. Like, so if I have this mutation, my generation, the next generation would inherit the mutation. So it's possible like whoever can get this mutation if they are exposed to any of carcinogens or any of the environmental conditions can cause this mutation. Once mutations are induced, that's a permanent, so it can be inherited to the next generation.
Thank you. I hope Bhumika would have got the answer. And now I'll again ask Professor Girish Babuji to connect.
Extremely sorry for the disconnections in between. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, perfectly fine.
Yeah, fine. I'll share my screen. Give me a moment, please. Ma'am, it's appearing?
I can't see, sir. No.
It's fine, ma'am, now?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Extremely sorry for the interruption here.
No, it's okay.
So, as I was trying to tell you, like, I'm not here to present with any particular research data here. So the topic is all about the burning one, the COVID one, the whole world, which really has suffered a lot. Like, I really don't want to tell all those things because we all have witnessed what has happened with us, with the whole world and the human race as such. So since the beginning, like the pandemic, once it came, it was unimagined, and that is what is a very interesting point here to discuss as a researcher here. These kinds of the unimaginable things, like which came at a very big level, which really touched every fundamental unit of the human life. That was really a devastating one. As such, we were not ready. We never predicted that this is going to be there with us, and we need to tackle all these things was a big one. So when it was there, like the earliest efforts or the logic through which we thought like we is going to be like understanding the fundamentals of this particular epidemic, which understanding the epidemiology, the way it spread, its abilities, and its epidemiological data collections and all that we went. The second one was, coming out with a very specific, sensitive, and highly focused, accurate kind of a diagnostic method to find out the presence of this. Then the prevention. This was a very big challenge because it was an epidemic, and it was there among among every people who were there in that. And later we had to start with the therapeutic kind of an approach. This is the exact way we went ahead in it. And all of these steps were really challenging. All of these steps were really challenging, and the fantastic thing to look back is we could really do that, and that too in a very short span of a time. And this is where the biomedical research pool has to be appreciated. That is how we are going to look in that. Like, once the therapeutic part was really a big challenge, where like we were not having a magic molecule with us where we could really prescribe the people take this upon the infection and what. Then the alternative was, can we prevent its spread by a molecule or by vaccinating the masses into it? And it was a fantastic kind of a feat. We need to appreciate the researchers there, that we were really able to come out with the 2 releases of the vaccines within 11 months of the outbreak of this particular one. And the many of the antiviral drugs we are trying, and we started to work on that. I do have few informations to talk about that. And we also had to work on the prevention measures, where the PPEs and EPPEs, many of the things we had to work into it. And these are the new kinds of the devices, or the already existing devices, which were very specifically modulated towards the COVID, very specifically to look into or work with the COVID. They all were witnessed in recent year. This pandemic onset, it raised our quest for two basic things like effectively generate the meaningful information. As a scientific researcher, this is one particular thing where anybody would be thumbing into. Generate a meaningful information and deliver research in a new and innovative ways. That was a very important thing, and which was the time of the the demand of the time. That too, I just want to add a star into that. We did not have enough time. The conventional research combating for any kinds of the diseases or the infectious diseases, we probably would be having the staple, ample time where we can really find out the answer for that. We would be having enough time to work onto that. But this was not the situation where we were really not, we had a great challenge towards that. So once this was there, it was a havoc for the biomedical research or research people also. It was a greater challenge for them that we had to work onto that. That the almost all the biomedical research people who were busy working on the different kinds of the infectious diseases or any other kinds of the diseases, all of a sudden they had to target only one thing, that is the outbreak of the COVID. They got busy in one particular target, that is the COVID one. And because of the numerous research groups started to work on to this particular one, huge data was coming out. The data was coming out, and that was very much necessary for the other group also, that the data generated by one group has to be shared with that. And probably that was one particular challenge where how we are going to work for a fast track kind of a data generation or the fast track kind of a data sharing among the people, because that was very much necessary. That was a kind of a challenge where the rigorous data sharing was very much necessary among us. Yet we could do some of the things. I'll talk about the challenges which we have, which we still have based on the experience of almost 2 years now, and the challenges what we are having now. I will talk about that in a few minutes later. The biomedical researchers, when the pandemic was there, as I told you, that there were 3 major different kinds of the challenges at that time. And the first one was the epidemiology. The epidemiological studies were doing on, the medicos and the health workers, they all teamed up to find out, and very specific data, its mode of infection and the symptoms, this, that, all those were there. Based on that, we had a greatest challenge to come out with one particular biomedical device or a technique to very specifically diagnose that particular virus particle. So we had initially to, if you look into the diagnostic, strength of us, or whatever the kinds of the diagnostic techniques what we have, we just screened everything. Can we fit that into, detection of the COVID and all that? And out of that, naturally, if you look in major kinds of the diagnostic techniques, whatever we are having, they majorly revolve around the molecules, majorly. That may be an antigenic molecule, or now we are going in a little more deeper kind of a sense, where we are trying to look for the molecular level, like the presence of the gene or the expression of the gene, where we can also utilize the expression of genes for the presence of any particular pathogenic molecule. In that way, we had a protein-based diagnostic method which came in, and we started to use that. We all know about that. That is a rapid antigen test, which can give you, the result in a matter of 15 minutes or so. Apart from that, we also had, very popular kind of a diagnostic method for the COVID-19, that is based on the PCR methods and all. Both of them, they are having their strengths and they have their, the shortcomings also. That too, very specifically, rapid antigen test. The sensitivity of the rapid antigen test was really questioned, because even many a times the normal influenza infection also showed the positive results, which was actually the pseudo positive results for the COVID and that. So the almost, nowadays, if you talk about the diagnosis of the COVID, any variant of the COVID, we still heavily rely upon the RT-PCR results as one of the best one. But yet, the scenario is really changing, and we need few more kinds of the highly strong kinds of the diagnostic methods which have to be invented by the biomedical research people. The research is already there, and it is going on in a various diversified the directions it's going. One of the most promising which is coming up is the plasmonic phenomena direct immunoassay. It is being hailed as the highly sensitive kind of diagnostic method, which can be probably coming into the market, and we might be using it in a very short time. Because of its sensitivity and the time it takes, right, is really less. If we compare the conventional RT-PCR, probably it needs almost 1 day for us to get the result. This particular one is going to be a very good asset for us, because the sensitivity is not compromised yet. The time needed is going to be very less. Then the localized surface plasmon resonance, that is LSPR, which is probably one of the greatest revolutionized thing, I should call it as. Now it is going to be a chip-based diagnostic method where the chips, whatever we have, we were using those kinds of the chips, for the gene expression analysis, are coming for the expression profilings. That may be a DNA based chip, or it may be a protein based chip. We used to work with for the research. Now it is opening up another kind of a thing, like these kinds of the chips, if we develop, they can also be used for the diagnosis, and probably it is coming out with the highest sensitivity for the COVID, which is in the pipeline, will be coming. Then we have the RT-qPCR also, probably you can say a step ahead from the RT-PCR, where we can use the RT-qPCR for the diagnosis of the COVID-19. And various different nanoparticles, maybe a silver, copper, or many metal oxide nanoparticles are coming out, where they are being used as the biosensors to look for the presence of this COVID-19. They are under the research and the pipelines. Like, these kinds of the nanoparticles, we recently used them for as a preventive aid to spread the COVID, but now these molecules can also be used for the diagnosis. Then ELISA, the conventional one, which is very strong for that, we can use this ELISA for analyzing the patient under the test, very specifically for the presence of the IgM and IgG, which is there. We find these two immunoglobulin molecules present at the elevated concentrations under the infections, and very specifically people are developing the ELISA, where the reliability, the sensitivity, reproducibility, all these are the greatest strength of the ELISA. And till now we haven't used the ELISA for the COVID-19. This can be coming in. Then we also have the GICA, that is called as GICA, the gold immunochromatographic assay. Then we have the chiral induced dispense selectivity. There are multiple different kinds of the technologies which are coming up, which are under the pipeline, which are at the research level. Probably they would be successfully coming out, where we will be having a broad spectrum of the diagnostic techniques available for the detecting the COVID. Well, this is one particular thing which was a greatest kind of the challenge, which still it is, right? So the treatment has been a great challenge for us. It is still there. And now the huge groups of the researchers, they are behind finding out a particular kind of a remedy, and let us come out with one particular magic molecule which can act as cure agent for the COVID-19. Just to data, more than 2,500 clinical trials have been already registered very specifically to find out one particular therapeutic agent against
I'll try to
the
request you
COVID-19.
to, sir, sorry for interruption, but could you please wind up in 2 minutes?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. Just want to add in the treatment, I'll not go for all that. Various kinds of the technologies are coming up, like one of the best aid is the computer-aided one, and the artificial intelligence is also being added into it. And we conventionally, we try to use some of the anti-malarial drugs and some of the antiviral drugs and some of the immunomodulator drugs to combat or to treat the COVID-19 till now. But yet we don't have any magic molecule very specifically developed against the COVID-19. The search is still on. So just to add a little bit under the research, very specific T and B cell elevation or the responses against the COVID-19 has been reported, and the strategy, this would be definitely helping the scientists to strategically find out one particular molecule against the COVID-19. And the antibody against the spike protein has proved a very good target for the drug researchers to target that. the vaccine has been a success story, and more than 115 vaccine candidates are under test, and more than 30 are under trial. DNA RNA vaccines are being developed, and a potent drug molecule probably will be there in a very short span of a time. That's what it is. Just to look into the future based on the current scenario, that the challenges are going to be, the biggest challenge is the constant genome modification which is happening in the virus. Every 6 months or 4 months to 6 months, we are being reported with a new variant of this particular virus particle, and the challenge is again going to be a new one for all the biomedical researchers. That is the biggest challenge. Several inherent challenges are also there. Then we don't have any specific animal model to check or use that for finding out the drug molecule, and we are over reliant on the mathematical models or the computational data what we are using, and some of the data which we are generating out of research, they are leading to inaccurate the discussions, and that is one. Then the lack of the harmonization or the collaborations between the academic or the research institutions with the clinical trials. Then open access data availability is one of the constraint. Then the patent accessibility is another one. The huge funds which are required for the taking up the research is one of the greatest bottleneck, and the remodeling of the governance and the policy makers, they really have to really think about this, because we cannot treat or we cannot consider the COVID-19 as one of a normal kind of a new variety or a variant of a pathogen which has come in. So we have the different kinds of the needs also for the future. Then I just read it like possibly the synthetic biology and the protein engineering. These are the two sectors which may be helping us in various ways, right? And we need to specifically come out with the easy to use products accessible to all the countries. That too very specifically, the countries are the people of those countries which are economically behind. So I would like to end this talk asking a question like, COVID may be a first instance where all the biomedical researchers or every person who is living in this world has to think that this might be just the beginning, which might be a first link in the chain where we may in the future have to combat or tackle with multiple such kinds of things. Are we ready for that? Probably we may have to shake our heads, and all the ways we are trying to work out, probably we need to come out with very great changes in it. Thank you so much for the Biani group to giving me an opportunity to talk over the COVID here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Girish Babuji. And very rightly, you've mentioned the challenges and the need for a solution which is acceptable among all the countries, especially the countries which are still developing and who need the solution. So thank you with that. And do we have the questions from the participants? Quickly, we'll be able to take up 1 or 2 questions if there are any. You can raise your hands, the participant, or you can write in the chat box. And if there are no questions, I think we'd like to conclude this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Pushpanathan, Dr. Girish Babu, for your enlightening presentations, the research work that you've shared, and the skeletal disorders that you shared, Pushpanathan, that was really amazing. And with this, we'd like to conclude with this session. And the next session is after the lunch break, which we will resume at 2:30 p.m. So I request all the participants to join in at 2:30. And before we, finish this session, I think we'll have a quick group photograph. So please switch on your cameras and ready for a shot. Kanchan ma'am can capture the photograph, please. All participants, please switch on your cameras. Thank you. Are we done, ma'am? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Girish Babu sir, and thank you, Pushpanathan sir, and all the participants who joined us from all across the globe. And we'll resume the session at 2:30 p.m. We'll take a short lunch break at the moment now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
BICON Group of Colleges believes that when you educate a girl, you empower a nation. BICON Group of Colleges is the result of the visionary approach of a great father, late Sri Jugal Kishore Biani, cherishing this vision and cheerfully making this dream a reality is the dynamic trio of Dr. Rajiv Biani, Dr. Sanjay Biani, and Dr. Manish Biani.
My dear parents and students, I welcome all of you in the college campus. BICON Group of Colleges is run by BICON Shikshan Samiti, an NGO. Here, students across the country and across the border are studying it here, and I hope due to our value systems, our nurturing and caring will turn up the students in a good citizen for the country. I hope all the parents will care towards the vision and mission of the institution.
The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Our vision is women empowerment through world-class professional education and internalization of values like discipline and time management.
Being a principal, I love discipline. Discipline means self-control, high self-control. And if you are having a self-control, then no doubt in the future conflicts you are able to get the success. In this college, we are having more than 3,000 girls. We are trying to educate them, to develop them, to provide them the safe and secure environment so that they will be able to grow themselves.
As you enter the vistas of BICON colleges, you find that discipline and values, creativity and innovation form the cornerstones of the future.
As I take a flight towards my dream future, I know I'll be kept grounded by the values that I have imbibed at BICON Group of Colleges.
This momentous undertaking, called the BICON Group of Colleges, is centrally located in Jaipur at Vidyadhar Nagar. In a campus full of welcoming spaces, spaces to learn, innovate and grow. It runs several UG, PG and research programs in various fields like commerce and management, science, arts, information technology, mass communication and media, nursing, law, education, physical education, research, Ayurvedic College and ITI, and many more and expanding. BICON Group of Colleges where future lies. BICON Group of Colleges where for over a decade expert guidance and education paves the way for thousands of bright minds.
Education. Education means personality development. Education means enthusiasm. Education means communication skill. Education means entrepreneurship. And definitely we are having a certain plan. For that, we have a personality development program and we have a specific prospectus, a specific syllabus for that. So I ensure you, BICON Group of Colleges, yes, where you can trust.
At BICON Group, we believe to provide an experience of research-based transformation and guide a student to become an ideal. Yes, we teach 3 letters: I, D and L. Idea, data and language. So first, a student should be able to bring a quality of idea in her mind that we call the skill of creativity. Second, a student should be able to use her idea to generate a new data or information that we call the skill of invention. And third, a student should be able to learn the language to describe her data and transform her idea to the needful user in our society. And that we call the skill of innovation. And fortunately, BICON Group has already been established a very friendly relationship with Japan as an ideal partner in the field of research-based education. And I hope we together continue to be a name that paves the way to prepare the next age of generation from all parts of India and Japan and serve to the whole world. So you are welcome to join our hands and explore these 3 letters, IDL, to become an ideal in your this one and only life. Thank you.
The undeniably monumental success of BICON Group of Colleges comes from creating a starburst of youthful intellects. It has truly set forth the most powerful force for girl education that will usher into an age of women empowerment.
When I was in class 12, I was in a dilemma. Which college to choose, which can actually enhance my personality and transform me into a better person? And then I came to BICON Group of Colleges, and believe me, opportunities here are endless.
If you want to become an entrepreneur, yes, Department of Commerce and Management convert your dream into reality. Mainly we focus on practical subject, resulting student getting more and more marks in university examinations.
BICON College emphasizes on hands-on experimentation, covering all traditional and contemporary techniques in science and biotechnology. The Department of Science is one of the most coveted departments of BICON Group of Colleges.
All life is an experiment. The more you go, the better you make. The faculty member of our college help us not only to experiment in labs, but also to experiment in life successfully.
Department of Science is the biggest department of our college. We have several courses of PG like Zoology, Botany, Chemistry, Physics, Mathematics, Environment Biology and Biotechnology. Students of our departments are also engaged in research activities in several universities.
The Biotechnology Lab provides both the valuable laboratory skills and business skills necessary to gain a healthy career in biotechnology. Fully equipped with state-of-the-art facility, the BICON Biotechnology Lab carries rigorous research activities in different fields. Our students have carried out several researches which have been published in various science journals.
The research-oriented hands-on approach and international exposure at BICON Group of Colleges has provided me with ample scope for creativity and innovation.
The International Standards Computer Lab, with a cutting-edge technology to hone the skills of IT students, is an example of BICON College's commitment towards imparting quality education.
At BICON Group of Colleges, we provide world-class infrastructures with highly dedicated and experienced faculty members. Beyond the courses like BCA, MCA, MSc IT, we also provide several certified courses like MOS, Tele, Artificial Intelligence and Robotics.
Another feather in the cap for BICON Group of Colleges is getting special commendation by the Ministry of External Affairs, Japan. Japan recognized our efforts for building India-Japan relations.
I am glad to inform you that this year we received the Certificate of Commendation Award by the Ministry of External Affairs, Japan. It's a pride of Jaipur, pride of Rajasthan, and pride for the India also, that we have been selected as being a best institution for the country by the Japan itself. This year we are celebrating India-Japan celebration year for year. And on this celebration year we received this. It's a great matter for all of us.
We leave no stone unturned in providing our students with world-class curriculum and international exposure. BICON Group of Colleges has tie-ups with several universities of Japan. Our students and faculties recently were able to visit Japan, Joyous University, under the Sakura Science Program.
Experience in Japan was amazing. My institute, Biani Girls College in India, organizes an international conference, BICON, every year.
Biani Girls College has been accredited with A grade by NAC, and also the autonomous status has been conferred to Biani Girls College by the University Grants Commission. And even the Biani Institute of Science and Management is approved by All India Council for Technical Education, and affiliations are concerned, we are affiliated to University of Rajasthan, Rajasthan Technical University, and to give global exposure to our students, we have tied up and signed the Memorandum of Understanding with top universities of Japan like Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Kyushu University, Japan, and also Saitama University, and many more like that. The recent advancement has been that we have signed a MOU with Brahma Kumari's Ishwariya Vishwavidyalaya to expand our activities not only in India but also in Japan.
The Salubris campus gives impetus to students, providing them the freshness of mind and creativity of thought. One of the finest attributes of Biani Group of Colleges is its focus on holistic development of personality, along with quenching the spiritual thirst through regular prayer, yoga, and meditation practices. The lush greenery that surrounds the campus provides complete solace and peace of mind. Biani Group of Colleges realizes the importance of sports to keep the students physically fit. We have undergone a major building boom, an exclusive sports facility, Lakshya. This gives our students provision for various athletic abilities, strength training at our in-house gym, unique competitive shooting range, provides extensive sports facilities enabling the students to focus towards success and learn the lessons of life through teamwork, cooperation, and sportsman's spirit.
For the overall development of students, Biani Group of Colleges provides excellent facility for sports.
Biani Group of Colleges provides an impeccable infrastructure and facilities which takes care that the minds of the students are free.
शिक्षण संस्थान तो बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन इस कॉलेज की स्पेशलिटी ये है कि यहाँ पर बच्चों को शिक्षा के साथ साथ दिशा भी दी जाती है. And based on my experience, I can say we are very happy with the overall performance.
The college library is a magnificent and a very popular place for students to work. The library at Biani Group of Colleges serves as a beautiful and peaceful backdrop to inspire your studies. At Biani Group of Colleges, the young girl is empowered into an effervescent woman ready to seize victory at every stage of life.
The cultural activities of Biani is excellent. It gives rise to students' personality.
The personality development program here boosts the confidence of students.
Safety and security of our students is one of the prime concerns of the institution for the well-being of the students. Biani College provides transportation facilities to every nook and corner of the city.
At Biani Group of Colleges, we take utmost care of safety and security of our students. Our transport system is well connected throughout the city.
If in a hostel at Biani Group of Colleges, you will be among the many students coming from all across the country, ensuring a pleasant stay by allowing the students to focus on their academics as well as finding a home away from home.
Hello, I'm Jivan Karki from Nepal. I'm here doing Bachelor in Computer Applications. I have learned many things over here. First, I have learned language and tradition. I have made lots of friends all over across the India. Thank you, Biani College, for providing this atmosphere.
Hi,
My name is Fiona. I'm from Belgium in Europe, and I've been in India for 6 weeks now. And I'm really happy I've been able to join that session. It was really cool. I've learned so many things that I hope I will be able to use in the future. But my favorite part was the meditation. It was the first time for me, so I'm really happy about it. And I will try to do it again in the future.
We have a large number of students coming from different cultural background, from different states of India, and from outside India too. Since they are far away from home, we make sure that they get the same caring atmosphere as they get at home. As a chief warden, my continuous effort is to see the beaming confidence and proud smiles on the faces of my hostelers so that they can face the world outside the hostel boundaries confidently. You also keep smiling and stay healthy.
At BICON Group of Colleges, we say personality is your original personal property. And we take extra care to groom your personality. We have a volley of expert trainers and counselors who take extra pains to help you overcome your fears of public speaking and letting your personality blossom.
BICON Group of Colleges is well known for its academics, but better still are the personality enhancement programs that run over here. We've gone a notch higher and raised the standards by creating the BICON TV, a platform given to the students for not just watching television and educational programs, but being a part of it. Yes, the students here are groomed by our professionals, our consultants. They are told the nuances of the business and they get to host their shows on the BICON TV. So of course it is one of its kind initiative and helps in grooming the personality of the students. Other than that, we give exposure to the students to various books like the Dale Carnegie series, various other series which helps them to enhance their personal as well as career. So if you want to go great heights in your career as well as your personal life, this is the place to be. Come join us at BICON Group of Colleges.
At BICON Group of Colleges, all students are treated as unique with remarkable qualities.
Welcome to BICON Group of College. Here we treasure all our students and the visitors. We are there to help you out. Thank you.
BICON Colleges empowers you to kindle and unleash the fire of confidence. A noteworthy effort in this direction of making our students shine are the BICON TV, radio selfie and an educational website gurukpo.com. Various avant-garde shows like The Counselor, Dil Ki Baat, English Hai Aasan help students become exemplary in various fields.
BICON Group of Colleges has been running successfully its unique educational web portal Guru KPO.
I'm convinced beyond doubt. Already unmuted. I'm convinced beyond doubt that all of you are relishing the information sharing and intellectual deliberations. So, welcome back. Let's commence with the next technical sessions of the day. Now, I consider it a great honor to welcome Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat to chair our next technical session. The title for technical sessions are Virtual laboratory, a boon to the science, education, and national education policy, new opportunities in higher education. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat is Conference Secretary for BICON 2021. Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat is serving as Research Scientist at Biani Biosolutions Private Limited and Coordinator R&D at Biani Group of Colleges. With vast experience of 16 years in R&D, Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat has expertise in nanobiotechnology, molecular biology, intellectual property rights, and microbiology. Dr. Kumawat has represented India in International Sakura Science Exchange Program at Kwansai Gaikon University, Japan. So please welcome Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So now we are moving for the technical session 5, that is virtual laboratory, a boon to the science education. And the speakers for this technical session are Professor Abhijit Singh and Professor Meenakshi Samartha. So first of all, it is my pleasure to invite the speaker, Professor Abhijit Singh, who will deliver his talk on PLGA nanoparticles as drug delivery tool for the treatment of neuroinflammation. Professor Abhijit Singh is Head Department of Bioscience, Manipal University, Jaipur, India. Professor Singh has his key research area in nanobiotechnology, where he has developed nanoparticles from a silica solubilizing bacteria to enhance agricultural significance and sustainability. As well, he also synthesized nanoparticles to add drug delivery strategies in targeting brain tumors. So please welcome Professor Abhijit Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tarun. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Manish Biani, organizing chairman, Dr. Sanjay Biani, Dr. Rajiv Biani. I would also like to thank Dr. Tarun for giving me opportunity to showcase my work. Just give me a second. I'll be sharing my slides.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just give me a second. I beg your pardon, there is some issue with slide sharing. Just give me a sec, I'll be sharing my slides.
Yes, sir, no issues.
So, I have to go into system preferences. There are some preferences that has to be done before the slide sharing is there. So just give me a minute or so.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Tarun, has something to be done at your end? It says that privacy settings are to be done. So I have called IT people. Just give me a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So can I move for the next speaker right now, sir?
Just for 2 minutes.
Okay.
If not, then we can move.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, our next speaker in this technical session is Dr. Meenakshi Samartha. Dr. Meenakshi Samartha is prominent zoologist who is working on different aspects in field of cytogenetics and hematology. Presently, she is associated with RKDF University, Bhopal. The title of talk of Professor Meenakshi Samartha is Virtual Laboratory Work and its Challenges After COVID-19. So please welcome Dr. Meenakshi Samartha. Yeah, Dr. Meenakshi Samartha, please unmute yourself.
Not.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tarun, for introducing me. Myself, Dr. Meenakshi Samarth. I'm working as an associate professor at RKDF University, Bhopal. My primary research was on cancer biology, but presently I'm working on endangered species in Upper Lake, Bhopal. So good afternoon, all the renowned delegates, the organizers, students, and the most important, the technical team, which is very much important these days at this pandemic time, so that we can all interact with each other from distance also. Just a minute, I'm sharing my slide. I'm facing the same problem. Wait. Dr. Tarun, I shared my slide with Dr. Anita also. If it is possible, you can share from there also.
Have you mailed Dr. Anita Mishra? Yeah.
Yes, I sent it too because I was really worried maybe it's not possible. Share the slide from here, some technical issue I'm also facing. Wait. I mailed her. Wait. Wait. Google Drive. Optimize. Just a minute.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Tarun. I believe my issue has been solved. So let me know when I have to proceed.
Okay, sir. So, yes, Dr. Meenakshi Samartha,
Yes,
please
carry on. Please carry
yes,
on. I don't have any
yes.
problem.
Please
Carry on.
email your presentation to us so that we can
Yes,
place
I mailed
after
you.
that. Yes,
I mailed
yes.
you. I mailed
Yes.
you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. So, Abhijit, sir, please continue your talk, sir, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
I believe you can see the presentation now.
Yes, sir, now visible.
It's visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I am very sorry for the technical glitch that was there. It was some system preferences that has to be done. So thank you, Dr. Tarun. Thank you for daring me for the time. So first of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. So we'll be moving forward with our presentation, which is entitled PLGA nanoparticles as drug delivery tool for the treatment of neuroinflammation. Dr. Tarun, I also request you to please let me know when the time is over so that I can stop accordingly. Okay, so as we start, let us have a little bit of introduction. Why are we doing this particular problem and what is the relevance of this topic? So neuroinflammation, you might be aware of it. If not, let us have a little bit of outline. So when there is any issue with central nervous system, there is a disturbed homeostasis, any neurological disorder, any developmental, traumatic, neoplastic or infectious neurodegenerative disorders are there, we normally call it as neuroinflammation. So any inflammation in brain is basically a neuroinflammation. So as per the latest research, at least 12% of the total death that has been occurring totally at the globe is done due to this neuroinflammation. There are many technologies, there are many therapies that are available, but still no effective therapy has been available which can cure neurological disorders as per our expectation. However, there is a drug known as dexamethasone. It's a very potent drug. It's a very potent steroid used in a number of cases, used in a number of allergies, even after chemotherapy and all. So it has been proven that this particular drug, it reduces the neuroinflammation. So it currently works on allergic disorders, skin conditions, colitis, arthritis, lupus, to name a few. However, that neuroinflammation drug that we have in this particular picture is dexamethasone. There are some drawbacks when we give it to brain. So what are these drawbacks? So even if a candidate, even if a drug is promising in principle, it is not working to our expectation because in a brain and blood, there is a barrier. We call it as a blood-brain barrier. Normally BBB, for the people who know it, we normally call it as BBB. So this BBB is a barrier which doesn't allow anything to pass through brain, because if any harmful substance enters the brain, it is very difficult for us to work on it. However, to overcome this limitation, to overcome this barrier, nanotechnology is offering a lot of suitable alternative route as a drug therapy. So what we propose in this current research, that we'll take up nanomaterial, we'll dope it with, let's say, dexamethasone or any other drug, and these nanoparticles will pass the blood-brain barrier. Along with blood-brain barrier passing of this particular nanoparticle, a drug will also pass. So let us see. Okay, I believe I forgot to do full screen. Sorry. So let us see how does we work. So whenever there is a neuroinflammation, it causes neurodegeneration. After neurodegeneration, there is a lot of CNS diseases are there. So the drug that we have available, as you can see, this blood-brain barrier, this drug is not able to cross it. So what we propose that the nanoparticles will cross this blood-brain barrier, and along with nanoparticle, a drug will also cross. That is the important hypothesis or rationale that we are working as currently. So we have various corticosteroid, we have various glucocorticosteroid. They are not able to pass the blood-brain barrier. PLGA nanoparticles are able to cross, or nanoparticles are able to cross. So anything below 250 nanometer or so, they'll be able to cross blood-brain barrier. So the nanoparticles are crossing, and we have this nanoparticle, and this vehicle is a drug. So we will dope this drug in nanoparticle, and once this nanoparticle crosses, it will release that drug inside. So this is a schematic representation of how a blood-brain barrier issue is overcome by nanoparticle. So just to give you an overview, so the central nervous system has various series of barriers to protect itself. So these barriers are called as blood cerebrospinal fluid barrier, blood-brain barrier, blood-retinal barrier, and blood-spinal cord barrier. We are working on blood-brain barrier in this particular issue. So it is very selective, very extensive. It is composed of tight junctions of adherine and endonuclear cell. So in some, however, in some brain pathologies or neuro disorders, this is altered in some. So there are various ways by which a nano carrier can enter a brain, or it can cross the blood-brain barrier. As we can see in this particular diagram, there are 4 different ways: A, B, C, D, and E. So E stands for normally cellular microcytosis. So that's why I told 4. So first is passive diffusion of lipid soluble molecules. Of course, we have a lipid, this lipid will go. It's a passive diffusion. There is no activity in there. There is no energy required. Carrier mediated transport. So we use a carrier here. The carrier will take up the molecule and carrier will enter the molecule inside. Receptor mediated cytosis, we can use a receptor also. Absorptive mediated transcytosis means the particular will be absorbed molecule and it will pass. And next is cell mediated transcytosis. So when we are targeting a drug to brain, there are various methods, but just to summarize, two different methods are there, and these two methods are passive targeting and active targeting. So passive targeting is what? The size of nanoparticles here offers an additional advantage, because let's say it's less than 250 nanometer and so we are good to go. So in passive targeting, the size of nanoparticles offers an additional advantage. So they accumulate inside the interstitial spaces which is present in brain and blood-brain barrier, and they can pass. However, in active targeting, we activate it. We use a ligand. So a ligand is grafted onto a nanoparticle. So most of the cells, they secrete some molecules. These molecules will be taken care by this ligand, and with the help of this ligand, the nanoparticle will go inside, and with the nanoparticle, that drug will also go. So this is a sort of approach in which we are targeting to a specific molecule, to a specific tissue or a specific portion of a cell. So in this particular study, there are different molecules, but we propose PLGA as a polymer to produce nanoparticles. So various polymers are available, which are synthetic and natural in nature. Some natural polymers are shellac, amber, wool, silk, and so on. Synthetic polymer are polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene, and so on, and PLGA. So what is a PLGA? A PLG is a copolymer of polylactic acid and polyglycolic acid. So it's a 50-50% composition of PLA and PGA. And it is the best defined material for drug delivery with respect to design and performance. So there are various reasons why we are using this PLGA. Let us see some of the reasons. So first of all, this PLGA is approved by US FDA and European Medical Agency in various drug delivery systems, as it is told to be a safe molecule. And these molecules are commercially available with different molecular weight, with different copolymer composition, 50, 50, 60, 40, you name, it is available. You can also do custom synthesis as per your requirement. And the next important thing, the degradation time can vary from several months to several years, depending upon the molecular weight and copolymer ratio. Most commonly used is 50-50, in which 50% is lactic acid and 50% is glycolic acid. So these are biodegradable. So these biodegradable nanoparticle has been intensively studied for delivering various molecules, you name it, recombinant, plasmid DNA, and drugs, and so on. So there are various advantages of having these nanoparticles. They are biodegradable, they are biocompatible, their formulation is well qualified, it protects the drug from degradation, sustained release is there. You can target to specific cell by having it a sort of active targeting. So this is a PLGA molecule. It is converted into lactic acid and glycolic acid, and it is used in metabolic pathway. So once you have a PLGA inside, it will be again divided into lactic acid and glycolic acid. And lactic acid and glycolic acid are used in various metabolic pathway. And you can see there is no harm and there is no toxicity with using PLGA as a carrier to deliver certain drugs. So it is distributed throughout our body. A lot of experiments has been done. So they have taken PLGA, they have taken some dyes. So these dyes are entering almost all the area of our particular body. So we can say it is a very good biodistribution agent. So various methods are there for drug transport, viral vectors, nanoparticles, exosomes, delivery through transport activators in blood-brain barrier, brain permeability enhancer, and so on. But out of it, the best one is nanoparticle, because it is crossing blood-brain barrier. You can do active targeting. You can also work on passive. So I have worked on passive as well as active. So this is the workflow. Synthesis of nanoparticles will be done. Optimization of synthesis will be done. A loading of dry drug will be taken place. And next, some cytotoxic assay will be also be done. Based on the time, we'll be talking the rest of the slides. So it will depend how much time do we have. So based on it, we can always adapt. So the PLGA synthesis, the first one is to take this polymer and to synthesize the nanoparticles from this PLGA. There are various methods by which we can do synthesis of a nanoparticle. It is emulsion based, it is nanoprecipitation based, some non-traditional method, top-down approach, and so on approach. So to work with my particular lab, I have synthesized PLG and nanoparticles using nanoprecipitation and emulsion solvent. There are two methods. And so these two methods were used for preparation of nanoparticles. Then we have uploaded dexamethasone into these PLG and nanoparticles, which was followed by SEM, zeta particle, zeta potential, of course, FTIR, and various surfactants has been used. So surfactant R280, PVA, STC, a lot of surfactants and a lot of technologies were used for synthesis. But what this slide summarizes is the best that we have got from all those particular results, and some HPLC analysis to check how much of drug is entering into a system. So once we have optimized, we have also done research surface methodology, RSM analysis using softwares, in which we take zeta potential, zeta particle size, and encapsulation efficiency into account. After this is done, the loading of nanoparticle is done into the dexamethasone, and we'll have to check the loading with the help of HPLC and analysis by drug release profile. So how fast is drug releasing once it enters the brain or once it enters the blood-brain barrier. So next is for our work, we have worked in vitro. So we have taken a neuronal cell line, Neuro 2A. So we maintained the cell line, we did some cytotoxic analysis, and just to make an environment as such that there is an inflammation, we use lipopolysaccharide, which is a normal constituent of bacterial cell wall. So we spiked with lipopolysaccharide, and there was some inflammation, and this inflammation gave rise to increase in certain cytokinins and interleukins and so on. We measured the level, and then decrease of this measure of this level is done by using PLGA and dexamethasone treatment. Nitric oxide is also a very good parameter to check whether there is inflammation in the brain or not. And also it is followed by some gene expression studies, some real-time assays on TNF-alpha and IL and IL-6 gene for analysis of this nanotech. So how does it look like? So first of all, we took polymer in a solvent, we added it to a surfactant. So polymer that we have taken is PLG, and surfactant is, let's say, Twin-NT and STC. There were 2-3 surfactants that we have used. So we have taken polymer, we have taken surfactant, we have added these polymer and surfactant. It was followed by sonication. And before sonication, we had a stirrer, a magnetic bead stirrer. So how this synthesis took place? First of all, PLGA was dissolved in acetone because ours was the acetone dissolved in PLGA. And then it was dropped syringe by syringe into a medium, which we normally call it as a continuous phase. And this continuous phase was then centrifuged, and these nanoparticles were further analyzed. And next, we have taken chloroform also. In this chloroform, here we have taken the acetone, and here we have taken chloroform. So in this chloroform, we have added chloroform and certain surfactant. And then again, the experiment was done as shown in the slide: polymer in solvent plus surfactant. It was sonicated, it was centrifuged, and then it was analyzed with the help of SEM-TEM, XRD, and so on. So next, once nanoparticles has been synthesized, various concentration of drug was used, varying concentration. So this is the best result that we have shown. So 20 mg of PLG and 2 mg of dexamethasone was there. And again, it was centrifuged for further processing. So just to summarize, I believe it is a little bit of complication was there. So just to summarize, the two methods that were used for synthesis of nanoparticle were nanoprecipitation and emulsion method. So there were 3 different parameters in nanoprecipitation known as NP1, NP2, and NP3. And there are 3 parameters in emulsion, EP1, EP2, and EP3, just for the sake. So nanoprecipitation, NP, and emulsion is EP, just to have a view. So how does it look like? So the solvent that we have used in nanoprecipitation is acetone, and in emulsion is chloroform. The solvent for exchange also, but these were the best results. So since we have taken 3 different surfactants, Twin-80, PVA, and STC, so they are NP1, NP2, and NP3. So soon we'll be seeing which gave the best result and what was the result. In the coming slides, we'll see the result. And then we did some zeta particle analysis, which will give you a brief overview. What was the size of the nanoparticles and zeta potential and so on. So this slide gives us an idea. So as you can see, in NP1, NP2, and NP3, the nanoparticle, the average size ranges from 153, 784, and 138. Of course, the size 784 we have not used because it is too high for blood-brain barrier to pass. Here 1944 was also not used. However, 153, 348, 191, and 140 may be fine. And some PDI and some zeta potential in negative shows they are stable in nature. So based on it, we have taken various nanoparticles. And next, we have done the standard peak analysis. We have seen how much of dexamethasone is going. So that's how we do calculate. So we entrapment efficiency is amount of drug loaded to nanoparticle. So let's say we take X drug minus amount of free drug, that's a Y drug, divide by amount of drug that was added into 100. So it will give us the encapsulation efficiency of that drug into that particular nanoparticle. So in EP and NP, we have taken different concentration, as you can see, and encapsulation efficiency. Normally it varied from 40 to 100, 90, 94, 95 or so on, 94%. But since the experiments were replicated, they were reciprocated, reproducibility was there. So normally it ranges from 80 to 93% based on the nanoparticle that we are using and based on the method and surfactant that we are using. So this is a SEM image which gives us an idea of that nanoparticle has been synthesized. So there is no need to go into detail of this. And this is a drug release. So this drug release, just to summarize, it says that initial burst was observed within first 24 hours. So as soon as the dexamethasone and PLG enters the cell line, the Neuro2A cell line was used from NCCS Pune. So as soon as it enters, in next first 24 hours, an initial burst was there. A lot of nanoparticles were synthesized for that were released. The drug was released for first 24 hours, and after that there was gradual release followed by continued period of for 7 days. But the release was slow, so the first 24 hours were crucial. Of course, this release can also be controlled by varying different parameters that we can use. And this is just to FTIR to show you that nanoparticle has been synthesized. So this is PLGA, this is dexamethasone, and this is PLGA plus dexamethasone nanoparticles. And the Neuro2A cell line were procured from NCCS Pune. They were maintained on DMEM, high glucose media from Hyclone, FBS from Hyclone. Of course, some antibiotics were added, and they were added at 37 degrees centigrade and 5% in CO2 incubator. So I believe that O2 is missing here. So it says 20% confluence, 80 to 90% confluence. This shows the Neuro2A cell line that has been maintained. And of course, cell cytotoxicity assay has also been done to study how this nano drug PLGA, this conjugate, is having any harmful effect or not on Neuro2A. So some cell cytotoxic assays were also done, so which revealed that they are fine to use. So we took a blank here, we took dexamethasone, we took PLGA plus dexamethasone, they were treated for 24 hours. No visible death was reported in PLGA dexamethasone, so it has been concluded that it is safe for administration. And as you can see on this slide, this is the control in cytotoxic assay. Dexamethasone also not killing the cells. PLGA is also not killing at 10 and 50 microgram and even at 100 microgram. So they are safe to use. So the nitric oxide, of course, it's a various signaling molecule that play a key role in pathogenicity of neuroinflammation. So its inflammatory effect comes in picture when there is some physiological conditions. So normally we do grease assay to check the presence of nitrate ion in a particular solution or in a particular one. So of course, a standard curve was determined, and this was the experiment in which lipopolysaccharide was added 1 microgram per ml, and it was incubated, and it was followed by PLGA dexamethasone treatment, and it was followed by control treatment. Of course, only PLGA was also given. Only nano was also, dexamethasone was also given, and PLGA plus dexamethasone both were also given. So this gives an idea. So let's say the plus says the lipopolysaccharide is not here, so you can see the nitrate concentration is low. Once we spike it with lipopolysaccharide, you can see the ratio has been increased. But in this one, you can see with lipopolysaccharide, we had dexamethasone, and we added dexamethasone PLGA nanoparticle. So you can see the decrease in nitrate. So this decrease shows that these nanoparticles are working as per our expectation. So this is how the experiment was run. And it was followed by experiment for gene analysis, control, LPS, LPS plus dex, LPS plus NP plus dex. So everything was done. So normal lipopolysaccharide was also taken. So when we did the gene expression studies, of course, RNA was isolated by a kit from QIAGEN. CDN was synthesized by Thermo Fisher Scientific kit, and gene amplification was done in a CyberGreen PCR kit on a BioRed real-time PCR that we have. So amplified gene was compared to determine the efficiency of the nanodrug that we are using. So this is just to show you that RNA that has been isolated was fine. Then cDNA synthesis was carried out using versus cDNA synthesis from Thermo Fisher Scientific. So they have their set protocol to do it. So this was a reaction using CyberGreen qPCR kit from Thermo Fisher Scientific. And this shows that this is a control. In LPS, you can see the level of TFN-alpha is high. Dexamethasone, of course, the level decreases. With nanoparticle, the level decreases much far. Whereas for IL-6, the control is low. Lipopolysaccharide, the level is too high. With dexamethasone, the level decreases, and with NP also. Of course, NP with the drug that we are using. So it has been decreased. So just to conclude my talk, so synthesis of poly-G and nanoparticle using various technique was done. It was optimized with the parameter for synthesis of PLGA. Loading of drug was done, and release kinetics was taken. So some RSM and some release kinetics using BBB algorithm has been done. So that has not been in this slide. So maybe in next couple of lectures, if there are any in next future, we'll take up those certain the studies that we have done in silico. Then maintenance and growth of neuronal cell were also done, and determination of therapeutic process of PLGA was done. So these are some reference that I have used, and I'm thankful to my lab members, Sunil ji, Mamta, Lakshika, and so on. So they are keen to work on this particular area. And I request all of you to please come to Manipal University, Jaipur. We have a very good animal cell culture and cancer biology lab. Maybe we can collaborate, and we'll be happy to see the facility. So that will be all. So thank you from my end. Thank you, Doctor. Over to you, Dr. Tarun.
So thank you so much, sir, for your valuable talk on PLGA nanoparticles, their synthesis and characterization. Obviously, the PLGA nanoparticles is used for the treatment of neuroinflammation. So please, sir, stay online after the session of Dr. Meenakshi Samartha. We will have question and answer round. Please online.
Sure.
So
Thank you, Dr.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So I would like to request Dr. Meenakshi Samartha. Please continue your talk, please. Please unmute yourself. Meenakshi.
Yes. Wait. Slide. Okay, wait. You can see the slides?
Yes.
Yes, okay. But it's not stable on my system. Wait.
No issue.
No issue. Okay. Wait.
Please cancel this icon, ma'am, please.
It's not working actually. I don't know what happened to this. Wait. Now it's.
Yeah, now.
Okay, it's fine. So my talk is on the virtual laboratory and its challenges after COVID-19. We all know after COVID-19 things are not like before. We are not able to go to the laboratories, in all kind of laboratories. Some are already contaminated, and the things are not favorable for the lab workers nowadays. And my talk is not on research based, but it's a general talk on present scenario of pandemic, and it makes I make it very simple for the students, and keeping that hope they will understand the simple way. So the COVID-19 pandemic impacted laboratory across the world, as we all know. Some laboratories were labeled non-essential, and they were possibly idle for different stretches of time. But other laboratories are labeled essential and face the challenges of keeping workers safe and delivering during the crisis. Means they are supposed to work in the crisis also, and but keeping this in mind, that there should be no contamination, no disease spread there in the labs, so that the workers will be safe. Now, it's not now, but in 1977 also, the first version of virtual laboratory was presented, titled Virtual Laboratory of Physiology. At this time, the main focus lay on the development of technological preconditions of physiological research in the 19th century. And therefore, a database with relevant text and images were created during 1998. The concept which is being used today was created after a series of modifications. That was not a proper research works. There were some, modification were done in the data also. So gradually the focus had been expanded from physiology to the life sciences and other areas also, like arts and literature. As the project had been extended from sole database to platform to historiographical research, it was presented at the conference using a World Wide Web for historical research in science and technology, organized by the Stanford University. So in 2000 also, the project was incorporated as research project. The experimental edition of the life funded by Volkswagen Foundation. This was followed by another presentation at the conference Virtual Research. So in 2000 also, there was a conference on virtual research, the impact of new technology on scientific practices at Zurich. In 2002, the first version of the virtual laboratory went online. Now the journals are also coming online. So since 2008, the virtual laboratory listed as a journal under the ISSN number 1866244784. So journals are also coming online at the time in 2000 and 2002. So next, what we want to know is what is virtual laboratories. A virtual laboratory is an on-screen simulator, or you can say the calculator, that helps test ideas and observe the results. The learners are advanced technology to perform a series of experiments that yield authentic results. Virtual labs have been designed to provide remote access to labs and various disciplines of science and engineering. So virtually we can learn the things what are going worldwide, going on in the worldwide, and we can understand the things virtually or by the internet, by the help of the internet, we can understand the things. Virtual lab creates a non-destructive type of testing environment where students can carry out various tests, obtain results using computer-based simulations and remotely. It means the student will understand the things virtually, but it should be understandable by the workers and by the lab workers and by the students, the things which is communicating between the two areas. To create virtual lab is a big challenge that needs support from information technology, and as we all know, technique should be good, and internet should be in perfect range, and artificial intelligence and data science, a synergy between the Department of Biology, Biotechnology, or IT industries need to us looking into the future methodology, making education easily accessible remotely. So we need to improve the internet quality, and it is reachable to every part of the world. So this is the way how virtual labs work. The virtual lab is there, and we are using the internet to the different people by remote user 1, remote user 2, and from the vice versa, you can say, you can use that. Now, what is the structure of virtual laboratory? You can divide it into two parts. One is archive. This is whole the number of what you can say, it is digitize the text and images, and it is for the storing the data, sheets compiled, and their resources also. And the second part is the laboratory. It completely based on laboratory work. This holds historiographical work on the departmentalization of life as well as a working environment to enable the new ways of writing. The virtual laboratory is composed of almost 8 sections, and they are divided into 8 sections. First is the assays. This section holds the historical graphical papers that are turned linked to the that is turned linked to the source material and archive. And the number 2 is the experiments, which is all which needs the physical presence most of the time, but during virtual labs it is also possible to make this possible. Contain data sheets and classical experiments in life sciences, or you can say in IT department also, on blood, we can give the example like blood circulation, muscle contraction, nerve conduction, and other things also we can go through that by the experiments. Now next is the technology. Technology, as we all know, technology should be very, very sound, deals with the technological aspect, departmentalization, in which the instruments, the equipments, that all are working properly, so that the virtually the students can understand. Now the objects, this section is still under construction and will contain the actual objects of experiments, hence organisms. So this is, we have to work on this also. And the sites contain data sheets on institution at which the experimental work was conducted. People, this section holds short biographies of protagonists of the departmentalization. Now the concept, it is dedicated to central concept like reflex, function, consciousness, and their respective histories. Now the last one is the library, and library, which is very much important. This is the core section of the virtual laboratory. Besides digitalized text, journals, trade catalogs, it holds manuscripts, audio files, excerpts of the movies, and printed text are in process of being occurred and are already partly accessible via full text search also. So library plays an important role to having all the data and all the literature with that. Now there are many challenges also, as we all know. It is very challenging to work in a virtual world. So in adequate communication between workers and the mentors, teachers, it is not eye contact communication. Virtually, it is very difficult to understand the things, whether the student is understanding that whatever teacher is showing in the virtual labs. So virtual labs has created pressure on educators to prove effectiveness. And the biggest problem, the school teachers are very much facing this problem, how they can understand the students, whatever they are teaching. Virtually, are they effective on the student? Our students are learning that. Same with the lab workers also, whether they are understanding or not, this is not clear to the, and it should make effective. In addition to using virtual labs and distance learning, many educational institutions are using them in their campuses and are being faced with the same scrutiny as those who use the distance education. So they are the major challenges in virtual labs. Role of virtual laboratory, it is in some ways it is very good also. It is resources saving. You can save the petrol, you can save the electricity, you can save the water also. So money saving, affordable, time saving, naturally it's very much time saving, travel saving. You don't need to travel one place to another. You can do the things at one place, from your home, from your office, anywhere. Safety concern, the most important thing because of the pandemic. So it is quite safe. You are keeping the social distancing, and you're not working in a crowded lab. So it is really very safe. And student ability, in some students are good in brain, but they are not expressive in the labs and all, but if they are studying from their place only, so they can understand more. In that case, student ability is really good. So virtual lab exercise can remedy nearly all these concerns. Not some disadvantage also. Online learning requires self-discipline. You have to be self-disciplined. Aisa nahi ki you just put on the camera and then you move here and there and you're not learning the things in proper way. And so you should show the self-discipline, and but instructor and the student both need additional training for this. For online learning, you need additional training also. And online classes are prone to technical issues. That is very much important, that I was even facing during sharing the slides. It was really, we need some technical knowledge also. We all should be technically sound for that. Now, online learning means more screen time. That is really a big problem nowadays. It is very much harmful to your neurons, and maybe there are people are saying that students are having headache and then some psychological problems due to the screen. They are increasing the screen timing, and other thing effect on eyes also, and physical activity it goes down. So some disadvantages of virtual laboratories are always there. So tasks ahead, challenges for virtual lab learning, ability to learn, develop lab skills. So we have to learn how to learn virtually from the lab. Effectivity and approval issues, maybe hota hai ki we are not that much effective in online interactions are not that much effective. And the other one is approval issue. If you work online, nobody wants to know why you are working online. It's not that much effective. So please, if you are working physically, then it is you will get the approval very fast for everything. The virtual lab learning experience reinforce critical thinking, skill, understanding of scientific methods. So it is very critical thinking. You all know we all are facing in that way also. And the strong IT backbone with good technical support. We need a good technical support. Today, the technical team is all controlling everything. So we need a good technical support. That extra staff is also needed for that. Now the conclusion that the teaching and learning process in education is important, and conduction of experiments in laboratory help the student to understand the concepts. So what to do? If the lockdown is going on, nobody can go out. So this is the only thing which we can use. At least it is something which we can do. The introduction of virtual laboratories in education greatly affects the learning process of students during COVID-19 pandemic. Institutes were closed due to lockdown. And online mode of lab learning helps the workers. However, they were not facing problems in completing the laboratory experiments in that way, but still something is better than nothing. So
sorry to
thank you. Just concluded. I try to make it very small so that okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
So
any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Samartha, for a wonderful talk on virtual laboratory. Now we have question and answer session. So here, first question for Abhijit sir. Yes, sir. The question is from researcher, and she wants to know that, sir, in your experiments, has you reached the possibility to generate lactic acidosis to increase of lactic acid during targeting, sir? Yes.
I am not sure. So actually, what we intend to do, if I maybe I have not correctly understood the question, so just let me summarize what we expect here to do. So PLGA is a copolymer. So this PLGA comprises of polylactic acid and chloroglycolic acid. So when this PLGA enters a cell, after entering, this PLGA is further hydrolyzed into monomers, which are lactic acid and glycolic acid. So this lactic acid enters the TCA cycle, and which is eliminated as, of course, CO2 and water. And glycolic acid, it is there. It also enters TCA cycle, and it is eliminated as CO2 and water. So the gist of telling this is that just to show that PLGA is non-toxic. So once PLGA enters the cell, it is converted into lactic acid and it is converted into glycolic acid, and which is metabolized by our cell, which is metabolized by our body. So no residue of PLGA remains in the cell, so it is non-toxic per se. So that's the gist of telling this particular reaction. I hope this answers the question.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir, for your answer, sir. And another question is for Meenakshi ma'am. Yes. So, ma'am, as life science required run of dry lab and wet labs, so how virtually it will help to run all experiments to a skilled researcher? Is it possible?
Nowadays, the labs are working on that. They are making it's comfortable for the students who are trying to attach with the lab from distance also. But the thing is this, it's not in that way you are getting good results. Someone is there who will run your samples, and someone is there who will help you in running the sample. But the student, even they also they want to work physically there. So it's really good if it is possible you work from distance also, but it should be physical presence should be there, so that they will understand it more nicely. With the, of course, with the proper protocol you can do. But in that way, in fact, even my students, they cannot work when they were out during the lockdown, and they were at their home. So they were also very much worried how they will work from there. So they came back, and then they start working with me. So it's good. You should go physically and work with all protocol.
Yes. So thank you, ma'am, for the answer. So
thank you.
I would like to thank our both speakers for this technical session on virtual laboratory. And now I want to capture this moment. So I would like to request to all the participants, please open the camera so that we can capture this moment. Please. I would like to our host, please capture this beautiful moment, wonderful moment. Yes, now 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Professor Abhijit sir and Dr. Meenakshi ma'am for your valuable talk. Now we will move on our next technical session, and the technical session 6 is on national education policy, new opportunities and higher education. And our speakers in this technical session are Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra from Ethiopia, and another speaker is Dr. M.K. Singh, who is scientist from Pusa, India. So I would like to request Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra Manoj Kumar Mishra sir join this meeting room.
Yes, he is in the
Yes.
meeting room.
Okay. So Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra is a well-known academician and researcher as well as an administrator. He has excellent teaching, research, and administrative experience in India and abroad. He specializes in econometrics, business and data analytics, research methodology, quantitative techniques, economics, and development economics. He has published number of books and over than 100 research articles. So I would like to request Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra sir to continue your talk, please. Sir. Host, please allow Mishra sir for meeting you. Yes, sir. Sir, please start the video, sir, please. Host already allowed you for the Zoom meeting room. Hello, sir. May I audible, sir? Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir. Yes, sir. Our host is already given the rights to you and also include you as a co-host for this session. Sir, I would like to request you to please restart this Zoom meeting. I think there is technical error from your side. So I would like to request you to please restart this Zoom meeting. So in meantime, I want to move on our next speaker, that is Dr. M.K. Singh, sir. And the title of talk of Dr. M.K. Singh is on mode of education in the pandemic era. Dr. M.K. Singh, sir, is renowned scientist in Department of Entomology at Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agriculture University, Pusa, Bihar. Sir completed his basic and professional education from Acharya Narendra Dev University of Agriculture and Technology, Ayodhya and BHU. Dr. Singh served as researcher in Indian Council of Agriculture Research Organization and Youth Research Station, Bihar. Presently, sir is working on pest management for different horticultural crops. So please welcome Dr. M.K. Singh, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kumawat, for nice introduction. Myself is Dr. M.K. Singh, and working at RPCAU Pusa, Bihar. Nowadays, the education system is too much changed, especially in pandemic era. The issue is during pandemic, because of lockdown, we are much more worried about the transmission and breaking of transmission chain. So in this time, school, college, and all education system was completely disrupted. At all level of education and training get affected. And disparities in learning opportunities, increased dropout percent recorded due to larger population pushed to low income group. A ripple effect beyond education. Importance of electronic gadget increased immediately in education. First, way of learning during COVID-19. Sudden change was recorded from residential instruction to distant instruction. Distance learning tools played prime role, including laptop, mobile, computer, tablet, etc. Promote inclusive learning, support for teachers' needs, no single schedule for reopening of educational institution because of the pandemic was getting more and more worse day by day. Almost all about 1 year and 6 months, the all educational institution was closed. During that time, government have given time to time different type of recommendation to check the spread of the disease, and accordingly educational institution was also given someone recommendation how to tackle the issue and how much educational institution can run. A major part of the education system was run by private organization, and up to some extent their economy completely depend on the earning came from the students. So the private institution primarily started their education and tried to collect money on the account of that. we are continuing our learning. They are updating time to time. In this way, government has also given some recommendation, especially for higher education, where something infrastructure was already established in India. In that category, primarily, the higher education was started in online mode, where at least most of the college and university have the basic facility of computer, internet, laptop, and students are also having good connectivity of internet and accessibility of data, etc. They are having good quality mobile, Android, laptop, and something more. Suppresses transmission of the virus and plan thoroughly for school reopening. Ensure the safety of all is the prime motto. To break the transmission chain of COVID-19 virus. Plan for inclusive reopening. Willingness of students and guardians must be considered. Listen to voices of all concerned, including health worker, frontline worker, and students, parents, and local administration, national, state level administration. All should be concerned about the transmission and check the transmission of the virus. Coordinate with key actors, including health community and other frontline workers. To protect education financing and coordinate for impact, because the private sector organization are completely depend on the funding came from their stakeholders. So the workers of private organization especially completely depend on the earning. So there is a major issue: protect educational financing and coordinate for impacts. So strengthen domestic resources mobilization, preserve share for education as top priority, and tackle inefficiency in sufficiency. Protect official development assistance for education like mobile camera, webcam, laptop, Android, etc. This type of assistance must be strengthened. Strengthen international coordination to address the debt crisis, because in the pandemic time, the whole economy was get disrupted. And level of the ensure a strong leadership and coordination who can help to gather all the facility, coordinate between the parents, students, and education organizer, manager. So enhance consultation and communication mechanism. Skill development, government has given name the skill development, because most of the person has lost their job during this lockdown. So employability is the much more serious issue. So the youth should be teach which can give the employment. Support the teaching profession and teachers' readiness. Means for focus on the addressing learning losses and prevent dropouts, particularly to marginalized group, because a majority of people lost their income or their income level. Expand the definition of right to education to include connectivity entitlement, strengthen data and monitoring of learning, remove barriers to connectivity, and strengthen the learning system. Nowadays, our education system is completely running in formal education system. They require something infrastructure, face-to-face learning in a particular place, a particular environment, and certain things. In initial days of our civilization development, our education system was informal education, where expert person or teachers, they teach how to do. Nowadays, this is the part of learning as only practical classes. But in informal system, how to do is taught by the expert fellow. But nowadays, we are teaching informal education, how it is possible. Then we are teaching in practical how to do. So in this system, something infrastructure is needed. The closed classroom system is needed with basic infrastructure. In that condition, the total education system was broken because of the complete lockdown implemented in the country. Later on, after one phase passed out, government was given something relaxation in their lockdown. In this situation, the second lockdown was implemented, or second wave of COVID, that was much more serious. On that time, the different education institution, those who had escaped in first lockdown or first wave of COVID, those who had overlooked the, in that condition, in second wave, they had come on the e-learning system or online education system. Although every person or every academician, they are feeling that the online education system is not much effective as a offline or face-to-face education system. But in this situation, where we can host to save our life, something, those who are able to spend some amount on these gadgets, electronic gadgets, they had given something to their learners, but that was not enough, because especially in Indian condition or in some other country, also some developing country, somewhere electronic gadgets are or somewhere electricity was poor. So this type of conditions are available. A major government dropout. Even in higher education, we had faced it. Someone, students from Andhra Pradesh that was doing master degree from my institution, when class was scheduled or any program was scheduled, they were coming their farm area where a proper network was there, and they are attending the program through their mobile. On a day, his parents were much more curious what he is doing in the farm area. Why on the time schedule he was going there. In the video, we had observed their parents are doing something, what is going on. We had addressed their issue and told them our first priority to save the life. But time of life is something going on, so to save it, how can you improve the education system, or how can improve the knowledge, and how can utilize this leisure time? And this time should not be lost from the career of this student. The another issue from the Nagaland, that students was staying in Samwan Valley, but they are getting signal 1.5 kilometer away on the top of the hill. As per the message, as per the time schedule that is communicated earlier, they will come on that hill and they get proper connectivity and they get connected. We are feeling that as our institution is Central University and almost 19 states supporting by their students in our institution. So at many places there is network problem, somewhere electricity problem. One student from Kerala, she was get almost 4 days offline because of electricity failure because of higher rainfall. So this type of situation came. So in summary, the prime motto was to suppress the transmission of virus and plan thoroughly for school reopening by following COVID protocol. Protect education financing and coordinate for its impact. Build resilient education system for equitable and sustainable development. So reimagine education and accelerate change in teaching and learning. This is all about my experience and my observation during the COVID era. This education was changed. The other listener, other participant who is attending this program, thank for kind attention, and we are inviting that you should ask anyone query if there is.
Thank you so much, M.K. Singh sir, for your very informative talk on education in the pandemic era. So sir, please be online. The question and answer session will be after the talk of our one more speaker. So our next speaker for this session is Professor Dharmendra Tripathi. Yeah. So it is my pleasure to invite our speaker, Professor Dharmendra Tripathi, who will deliver his talk on mathematical approach of SARS-CoV-2 transport in viscous medium. Professor Tripathi completed his MSc in Applied Mathematics from Banaras Hindu University and PhD from NIT PHU, Varanasi. He is expertise in biofluid dynamics, and mathematical modeling of infectious diseases. Presently, he is an associate professor of mathematics in NIT Uttarakhand, India, and before joining the NIT Uttarakhand, he has served in different institutions like IIT Ropar, NIT Delhi, and Manipal University, Jaipur. Recently, he has been ranked among the top 2% scientists by Stanford University. So over to Dr. Dharmendra Tripathi, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tarun. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Presentation is also visible?
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for your nice introduction. My talk was scheduled in morning session, but there was some urgent meeting, so I could not. So sorry for that.
No issues,
and
sir.
thanks again. So I will be talking on a mathematical approach for the COVID-19 transport in the viscous medium. So most of the models
Sir,
in
please, can you please do it
Okay.
on slideshow mode?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me do.
Yes.
Now it is fine?
Yes, sir. Now fine, sir.
Moving also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I will be talking on a mathematical approach for the COVID-19 transport in the viscous medium. Most of the models on COVID-19 transmission or spread of the COVID-19 is based on the coughing and during the coughing and how it will be transmitted from the infected to non-infected person. But my model is related to the COVID infection and spread of the COVID inside the blood vessels, because in the severe case of the COVID-19 patient, when the virus is entering from the respiratory system to the internal part of the body, like circulatory system or gastrointestinal tract or other part like kidney or other system like reproductive system. So there is a chance of the severe case of the patient and there is no chance to recover. So in that case, how the COVID virus will be transmitted inside that. So I will talk about that. Some basic things which is very well known, but you can see that what is the mathematical modeling process, that like when there is a problem, then we can go for the understanding that what is the problem, then we can go for the formulation, then we can use some transformation, or we can use some assumption to change or transform the our well-known equation in the some working model, because sometimes our system or problems, real problems, are very complicated, very non-linear. So we are trying to transform into the linear form, or we are trying to transform in the form of governing equation which could be the solvable. So we can do this is the part of the methodology, and then we can go for some analytic or semi-analytic or numerical approach to solve, and then we can go for the some computational coding, so that we can compute some result in the form of graphical results, tabular results. And when we have the graphical results or tabular results, we can also check the validity of the model with our labeled data, if data is there. If it is not there, we can also check our model with the basic model, and then we can give some recommendation, or our results could be implicated for the given problem, or how much our recommendation or how much results will be applicable for resolving such problems. So that this is the complete process, and we are focusing on the mathematical modeling process and giving some recommendation based on our model. So model is a representation. I will not go in much detail because due to time shortage, I will come directly to our model. So modeling is the representation, and when we represent any type of problem or any type of physical phenomena in the mathematical equation, so that is known as the mathematical modeling. And why we are doing the mathematical modeling? To simplify the problem, because most of the time it is not possible to do the experiment, and sometimes like in COVID-19 pandemic, we have been knowing about it is not possible to give some recommendation, or not possible to give the vaccination intentionally. So what mathematical modeling have been developed and recommended that we have to follow some precautionary measure, and we have been following those precautionary measure for that. And definitely, and also some prediction like what will be the effect of first wave, then second wave, and again the Omicron is coming, and so many predictions. So prediction could be not done by the experiment, because we don't know even about the environment or climate, what will be the tomorrow weather, we don't know. So such type of prediction we can only do the through the mathematical modeling. And this is the one of the case where we can see the transformation when the very complicated geometry is there, or very complicated problem is there, how we can transform and change in the working model. So you can see one of the geometry where as a fluid dynamics people, we have to see various parameter for this object. But I can give you simple, suppose we have to find out the area of this one, but it is not possible to find out the area because it is not in standard geometry. So what we can do, we can divide into the some standard geometry, like the second graph or second geometry. You can see that it is divided into the form of triangle, and you know the area of the triangle, and you can do you can find out the area of this complete geometry. So this is the advantage of the transformation, or this is the advantage of the assumption. Like sometimes we used to do the assumption based on the our physical constraint or physical phenomena, and due to that it is also possible. And you can see that what will be the timeline for post acute COVID. So one result have been posted that if there is a severe case, and it will be taking the long time for a recovery, and most of the parts will be like, you can see that the kidney and heads, then circulatory system and other parts may be infected due to. So there is a one result, you can see reference I have given. Then another mathematical model have been developed by the authors, like virus could be considered in the form of particles, and it could be considered as in the form of aerosols or droplet. If the diameter is lesser than 5 micron, then we can consider as in the form of aerosols. If it is greater than 100 micron, then it is in the form of droplet. If the diameter of the virus is more, then definitely there is a chance to fall down at the ground. So during the coughing, as I told you in the starting, that many models are available during the coughing or touching, or like this how the virus could be infected from the infected person to the non-infected person. So you can see this model, like if there are two types of particles, like if aerosols are there, then they can fly in the air, and it will go more than 1 meter, and it could be transmitted from infected to non-infected through the air. So air is one of the compressible fluid, and it is the medium where the particles could fly and infect to other people also. Second, if the virus is having more diameter, then due to the gravitational force, there is a possibility to fall down at the earth, and a droplet cannot move through the air for long time. But when it is on the ground or on some surface, then there is a chance through the surface may be the liquid surface, may be the solid surface, and if some people will touch this surface, then there is a chance. So there is another medium, and it could be seen from the next model. You can see that there is another model where you can easily see that there are various type of carrying medium where the virus could be transmitted from the infected to non-infected. Like one is if the particles are very small, and if it is in the form of aerosol, then air is one of the medium. If it is in the form of droplet, then it could fall on some surfaces like door handle, glass cup, cell phone and other surface, and then again if these surfaces will be touched by the non-infected people, so there is another chance. Then again, if the virus will enter into the gastrointestinal, if suppose the intestines, means large intestines or small intestines are infected, and during the urine or stool process, and if they use, infected people, they use the toilet and other, then there is another process, and through the liquid process, you can see that infected people can infect to the uninfected people through this medium also. So there are various medium, and you can see that the solid and the fluid mediums are very important in that, because carrying the particle. So based on that, we have developed one model, and another example you can see, this is also one of the study where you can see that due to the saliva inside our mouth, due to the saliva, even during the coughing also, saliva will also come with the virus, and due to the saliva is the liquid, and this is available in the respiratory system, and our virus could also be spreaded from the this mouth. So this is another, and there was during the second wave and the first wave of the COVID-19, we are very familiar that there was a therapy which is known as a plasma therapy, and due to if the people are infected and recovered from the COVID-19, then their plasma could be useful to recover or boost the immune system for the infected people, so that plasma therapy was one of the option before vaccination. And some other type of like antibody therapy was also useful to boost up the antibody in the body, so that they can fight with the virus, and people can recover. So these are the therapy which were used during the case of pandemic. And you can see that there was two stages. One is the early stage, if the virus is inside the respiratory system and there is a chance to recover the person, then there is a maximum chance to recover of the such a type of, if the infection is in early stage. If the infection is in severe stage, like if the virus is enter into the respiratory system, and from the respiratory it will enter into the circulatory system, you can see this is the blood vessel, and then there are, due to the circulatory blood vessels, it could enter into the gastrointestinal and other part of the body also. So in that case, it is very difficult to recover, and you can see that there was one process, like if the oxygen level was very low and it is very severe case, then people are using, patients are using the ventilator, and due to the ventilator, they are maintaining the they are maintaining the oxygen level, and they are able to means chances was very rare, but some people have recovered, and some many people have died due to this severe case. So many as I explained, that many models are available where the outside of our body, that how the transmission of virus from infected to non-infected, many dynamical systems are available, but such type of inside our body it was not there. And one of the process also, like how we can use cytokines, and how many parts will be the infected. This is more about, because inside the body we don't know many biological process, many chemical process, many physical process are there, and we cannot focus all those mechanism together, but we can see that some of the physical phenomena which we can see in the perspective of the fluid dynamics, we can focus, and we can recommend to the people that how we can control the infection, or how we can control the virus transmission inside the, or especially in our model, blood model. So you can see that there is in the respiratory system, there is a membrane, and how it will work, like there is a natural process of the pumping. It is always contracting and relaxing, and it will create the pressure gradient, and due to that we are able to take the breath. And then second process, you can see that how this membrane will work. So we have formulated one equation, and also we have animated in the form of this you can see easily animation, like we have fitted the membrane at upper wall. In second case also we have fitted the membrane in upper wall as well as lower wall, and you can see this like how if vessels are there, blood vessels, how the blood will move and how it will carry the viruses. So this based on all the motivation and literature available, one basic model we have developed inside the, like this is the blood vessel, and if virus are moving through the blood, because blood is the carrying for this transmission of the virus. So this equation is there, which I have shown the animation for that, and you can see that the finite length of this vessel we have taken, and then we have fixed the pressure gradient also at both the form, and this is the profile for the velocity, and these are the viruses that how it will. So for that we have used the Lagrangian and Eulerian approach to see the fluid dynamics perspective to control the virus infection or virus transmission. So in first we have used the Lagrangian approach, where we have seen the blood flow inside the blood vessels, like we have used the continuity equation, momentum equation, then we have used the non-dimensionalization, because due to non-dimensionalization we are able to convert the physical equation into the mathematical equation, because in the physical equation we have to take care about the dimension of each term, but in the case of non-dimensional equation we don't have to take care, and we can use any approach, mathematical approach, to solve that. So this is the advantage, so that we are using the non-dimensional analysis in the fluid dynamics problem. And you can see that also we have used the boundary condition, because when the set of physical or mathematical equations are there, to find out the solution we have many we have the general solution, but we general solution have infinite infinite choice of the constant, and that solution is not much applicable for that. So that we are using the boundary condition to find out the particular solution, and that particular solution will be fitted with the our physical problem. So that's why we are using in all the physical problem, we are using some boundary condition based on the our physical problem. So first is related to the no slip condition, then velocity gradient at the wall we have taken as a 0, then transverse direction there is no velocity at the center, and at the wall it is as per the vibration of the blood vessels. So we have, based on the our constraint, we have considered the boundary condition, then we have derived the axial velocity, transverse velocity, pressure gradient, stream function. These are the fluid dynamics parameters, so that we have derived. And then again second part of this, because one part is related to how blood is moving through the blood vessel, second part is inside the blood how the particle will be transmitted. So for particle transmission or particle motion, we have used the VBO equation, which is based on the Lagrangian approach in the two-dimensional, and we have taken this equation. You can see it is also based on the Newton's second law of motion, so that first inertia term, like it is related to acceleration, then what will be the drag force, Stokes drag, virtual mass 2, then fraction, Bassett. So all type of forces which are applicable for the transmission of such particle we have considered in this model, and then we have solved for the position of the particle and for the particle velocity. So you can see that we have derived this equation, and then finally we have obtained the particle velocity in axial direction as well as particle velocity in the transverse direction. Then we again integrated those velocity with respect to time to get the position of the particle. So we are able to see that what will be the position of the particle at particular time, so that we can see the particle trajectory, as well as we can recommend that which parameters are more applicable for such type of transmission. Then we have also used the basic parameter based on the experimental data. So experimental data are available for the blood vessels, like what will be the wavelength, what will be the wave velocity, means what is the wave propagation for the blood flow, and what is the viscosity of the blood, then what will be the length, and then what is the particle relaxation time, gravity for that inside. And then we have also considered the different type of viruses. One is the COVID-19, and we have also taken the similar type of viruses like influenza A, influenza B, swine influenza virus, to see the comparative analysis that these are also very similar, and what will be the effect and what how we can see the similarity amongst them. So you can see that the density of different viruses, diameter of the, and from where we have taken, these are the experimental study, and we have taken all data from that. And based on all the experimental data, we have calculated some parameters which are applicable in our computation, like what will be the Stokes number, density ratio, gravity, and then some coefficient like beta 1, beta 2, beta 5. And then you can see that we have simulated the result for the blood vessel velocity in the axial direction as well as transverse direction, and then stream lines. So you can see the what will be the pattern. So most of the things, because the contractions are in the transverse direction, so velocity, axial velocity is much applicable, but in the transverse direction there will be some velocity, but it is very negligible as compared to the this. And this is the stream lines where you can see that how the blood particles are moving. And then we have also calculated the the virus velocity in the axial direction as well as in transverse direction for all type of viruses. And you can see in the velocity, since the density and diameters are very close to other type of viruses, so there is no much effect, but you can see some minor effects are there in the velocity. Then again we have simulated these results for the all type of viruses and the axial velocity of the particles. So you can see that how it will be the nature, like at the contracted portion there is a trapping, and at the relaxed portion there is also trapping, but the bolus is bolus are larger in the size, so that in if there is a small or there is a there is a lesser velocity of the blood, then there is a chances of the virus transmission is lesser. And if the blood flow is very faster, then there is a much chance. So you can see that some other type of simulation we have also done for the transverse direction, and you can see that in transverse direction there is no much effect, because I have told you that vibration is in the transverse direction, so motion of the blood as well as the virus will also be moving in the axial direction. So that again the different type of forces which are applicable, like one is the Stokes drag. So what will be the effect of Stokes drag, Bassett force, Stokes drag, Bassett force in the transverse direction as well as the axial direction, you can easily see. And then the axial velocity with respect to time, that at which time what will be the velocity, as well as transverse velocity at which time for all type of viruses we have also simulated. And you can see that the effect of all type of effects, again we have calculated with respect to time for the axial velocity as well as transverse velocity. And since we don't know what will be the proper shape of the virus, so it could be the spherical as well as non-spherical. So for the non-spherical, spherical, we have also given the we have also computed the comparative analysis, and from this result it is clear that the velocity, particle velocity, is more in the case of non-spherical as compared to the spherical particle. So such type of results we can see, and see that what will be the position of viruses. So we have also done the trajectory for the spherical and non-spherical particle, and you can easily see that what will be the position and how it will be transmitted. Some simulation we have also done. We are still doing this work because we have not communicated it. We have been doing. So these are simulation that how we can control with the trapping. So these are some viruses where we can show that the what will be the position and how we can trap, how we can control. So these are some results. Like we have taken some parameter, a physical parameter. We have seen the fluid dynamics aspect to control the infection as well as control the spread of the virus inside our body, because most of the models are available outside of the body, but this model is for inside, especially for the circulatory system. But such type of model could also be extended for the other system like gastrointestinal. Based on their mechanism, based on their geometry, we can focus. In this case we have considered only the Newtonian fluid model, where it could be extended for the non-Newtonian models, where you can see the rheological effect, because blood is non-Newtonian nature. So viscoplastic nature could also be discussed by extending this model. And the thermal effects, by using the energy equation in this model, we can also see the thermal effect, that what will be the temperature effect in the spread of such type of virus. So these are the future scope of this, because this is very basic model. Many biological, as I told you, many biological and chemical process are also involved, but we have not taken such type of mechanism in this model. But in future study, we can think about that, how we can extend and improve this model for more effective manner. So in this work, some of my PhD student Rakesh Kumar and Dinesh Singh Bandari, and one of my international collaborator Yasir Abul Qasim have done. So I acknowledge them and thankful to every organizing team for inviting me and supporting me to present this work in this platform. So thank you. If there is any query, doubts, I will be happy to discuss.
So, thank you so much, sir, for accepting the challenging problem of the globe and presenting the mathematical model which is helpful in the prevention of COVID-19 and as well as similar infectious disease. So, sir, I would like to request you, sir, please be online, because our speaker, Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir, from Ethiopia, also joined our meeting room. So I want to over to Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Finally, I got joined. So
yes, sir.
I am in this 5 days international virtual conference on the theme recreating higher education in the post-pandemic period. BICON 2021, organized by the Biryani Group of Colleges India. The chief guest of this conference, Professor MP Punia, Vice Chairman AICTE India, Professor R.A. Gupta, and Professor S.P. Singh, guest of honor of this international conference. Dr. Manish Biryani, the Director R&D, Dr. Devika Agarwal, Convener, Dr. Sanjay Biryani, Director, Academics, Dr. Tarun Sharma, HOD, Department of Science, Biryani Girls College. I feel happy to be the part of this international conference. So today in this conference, I will discuss about the blended learning for higher education in post-pandemic period. So what issue I will discuss? I will discuss the objective of education in the context of new education policy, blended learning. What is blended learning? Higher education scenario of world, higher education system in developing country, particular what are the challenges, and online education opportunities and challenge, and classroom education versus online education. And finally, I will discuss the blended learning for higher education, a path to new normal. All those things I will discuss. So first of all, what is the objective of learning? Excellence in thinking and action is the foundation for any mission. Excellence is not by the accident. It is a process where an individual or organization or nation continuously strive for better oneself. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has told this. So how to achieve the excellence in the higher education? That is the need of our. How to get the employability in the higher education, and how to include more and more people in the higher education is the need of our, particularly in the underdeveloped country. So in this context, new education policy 2020 of India, that focusing on the knowledge, skill, attitude, moral development, job, employability, character building, good human being, good global citizen. So I think that it is more focusing on the skill development rather than the knowledge development, and also more focusing on the attitude development, and finally it will tend to the employability. So what is the blended learning? Blended learning is a style of education in which students learn via electronic and online media as well as traditional system face-to-face education. So we can say that blended learning is the combination of online and offline education both. Modern education system is called the blended learning system that focus on the smart class, e-education, online education, all those things. So e-learning process of imparting education with the help of a combination of tools such as the internet, a medium of the form of videos, audios, image carried out interactively. So one teacher and more students in the a smart room, internet, laptop, ICT facility, all are very important in the blended learning. In this blended learning, the class at home, everyone can get the class at home and you can study anytime from any place. No face-to-face interaction is required, but and there is no control of teacher to the class. The beauty of this blended learning is that you can study anytime from any place, from any age group through the online education. In spite of this, you can also get the education through the offline mode also. So the e-Pathshala is very big, famous in India. Swayam is very famous. The students are required to get some paper or some credit to the Swayam. NPTEL is very famous. You can do many courses. CES is very famous for the UG and PG courses. Online courses by the university are also started during the COVID period, and many colleges, universities, institutions are organizing faculty development program, webinar, workshop, conferences through online education, and the cost is very low. So now the educational scenario of world I am discussing. Educational institutions in the world have been heterogeneous distributed, not only in world, in the India also. So if we discuss about the North America is very developed in the education system. Their employability rate is more than 85%. While if you discuss about the South America is not developed. If we talk about the European countries, in European countries that are very developed, blended learning is very developed in the European countries, and in the South world, Australia also very developed. But as far as it is concerned to the Asia and Africa, that is not developed. Particularly in the Asian countries, blended learning is not developed. But we see that in the African countries, all universities, maximum universities have developed the ICT sector. So that is also the important and the part of the blended learning, particularly the online education system. So the demand of education is very high at the global level, while the supply of educational institutions, particularly the quality education, is very low. And people are trying to purchase the education, and cost of education is very high in the offline education system. So there is a problem of accessibility, affordability of the education, and there is required of the inclusive education, inclusive higher education all over the world for the development of world, because investment in education multiplier effect is very high, and that tends to the increase in national income very high. So that is the very important. So higher education system in the developing countries, we can say that the low gross enrollment ratio in the underdeveloped country, maximum countries have less than 25% gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Developing intellectuals, they are not developing the intellectuals, they are only providing the degree holders. Developing youth with environment sensitivity, human values, and professional ethics, that is lacking in the higher education system. And it is also required to prepare the youth for the global competitiveness, and there is a need to generate the employability, that is also the need of time, and therefore they should focus on the attitude, skill, and knowledge, but till now they are focusing on the knowledge, skill, and then attitude. So extending the reach of higher education through the blended learning is the need of our. Attracting and retaining qualified, competent faculty and Organizing the faculty development forum is also the need of our through the blended learning. Establishing world-class institutions of higher learning and research, that is the need of our. And therefore, by this, we can develop the academia industry interaction. We can organize the invited lecture from the industry so that the students will get the employability and they will get the more and more practical knowledge. So in this online education system, the beauty is that the opportunities are that variety of courses, low cost, no age bar, world class room to all. Even the student from the remote area can also the study, work from anywhere at any time, earning while learning. That is the beauty of the online education system. A poor can also study while working also. Review lectures instantly, focus on ideas, flexible learning schedule. Anytime we can study and instructor available at any time through the online education system. But the challenge is that online training is boring. Some people feeling that online training is boring. Students encounter technical difficulties particularly in the remote areas. A student need to talk to people, questions in the class, but in the online education system, there is some restrictions in the questions. Students can't practice the laboratory problem. The doctors, engineers, nurses need more practical works, and therefore they do not get the practice and practical work in the online system. The quality of the course is mediocre, lacking face-to-face interaction, lacking moral development. It can decrease educated, it can decrease educated employment. The main by the words, a student also learn by the face of the teacher, uh, by the personality of teacher, and that is possible through offline education system, class education system. So we are seeing that the development of blended video lecture is the need of our, and every university and college are developing the ICT section, digital library, e-Pathshala, Swayam, NPTEL, CES, but most of the university have no digital library in the case of India, in the case of underdeveloped country, and ICT section, they are also the lacking information and communication technology division. So this is need to develop particularly in the underdeveloped country. So in that there are two mode of blended learning, classroom education and online. I've already told that blended learning is the combination of classroom education and online education. So there are some beauty of classroom education and some beauty of online education. In the online education, in the classroom education, the teacher is the 3P, while in the offline education, the teacher directs the students to the information. So here the classroom is the better. Classroom education requires place within the classroom, while online education, no boundary of class, accessible to all places. So in this case, offline education is better. In the classroom education, there is eye-to-eye contact and class control, while no class control in the online education. So here classroom education is better. In the classroom education, limited number of students, while online education, unlimited number of students. Therefore, online education is better. In classroom education, it has practical and lab facilities, while online education has no practical and lab facilities. Therefore, classroom education is better. That in the classroom education, the teacher usually talks more number of students, while in the offline education, while in the online education, the teacher can interact only few students. In this case, classroom education is better. In classroom education, it facilitates only learning, while in the online education, it facilitates earning with learning both. And that is the beauty of online education. Particularly, we see that in the higher education, the enrollment ratio is very low, and further development, the higher education is the need of hour, and that is very low in the underdeveloped and developing country. So when we analyze all these points, we can see that for developing the higher education, particularly after the COVID period, there is a need to develop the system of earning while learning. Both systems should be developed. So in this case, there is a need of blended learning. So online education and classroom education are not competitive but complementary to each other. It is required for the universalization, accessibility and affordability of the education to all, particularly the higher education system. It can be accessible through the combination of online and offline education, both. The integration of online and classroom education will tend to education to all places, all age group, working as well as non-working also. This is the beauty. So
Sorry to
its
interrupt you, sir.
combined effort tends to development of knowledge, skill and attitude in learners. Finally, it can fill the gap of demand and supply of education through quality facilities also during post-pandemic era, particularly in the underdeveloped and developing countries. So it can be said that it is applied in any situation for the sustainable learning, and we can say that the blended learning will be the boon for the development of higher education, development of employability for the inclusive higher education, particularly in the underdeveloped and developing countries. So thank you so much for giving me chance, the organizing committee, particularly Dr. Tarun Sharma and all the members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir, for your valuable talk on blended learning, especially in case of COVID-19 pandemic era. And the major thing you have discussed about in your talk, the difference between online education and classroom education. And now we are moving for the question and answer session. And basically we are running very short of time. So here some questions. The first question is for Professor Dharmendra Tripathi, sir. And the question is from Mukta Kulashetra. The question is, how can I troubleshoot the problem of loop infringement in CAM descriptors for protein structural modeling while designing my algorithm? I use Python programming for coding and designing algorithms. Professor Dharmendra Tripathi, sir, please.
Yes. Actually, regarding the protein, it is more about the chemical process, and I'm not very much familiar about the chemical process because I have seen the fluid dynamics perspective, but I can tell you that you can see the chemical process, especially in the form of electrokinetic phenomena, where the ions movement and how you can relate with the cation and ions and see the how electric field will be applicable to control such type of protein related reactions or chemical process. So my work is not much related. I'm also not expertise in the chemical process. So but definitely if it is related to the mathematical modeling, then I will be I will be pleased to the support, but I'm not very much familiar with the chemical process.
Thank you, sir. And another question from our researcher is that which is a stable and suitable mathematical model for handling the infectious disease as per your research experience?
Yes, actually, in the case of a dynamical system, there are SIR model. Many mathematical person, they are working on the dynamical system where they are using the different type of parameters, like what will be the related to vaccination rate, what will be the recovery rate, what will be the death rate, what are the, so there are they are using the susceptible unsusceptible cases, and they are also using the sensitive analysis for that, and they are using the reproduction number for the reproduction number greater than 1, reproduction number lesser than 1. So it is more about to dynamical system, and based on the dynamical system you can recommend that how much the model will be fitted with the data, like if you are collecting the data for the particular region, especially for suppose Uttarakhand or Rajasthan or that, and you are doing the modeling for such type of cases, Like nowadays, vaccination is also almost, so you can take the vaccination. Before vaccination, there was some parameter like what will be the death, what will be the recovery. So in that type of SIR model, you can easily see, and the many mathematicians they have developed, and due to that they have recommended various type of precautionary measure, like we have to wear the mask, we have to maintain the 2 meter distance. So this is not any experimental work. This is due to the dynamical model, and they have recommended these results. So they are these models are easily available, and this is related to, but there is no role of the fluid dynamics perspective there also, but definitely it is related to the mathematics.
Yes. So, thank you so much, sir, for your
thank you
answer on this particular question from our researcher. Now I would like to request of all our three speakers and all the participants to please open the camera so that we can capture this moment, please. And I would like to request our host, please capture this moment. Yeah, I just count 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time in this technical session. Thank you, Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir, Dharmendra Tripathi, sir, and M.K. Singh, sir. Now we are moving for our next session, that is virtual or presentation of our young researchers. So I would like to request our moderator, please proceed this session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat, sir, for chairing the technical session. Moving ahead, curiosity is the beginning of knowledge, but understanding is the beginning of wisdom. And an investment in wisdom pays the best interest. I'm convinced beyond doubt that you all are investing your time among wisest of the brains. Now, moving ahead, it is the time to start last session of BICON 2021, that is virtual oral presentations. I feel glad to assert that we have Dr. Shilpa Bhargava with us to chair the session. Dr. Bhargava is Assistant Professor in the Department of Biotechnology at BIANI Girls College. With her experience of 5 years in the field of research and academia, Dr. Bhargava has major research interest in medical biotechnology. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Shilpa Bhargava to start the virtual oral presentations. Over to you, Shilpa ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Kanchan Sharma, for introducing me. I, Dr. Shilpa, welcome all to oral session of BICON 2021. It's a great venue for you to enter into research and academic community, where you can make connection to other people who share interest in research area. Now is the moment to add a golden feather in the host of success. There will be 9 talks and every presenter will have 5 minutes for their presentation submitted in pre-recorded form, followed by 5 minutes for question and answer. If audience have any questions, you can type into the chat box. So the judgment is of 20 marks, 10 marks for your PPT submitted, 5 marks oral presentation, and 5 marks for question and answer. So we will go ahead and invite first presenter, Ms. Anjali Pandit, and her title is Biomedical Sciences and the COVID-19 Outbreak. So please start.
Beginning with the corona timeline,
In late 2019 December, the first patient with coronavirus symptom was recorded in Wuhan, China. In starting of 2020, the identification of SARS-CoV-2 virus was done and the genetic sequence was successfully released, followed by the development of first batch of PCR diagnostic kits. In March 2020, the number of cases and the infection rate increased to a level that strict confinement measures were taken in different countries across the globe. Still, the number of cases and death rates did not reduce. Simultaneously, the researchers and scientists were involved in development of several vaccines and their clinical trials in different countries. As a result, in 2021, the vaccines were developed and were available to the general public. The COVID-19 cases per 1 lakh residents of India compared to developed countries like UK, US, and Brazil show that the number of cases in India are comparatively very less. But because India is a developing country, even this amount of increase in cases drastically affected our country, both economically and with respect to the humankind. Cases by age show that people between 20 to 40 years constitute most of the cases, while the patients aged above 50 years constitute most deaths. And cases by gender show that males have been more adversely affected in terms of both confirmed cases and deaths. Coming to our main agenda of biomedical sciences and its role in tackling the COVID-19 pandemic. So it is this field that is involved in diagnostic approaches, and the maximum patents and researches were done in biomedical science during the pandemic period. The development of vaccines and the treatment methods are also related to biomedical science. And with the help of information technology and computational models, several biomedical devices were designed which are used in the treatment of COVID-19 patients. At last, the preventive measures played a crucial role in stopping the rate of infection. The contemporary innovations that occurred during the pandemic period involved intensive care units from shipping containers, which were repurposed to create biocontainment ICU units. The Maker masks, which are 3D printable respirator quality masks. The 3D shield printed powdered air purifying respirator created by Duke University. Epitex, which is a portable on-site COVID-19 PCR diagnostic system. The face shield and the Howard MIT detection mask, which lightens up a fluorescent signal in presence of SARS-CoV-2 virus. The vaccine innovation tells that most vaccines takes years to develop, but scientists created multiple vaccines for single SARS-CoV-2 virus within a single year. The drug firms Pfizer and BioNTech got their joint SARS-CoV-2 vaccine approved in less than 8 months after the trials began. The rapid turnaround was achieved by overlapping clinical trials and because they did not encounter any safety concerns. As a result, in the starting of 2020, the SARS-CoV-2 genome was released, and coming to the end of the year, some approved the vaccine for emergency use. The Asia's COVID-19 vaccination timeline predicted that India would have its maximum population vaccinated by the end of year 2022. The vaccines used in India are Covaxin, Covishield, and Sputnik V. Among them, Covaxin is an indigenous vaccine developed by Bharat Biotech. Before conclusion, I would like to add the new challenge for biomedical sciences field, which is the variant of concern, the new variant Omicron, which is more contagious than other variants. Also, studies are ongoing to predict whether the infection and reinfection is more severe than other variants or not. Also, if we talk about the vaccines, so vaccines can protect against any severity cases, and the treatments are based on the changes in genetic makeup, which say that some treatments may be effective and some may not be. Coming to the conclusion that biomedical sciences has significantly benefited human health and the society through adaptive, collaborative, multidisciplinary, and innovative research. Also, the efficient and effective monitoring, detection, and prevention of viral outbreaks, along with the development of treatments and vaccines, have been achieved. This great progress has enabled to save countless lives. With this, I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anjali. And next, I would like to present Ms. Bhumika Sharma, and her title is Integration of Healthcare and Quality Education to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals.
A very good afternoon. My name is Bhumika Sharma and I'm from BICON Girls College. And today I'll give my presentation on integration of healthcare and quality education to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals. These goals are meant to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The United Nations General Assembly set these goals in the year of 2015, which are intended to be achieved by 2030 by all the countries. In total, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The topic or goal which I am going to discuss today is SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, and SDG 4, Quality Education. Before discussing SDGs, I'll give an overview on pillars of sustainable development. There are 4 core elements: human, social, economic, and environmental. These all are interconnected with each other. They maintain high and stable level of economic growth, and this is one of the key elements of sustainable development. Now, when we talk about health and education, each and every sector plays an important role to achieve these goals. Now, 17 SDGs were further categorized into 5 different Ps: people, planet, partnership, peace, and prosperity. These all are meant for the better assessment of these goals. SDG 3. SDG 3 is about good health and well-being. Health is embedded in all the 17 SDGs, but SDG 3 is specifically devoted to healthcare. It is inclusive and relevant to all the population. Now, SDG 3 is further categorized into 13 different targets, such as reducing the maternal mortality, ending all the preventable deaths of newborns and children under the age of 5, ending all the epidemics like HIV, AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, and number of communicable and non-communicable diseases. And it also reduces global deaths and injuries which occur due to the road accidents. That shows that 7 million people are died due to the pollution exposure, and 400 million people do not have a basic health care, and 40% of them lack social protection as well. Now, SDG 4. SDG 4 is about quality education. By the way, do we have any idea what is quality education? Quality means effectiveness or efficiency. When we talk about quality education, we mean the standard education must be given to all. Advanced technologies must be used in educational aspects. The SDG 4 is also categorized into 10 different targets, such as ensure that all girls and boys complete their free primary and secondary education, provide safe, inclusive, and effective learning environment, increase the number of scholarships from the developing countries, increase the number of educated teachers in the developing countries. Now, when we talk about quality education, do we have any idea that 57 million children are not even go to the schools, and 103 million young people are without basic literacy, and 60% of those are women's? As if this is the irony of the world, each and every individual have to pay his or her contribution to achieve quality education. Now, number of complications arise due to the COVID-19 pandemic that leads to the deprivation in the achievement of sustainable development goals. And some of them are overcrowding and overpopulation of healthcare facilities, financial issues occur, loss of education, and inadequacies in healthcare infrastructures. As if everyone just do a little bit, we can change the world the better place for all. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bhumika. Now, I would like to invite Devi Raj Purohit, and her title is Comparative Study of Match Number and Reynolds Number and Their Physical Significance.
Hello everyone, respected teachers, sir and ma'am. Today we all are assembled for BICON 2021. I am Devi Raj Purohit, student of BSc Part 3rd from BIANI Group of Colleges. Today I present a PPT on the topic comparative study of Mach number and Reynolds number and their physical significance. First, we will discuss about fluid mechanics because Mach number and Reynolds number is the part of fluid mechanics. First, mechanics. Mechanics is the oldest physical science that deals with both stationary and moving bodies under influence forces. Fluid mechanics is in study of fluids at rest and motion, and fluid dynamics is study of fluids at motion, and hydrodynamics is study of incompressible fluids such as liquids, especially water and gases at low speed. And aerodynamics is deals with the flow of gases, especially air, or bodies such as aircrafts, rockets, and automobiles at high or low speed. Now, we first Mach number. Mach number is in single word. It is a in single word. It is a true measure of high speed system. Mach number is ratio of velocity of flow to sonic velocity, that is m is equal to v upon c. If we want to find the Mach number of flight, Mach number of flight is mac is equal to vac upon cac, and Mach number of a jet mz is equal to vz upon cz. Now, types of flow of fluid based on Mach number. We understand this topic through the example of aircrafts. If m is less than 1, that is speed of aircrafts is below the is less than sonic velocity, then flow of fluid is subsonic flow. If speed of aircrafts is equal to sonic velocity, that is m is equal to 1, transonic flow. And if speed of aircrafts is greater than sonic velocity, then flow of fluids is supersonic flow, that is m is greater than 1. And hypersonic flow, m is greater than 5, that is if speed of aircrafts 5 times more than sonic velocity. Then now critical Mach number. At some point of aircraft, at some point of aircraft, the velocity of aircrafts is nearly equal to sonic velocity, and that point is called critical Mach number. And now Reynolds numbers. Reynolds numbers is a dimensionless number in fluid mechanics, and it is a ratio of inertial forces to viscous force. R is equal to Fi upon Fv. Here formula is now final formula is dv upon v, where v is equal to mu upon rho. That is rho is the density of fluid, and mu is dynamic viscosity of fluid. Now, types of flow based on Reynolds number, that is as shown in figure: laminar flow, turbulent flow, and transition flow. Laminar flow, as we can say it is a straight line motion. It is a straight line motion and with high low velocity and high viscosity. And turbulent flow is a zigzag motion with low viscosity and high velocity. It is here part do interact each other, and inertial force are dominant. Velocity of fluid particle changes magnitude and direction. Both direction we change because it is zigzag motion. And lateral components do exist. And third one is transition flow. It is a mid state of laminar and turbulent flow. Now critical Reynolds number. As we can see in this graph is if Reynolds number is less than 200, that is laminar flow, and is Reynolds number is greater than 400, that is turbulent flow. And mid region, this is transition region. It is between 2000 to 4000, that is critical Reynolds region. Okay, and similarities between Mach numbers and Reynolds number, that characteristic, parameters, definitions, and equation. And aerodynamics forces depends on Reynolds and Mach number. It is a important point that for a valid experiment, Reynolds number and Mach number must match flight conditions. And now last is physical significance of Mach number and Reynolds number. It have whose applications in different fields, in aircrafts or spacecraft, such as Mach number is used to determine the speed of aircrafts and spacecrafts, and Renault number is used to design the models of for aircrafts and spacecraft. It is also used in industrial applications and piping and plumbing systems, boats and human body, shock waves are used in human bodies. And wind turbines, Renault number is used wind turbines to know about flow of wind. And now fluid dynamics is used extensively in design of artificial heart, shown is in any state of electrical total artificial heart. Mach number and Renault number is also used to create design of artificial heart, and here shock wave are used to design of artificial heart, and shock wave is the part of Mach number at critical Mach number. And these two numbers are also used to study of natural flows and weathers and power plants. And here we study about Mach numbers and Renault numbers and their applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raj Purohit. Now, I would like to invite Gargi Dubey. Her title is Virtual Laboratories, the Coming Era of Digital Education.
Dubey, student of MSc Previous Biotechnology. Today, I would like to talk on virtual laboratory, the upcoming era of digital education. Now, I'm going to start with conventional laboratory practices, that is CLP. As we all know, a laboratory is a place where many students can perform experiments in order to better understand the science by gaining practical knowledge and improve the working habit as well as their problem-solving abilities. But with the COVID-19 outbreak, there's a vast change in the learning process. Institutions may conduct the theory classes in online mode, but still there is a challenge in front of students and research on how to perform the practical knowledge. So as a result of these circumstances, IT department had provided an alternative way, a new technology, that is a virtual laboratory, a virtual technology, and institutions are really more interested in this technology. It is totally a computer-based activity in which students may perform the practicals by using the computers. Now, what are the excellence of the virtual laboratories? Virtual laboratories allows students to assess the laboratories for wide ranges of courses, while limits the time and the distance boundaries in order to exchange and acquire their practical skills. It also lowers the annual maintenance expenditure of an institution's lab infrastructure. It helps to nurture the students of different levels by removing the thinking gap. The students may perform a wide range of experiments in virtual laboratories that cannot be conducted in real laboratories due to safety issues. And there are no restrictions on reservation on the uses of the laboratory items in virtual laboratories. Here I am showing small videos that shows that how virtual laboratories actually provide the practical knowledge.
Have you ever wondered how DNA can be used to convict a criminal?
Great, you can make it to the crime scene so fast. As you can see to your right on the floor, this is where the professor was murdered.
Have you ever wanted to work in a CSI lab and help solve a murder case? With Labster, you can. And combined with Samsung Gear VR, you can bring this experience to virtual reality. With Labster, anyone can become a scientist and experiment with high-end lab equipment that would cost millions of dollars in the real world. In this virtual lab, you will learn how to prepare blood samples from a crime scene and produce a genetic fingerprint of the murderer. You will perform experiments and results with gel electrophoresis. Unlike on TV, you are the scientist. You are the one that has to perform the experiments. A virtual lab assistant will intelligently guide you through the experiments as if you had your own personal teacher standing right next to you.
Now let's compare the genetic fingerprint of the murderer with our suspect.
Imagine a world where learning is achieved by doing, and where there is one teacher for every student. On top of the hands-on experience with all the lab equipment, you will experience biology at the molecular level, something that is simply not possible in the real world.
Thanks for watching. Over more than 150 virtual laboratories are available as open education resources. These are some virtual laboratories which provide a number of practicals to the students regarding their respective backgrounds. That is Labster. It provides highly animated and stimulated practical videos for the students. Its headquarters is situated in Denmark. Students who belongs from the engineering background can visit the virtual labs, an initiative of MHRD Government of India. Those students who belongs from the physics, chemistry and biology background can visit the CAM Collective, CAMX, Praxi Labs and the Concord Consortium. Those students who belongs from the pharmaceutical background and the microbiological and biotechnological background can visit the Bodhi tree, which is powered by IIT Bombay and the Bioman's Biology. Now, these are some participating institutes in India which provided the facility of virtual laboratories. So the experiences of the students for the virtual laboratories. The students really like the virtual laboratories because they can get the fast feedback as they and can repeat the activity as they want anytime and anywhere, and also more focused on learning rather than the risk factor that is happening in the traditional laboratories. Out of 50% students, 45 to 46% students want both actual and the virtual laboratory. Only 4 to 5% students really prefer the physical laboratory. Now the future challenges that will be faced in virtual laboratories. First, it limits the practical knowledge or the practical skills. Second, it lacks the social interaction of students. Then the instructor immediacy and the equity and the technological availability. And last is the massive prices of the devices. And now I would like to conclude that the laboratory has been perform a really important part of education for connecting basic concept to the real world concept. But now it is really being questioned at that moment. Because of the advancement in information technology, several learning processes have been replicated to varying degrees in the form of courseware available to the internet. And at then I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gargi. Next, I would like to invite Himanshu Prasad, and his title is Design and Analysis of Optical Filter Based on 2D Photonic Crystal.
Hello, good morning to all of you and Johar. Myself Himanshu Prasad Rawani from Central University of Jharkhand, Ranchi. I am here to deliver a talk that is Design and Analysis of Optical Filter based on 2D Photonic Crystal. Outline of my presentation is number 1, introduction, second, structure and design, the third one is simulation and result, fourth one is conclusion, and the fifth one is references. Now, first of all, the introduction part. The invention of photonic crystals in 1987, a new field of research has been created for optical device scientists. Photonic crystals mainly are composed of two different dielectric materials with different refractive indices. The photonic crystal is a dielectric structure with a refractive index that varies periodically in a space with a period of the order of an optical wavelength. A photonic crystal is the optical analogy to a crystal lattice where atoms or molecules are periodically arranged and the periodic potential introduces gaps into the energy band structure of the crystals. Now, these are the two structures. First one is square lattice and the second one is hexagonal lattice. Number of silicon rods which I have taken, that is 23 by 23. Refractive index is 3.46 and the lattice constant is 564 nanometer. Radius of the rods is 112.8 nanometer. Now, using the first structure, I have obtained this graph. This graph is transmissions versus wavelength graph. The filter has an output mode at 1545 nanometer for the transmission efficiency is 98%. Means when the filter has an output mode at 1545 nanometer, the transmission efficiency is what? 98%. Now, using the second structure, this is also a wavelength versus transmission graph, and in this the filter has an output mode at 1548 nanometer for the transmission efficiency of 53%. At 1548 nanometer, the transmission efficiency of this filter is what? 53%. Now, these are the data which I have obtained. The quality factor of the first structure, that is square lattice, is 38.68 and the quality factor of the second structure, that is hexagonal lattice, is 154.8%. 158.80. This is means the quality factor of the hexagonal lattice is much better than the square lattice. Now, I am going to conclude my talk, that is, it is found in our investigation that hexagonal lattice based optical filter is good in terms of photonic band gap and quality factor respect to square lattice based on optical filter. The total footprint of the filter is less than. This shows that our filter is compact enough to be used in all optical integrated circuits. Simplicity of design is the other advantage of our proposed structure. Now, these are the references which I have referred for this talk. Thank you to you all.
Thank you, Himanshu Prasad. Next, I would like to invite Inika Jain, her presentation on smart health.
An aspect of our life. We can see it all around us, from the smartphones and smartwatches to solar-powered streetlights and all-electric cars. It makes our life and more well-developed. We live in a super fast age. The internet has shrunk the world dramatically and people are connected 24/7. Health is the primary thing, after which everything else follows. When you maintain good health, everything else falls into place. In this technological world, smart healthcare has also developed widely. These technologies are widely used in from the perspective of patients, doctors, hospitals, and scientific research institute. With the application of technologies such as artificial intelligence, surgical robots, and mixed reality, the diagnosis and treatment of disease like hepatitis, lung cancer, and skin cancer has become more and more intelligent and based on smart diagnosis. The patient's condition and disease status are more accurately described, which helps to develop a personalized treatment plan, and the program has been affirmed by experts. The treatment process itself will become more precise. For medical institution, the application of virtual assistants can greatly save manpower and material resources and respond to the needs of all parties more efficiently. Patients can self-manage their condition through apps and a health information platform. Smart homes provide home assistance to the elderly and disabled. Smart homes also perform operations that improve the living experience. This technology can also be used for identification and monitoring of patients in hospitals, the daily management of medical staff, and the tracking of instruments and biological specimens. In sum, the prospects for smart healthcare are vast. However, there are still some problems in the development process. The solution to these problems depend not only on technological progress but also on joint efforts of patients, doctors, health institutions, and technology companies. Thank you and have a great day ahead. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, if you would allow me, can I speak a few lines?
Yes.
For 1 minute. Yes, ma'am. I would like to thank you, Biani Group of Colleges, for providing me with such a big platform that was beyond my limits. And I'm feeling really proud to meet such a intellectual personalities. And in this session, I enjoyed and learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Inika. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to invite Khushi Sharma. Her title is Study the Photonic Band Gap of 2D Photonic Crystal.
Good morning, everyone. I am Khushi Sharma, undergraduate student in Biani Girls College, Jaipur. The topic of my presentation is Study the Photonic Band Gap of 2D Photonic Crystal. Outline of my presentation is Introduction, Structure Design, Simulation Result, Conclusion, and Reference. Recently, we have observed that the photonic crystals have provided a potential platform for a wide range of application in numerous domains. A photonic crystal is an optical analogy to a crystal lattice. In a crystal lattice, atoms or molecules are periodically arranged, and the periodic potential introduces gaps into the energy band structure of the crystal. Similarly, photonic crystals are periodic structure, mostly composed of two different materials with high and low refractive index. The periodicity in refractive index results in a wavelength band at which no electromagnetic wave is allowed to propagate inside the photonic crystal. The wavelength band is called as photonic band gap. The understanding of the photonic band gap characteristics and its manipulation have been exploited in designing of different optical components or devices in a wide range. Now, I am going to present the investigation result of photonic band gap of two compact photonic crystal structure. This slide shows the structure design. In designing structures, we use different parameters. Here, number of dielectric silicon rods are 19 into 19. Refractive index is 3.46. Lattice constant is 564 nanometer and radius of the dielectric silicon rod is 112.8 nanometer. These dielectric rods are placed in air. In this slide, first figure shows the 2D photonic crystal structure based on square lattice, while this second figure shows the 2D photonic crystal structure based on hexagonal lattice. To study the photonic band gap structure, a simulation is performed by using the software OptiFDTD, which provides plane wave expansion method. In this slide, figure 3 shows the photonic band diagram obtained by PWE method for the 2D photonic crystal structure based on square lattice. The photonic band gap range for the channel ranges from 0.5093 to 0.7454 1 by lambda with a corresponding wavelength range of 1341 to 1963 nanometer. This slide shows the photonic band diagram obtained by PWE method for the 2D photonic crystal structure based on hexagonal lattice. Here, two photonic band gaps are obtained. First ranges from 0.5155 to 0.8104 1 by lambda with a corresponding wavelength range 1233 to 1939 nanometer, while another range is from 1.022 to 1.1725 1 by lambda with corresponding wavelength range 1854 to 978 nanometer. Now I am going to conclude my investigation results. Two compact photonic crystal structures are constructed and their photonic band gap is numerically obtained by PWE method. The photonic band gap range of the first photonic crystal structure is from 0.5093 to 0.7454 1 by lambda with a corresponding wavelength range of 1341 to 1963 nanometer, while the photonic band gap range of the second photonic crystal structure is from 0.5155 to 0.8104 1 by lambda and 1.022 to 1.1725 1 by lambda with a corresponding wavelength range of 1233 to 1939 nanometer and 854 to 978 nanometer. A more wide band gap range is obtained for the second structure with respect to the first one. Wide photonic band gap has many potential applications in designing photonic crystal based on optical and dispersion engineering. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khushi. Next, I would like to invite Paridi Niyati. Her topic is Role of Medical Science in COVID-19 Pandemic Situation.
Good afternoon, everyone present over here. I am Paridinyati of class BSc Biotechnology second year is present here to share my views on role of medical science in COVID-19 pandemic. Coronavirus is a disease which is caused by SARS-CoV-2, which had driven the world into the worst time due to its huge impact on the life by affecting the people around the globe, as it has caused about 200,000 deaths worldwide and about more than 3 million people were affected by the coronavirus. It is also considered as panic zone virus. The structure of the coronavirus includes nucleocapsid, envelope, spike glycoprotein, membrane protein, small envelope protein, nucleocapsid protein, and single-stranded positive sense RNA. Diagnosis of the coronavirus had improved the patient survival rate and also helped to hold the transmission of the virus. The diagnosis tests available are CT scan. It is a temporary used test which is used to diagnose lung infection with the help of the X-ray. Nucleic acid test. In this process, nasal or throat swab of the patient is collected which detect the virus. RT-PCR is commonly used nucleic acid test considered as gold standard in which viral RNA is being converted into the DNA with the help of RNA-dependent DNA polymerase, which rely on the small sequences of the DNA primer, which rely on complementary sequences of the RNA. Reverse transcriptase is used to generate the cDNA or complementary DNA, which is detected by the automated system with the help of electrical signal or fluorescent dyes. Several other tests are also being in use, like RT-LAMP, which is used in POC, point of care techniques, CRISPR, rolling circular amplification, etc. Immunoassay test is a type of serological test which is based on the diagnosis of the blood samples. It involves two types of tests. ELISA test. ELISA test is a microwell plate based assay test in which it is used to diagnose for the antibodies, peptides, etc. It takes about 1 to 3 hours for the result. The two type of tests included in the coronavirus are to detect the coronavirus are indirect ELISA for detecting anti-SARS-CoV-2 antibodies, in which the plate is being coated with the SARS-CoV-2 antigens, where the antibodies specific to the antigen bind to it, and as a result, color changes being observed. Second, sandwich ELISA for detecting SARS-CoV-2 antigens, in which the plate is being coated with the antibodies, where the specific viral antigen present in the sample bind to it, and as a result, color change is obtained. Second, LFA test. It is a paper-built quantitative analysis test which detect the antibody specific to the viral protein, and as a result, a color change is observed if it is present in the person sample. It includes sample pad, conjugate pad, and absorption pad. If there is two lines present on the assay, it means a positive test, and if only one line is present, it is known as a negative test. Limitations. It is tedious, highly dependent on skilled person, and unavailable in resource-limited settings. It is a time-consuming and laborious. Therefore, the COVID-19 cannot be detected on site. So therefore, the need of point of care evolved. Point of care tests are cost effective, rapid, portable, and user friendly. As for example, in PCR test, it takes about 1 to 3 days to get a result, but in later flow test, the results are available in about 30 minutes. POC testing are quick rectification of test result so that patient can be treated in right direction at the earliest. POC testing reduces turnaround time, which is included between sample registration to reporting of the result. Conclusion: early diagnosis and therapeutic window of COVID-19 worldwide could be escalated by the innovation of biosensing technology. POC can be used to screen people at hospital, airport, or at any crowded areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faridi. Next, I would like to invite Pooja Agarwal, and her title is Role of Smart Digital Approaches to Combat COVID-19 Pandemic.
A very good afternoon. Myself Pooja Agarwal. Today I am going to share my
views on the topic role of smart digital approaches to combat COVID-19 pandemic. Challenges in the pandemic. There are several challenges in the pandemic. For example, scarcity of good quality equipment such as PPE kit, face mask, gowns, ICU, oxygen cylinders, long working hours of healthcare workers, aggressive behavior of some irresponsible public against healthcare workers, and they also needs to contact directly with the patients, and this increases the chances of infections to them. Social exclusions as well as psychological issues such as anxiety, insomnia, depression, and fear of death. To mitigate the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, several strategies have been adopted such as artificial intelligence, telehealth, proper surveillance system, and sensors. Artificial intelligence, it plays a prominent role in the field of healthcare system. Technologies used for healthcare Technologies used for artificial intelligence, temperature screening tool such as iThermo, diagnosis and analysis of CT images through AI-based algorithm, for example, iDoc and MaxQ, use of wearable devices to track resting, heart rate, sleep duration, temperature, for example, Fitbit, Apple Watch Series 4, Garmin, Omicron Heart Guide, and machine learning. Role of artificial intelligence, virtual assistants. These assistants helps to access the areas where human reach is not possible or in remote areas. Robot assisted surgery. These surgical robots help human surgeons to execute the operations, monitor health and disease detections. These help to detect the disease at the very early stage and thus monitor health. Formation of drugs and its discovery. Maintain digital health records so that quick decision and quick action can be taken as soon as possible. Analysis of medical images. Technologies used for telehealth. First of all, what is telehealth? Telehealth is the use of telecommunication technologies to provide healthcare facilities to the people. Now, the technologies used for telehealth, virtual chatbots and webbots, for example, Molly chatbot, expansion of robotic telemedicine cards, tele or EICU, web technologies for remote monitoring and virtual appointments. These are the basic structures of tele-ultrasound system. Now we have a variety of telemedicine tools such as Skype, Facebook, Messenger, Apple FaceTime, which are free of cost or with minimum cost. These are the various applications of telemedicine such as telediagnosis, telesurgery, teleradiology. Now, role of telehealth. It reduces the transmission of diseases. It provides health services online to the people as well as right level of health care to the people. Protect patients from infection and thus reduces the burden on the healthcare professionals. Technologies used for surveillance. Real-time location system is a tracking system which is used to track the location of an object or a people. Radio frequency identification is a wireless form of communication. Using radio frequency, it uniquely identifies the location of people. Wi-Fi technologies, it monitors and recorded the attached patient medical devices, CCTV cameras to monitor the quarantine people. Digital DHIS2 tracker is an application based on individual transaction data. Construction of national and international dashboards using drones, mobile apps, online surveillance mapping tools such as SORMAS, geographic information system. Now, the role of surveillance system, it is used for the surveillance of healthcare system by capturing, storing the information and display all the data on the different locations of the globe. It helps to manage the situation quickly, effectively, and in a coordinated manner. It helps to reduce the burden on healthcare professionals. It also trace and locate the positions of vital assets such as bad medical equipment, so to control the spread of infection. Now, sensors. We have various diagnostic methods such as RT-PCR, serological antibody tests to confirm coronavirus infection. But these methods are very time-consuming and expensive, so scientists are working on the development of smart sensors for the rapid detection of the virus. This is the basic modern healthcare system in which sensors collect all the physiological parameters and then forward it to the local process units, and through a wireless communication, these data are transmitted to family, local physicians, and healthcare centers. Now, we have different digital applications used by international governing bodies across the world. For example, COVID Safe app by Australian government, Blue Trace app by Singaporean government, Halpo app by Japanese government, Arogya Setu and Covin app by India, Corona Warn app by Germany. As we all know, robots has the potential to meet the future needs of the healthcare system. So we have robots for our healthcare system. It helps in effective cleaning of the floors in the healthcare system. For example, we have indoor disinfection RoboCap made by India. To transport the medical equipments and patients, drugs, foods, we have Techie Butter made by USA. And for the robotic surgery, for the to maintain the social distancing, we have Rumi Boat made by Mexico. Thank you.
To respected teachers and my fellow students. Hello to everyone. I am Vandana Saini from Department of Science Biology from Biani Group of Colleges, India. From past recent years, we all have been facing some terrifying viral infections, and we are also very well aware of the current situation. Now, why do I tell you this? Because my objective with this presentation is to envision the future impact of viruses. Thereby, we have a topic, smart healthcare system to combat viral diseases. So first, we're going to discuss what pathogen is. Basically, pathogens are microorganisms that cause diseases that can be bacteria, virus, fungi, etc. When it comes to virus is a Latin word that means slimy liquid or poison that have small size and simple composition. When it comes to characteristic of viruses, they are acellular, they can mutate, and they can reproduce at a fantastic rate, but only in a living host cell. They have a genetic material that is either DNA or RNA, but not both. They also carry out metabolism and replication, but only using host cell metabolic machinery. So in order to in order to talk about viral diseases that is caused by effective presence of viruses. These viral infections are never-ending challenges that can emerge or re-emerge in unpredictable times by the mutation of viruses. So there are many more viral diseases like acute respiratory syndrome related coronavirus, that is SARS-CoV, that by further mutation cause human coronavirus of different variants. We also have bird influenza, Ebola, and much more. So if we predict about any future virus, it can be a new variant from mutation through the formerly present virus, that is already discovered virus, into a new variant which leads to a new disease. But sometimes there are some undiscovered virus which are already present in the environment or in the human body, which leads to a newly dreadful disease after being discovered, because they are undiscovered because they are already in unfavorable conditions. When they comes into unfavorable conditions, they cause disease and they are being discovered. So in order to challenge the virus, we have to first identify the virus, that what kind of virus is. Identification is the first key to challenge any kind of virus. Then we have to look over to the virus, that how dreadful it can be, depending upon how and which part of the body it is affecting. So in order to challenge the virus, we have to create unfavorable conditions for that virus, and we should endeavor to build ourselves resisting to the virus, along with personal behavior changes such as washing hands, wearing masks, persist beyond strict blockades and help control of waves of infections. Now, are we able to stop any pandemic in future? This basically depends upon the related country, state, or individual economy. So, in order to stop any kind of pandemic, we have that economic back for the preparation and fighting with virus using preventions necessarily. So, at the last, but not at the least, what will be a preparation to strong and smart healthcare system? Basically, smart healthcare system refers to technologies that uses better diagnostic tools, better treatment of patients in our livelihood, as in like hospitals or clinics and somewhere. We have to improve the quality of life for everyone. So, for building a strong, smart healthcare system, we have to smart at the smaller level, like we have to smart at a small healthcare schemes. We have to flourish them. Healthcare schemes like Anganwadi more sophisticatedly and more conveniently. So, thank you so much for giving me yours. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now, we will pose the question. The first is Anjali Pandit. The question is, how do 3D printable respiratory quality mask help in the protection against coronavirus?
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So 3D printable masks are basically the masks which are designed by 3D mechanism, like 3D technology, where an object is created with the by putting up layers over layers to give a 3D effect. Apart from this, the 3D masks have a coating of antiviral coating, with the help of some molecules which are against the virus and have the ability to kill them, so that if a viral particle comes near to the mask, then the things that molecules which are located on that mask will be able to kill that virus, thus protecting the individual from any interaction with the virus. So this is the change which the 3D printable masks have as compared to the normal cloth mask or N95 masks.
Which molecules in the masks?
Ma'am, I have I have read several research papers, but I could not reach to a very satisfying answer. Like it was written that some antiviral agents are attached and some molecules or compounds are attached, but not a specific word. I could not get a specific answer to this.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Anjali. Next one is Bhumika Sharma. Your question is, what is the purpose of Global Health Action Plan?
A very good afternoon, ma'am. Thanks for the question. Ma'am, the Global Action Plan is basically based on the healthcare system. It is to ensure the healthcare for all. This action is basically meant to binding together the 13 agencies to help all the countries of the United Nations which are contributing in sustainable development goals. The basic agenda of Global Action Plan is to promote the healthcare, which is SDG 3 in sustainable development goals.
Thank you, Bhumika. Next question, I'll turn to Devi Raj Purohit. Question is, what is the Reynolds number significance?
Reynolds number significance in such as in aerodynamics to create the models of aircrafts, and it recognizes the it recognizes in fluid the flow of fluids in fluids, and it is also used in wind tunnel to testing the winds at extra.
Can you tell me Reynolds number used in aircraft?
Yes. In aircrafts, it is used to create the models of aircrafts according to air in environment.
Okay, thank you, Devi Rajpurohit. Next is Gargi Dubey. As the question is, what is the most challenging part of the virtual lab?
Good evening, ma'am. Thanks for the question. The most challenging part of the virtual laboratory is the lack of social interaction and the emotional interaction. So if we are not socially interact, so the students getting more depressed and the demotivated.
Okay, thank you, Gargi. Next question is arise Pooja Agarwal. Pooja, what is the web bot?
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Webbots or chatbots are the computer programs or the smart algorithms that uses AI algorithms to conduct conversations via textual method or auditory method. Was the first chatbot made by India for the patients.
Which one is useful?
Sorry,
Web and chatbot?
ma'am, both are useful because they both are based on the web technology.
Thank you, Pooja. Next question is arise Paridi Niyati. The question is, what is antigen test?
Good evening, ma'am. Antigen test is a test which is used to diagnose coronavirus. It is also known as a rapid antigen test, in which it gives the result about in 1 hour, and it is also fast from the molecular test. Antigen test is a viral protein or foreign matter which trigger the immune response. It is used to diagnose the viral protein which is present in the sample for the coronavirus.
And what is antibody test?
Antibody test is a test which is used to test the antibodies present in the blood sample. It can be used by the medical doctor or any other scientist for the development of the vaccine. It is also a rapid antibody test.
And which one is useful for corona disease?
RT-PCR is the most useful one for the corona disease.
Okay. Thank you. Next question is Vandana. Vandana, please tell me significance of healthcare system.
Good evening, ma'am. First of all, healthcare system is very necessary, even if we are not talking about any viral diseases. In case when we are talking about any kind of viral diseases, first we need to have resistance. We need to take resistance to fight for the viral diseases, as in we can use prevention accordingly, but first of all we should have that resistance in our body to fight with this virus, and also we should use healthcare preventions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana. Next question arises Khushi Sharma. What is the 2D photonic crystal?
Basically, ma'am, when we talk about the photonic crystals, so basically they are the optical nanostructures. Okay, so when we talk 2D, it is not about the direction. It is not about that it should be in XY direction or it should be in YZ direction. It is just about that in which direction. Sorry, ma'am. Actually, is defined in which direction the photonic band gap is exist.
Okay. Thank you, Khushi. Next question is Himanshu Prasad. Himanshu Prasad is online.
He's not.
Next question is Inika.
Yes, ma'am.
Inika, please tell me, is the future of healthcare mainly in primary healthcare or special healthcare?
Ma'am, can you repeat your question?
Okay. Is the future of healthcare mainly in primary healthcare or specialized healthcare?
It's in specialized healthcare in which the techniques are used like AI, IoT, cloud formatting, and big data, and it includes all the latest technologies.
Okay. Thank you, Inika. Thank you so
ma'am.
much. Thank you. Thank you all the participants. I would like to thank you all the participants sharing for your reflective knowledge with us. Vianney wishes you to all a bright future ahead. So result will declare as soon. Now I would like to invite to moderate to proceed session.
I thank you, Dr. Shilpa. Now it's time to add a golden feather to the hat of success. Winners are not the people who never fail, but are the people who never quit. In precise, quitters never win, and winners never quit. It's all about participation and how much we can learn and grow. With these lines, it's time to recognize the winners for virtual oral presentations. For this, let me take opportunity to request Dr. Sanjay Biyani, Director Academics, Biyani Group of Colleges, to announce the results for the virtual oral presentations. And I also request Sir to please share his message to the young participants. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's a very nice event. So it's a 1.5 recording and 1 hour session behind. So without taking much more time, I would like to announce the name of awardees. The first prize, that is the junior scientist, Miss Inika Jain. Miss Inika Jain. She is a 7th
Thank you,
standard
sir.
student. Great. It's a very wonderful presentation as I noticed. So congratulations.
Thank you so much,
Inika.
sir.
You are really doing very well, and I congratulate you. Thank you so much. And as far as other categories concerned, the first position in oral presentation goes to Miss Vandana. She's a BA Biology from BRE Girls College. Congratulations, Vandana. And finally, the second position in oral presentation goes to Anjali Pandit from the MSc Biotech student. Congratulations, Anjali. Congratulations to Vandana, Anjali, and Inika Jain. So it's a very good experience. I hope you will enjoy the whole session. I appreciate your effort that continuously virtually you join the more session from morning to late evening. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Biani, sir, for your presence and wonderful words. Now, as we have been listening to our eminent speakers and young researchers, all these valuable insights gave us a new perspective. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Tarun Sharma, conference convener of the day, to conclude the session with his closing remarks. Dr. Sharma is HOD Department of Science at Biani Girls College. With his research interest in fluid dynamics, Dr. Sharma is an academician and holds 7 years rich experience in mathematics, administration, and research. Dr. Tarun Sharma has published several papers in the peer-reviewed journals of national and international repute. So without any delay, I request Dr. Tarun Sharma for closing remarks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for nice introduction. On behalf of the Biani Group of Colleges and Organizing Committee of BICON 21, I am delighted to deliver the closing remark on day one for the success of 16th International Conference on recruiting the post-pandemic educational world, which is being held virtually due to unpredictable conditions caused by COVID-19. The committee has successfully hosted this event at the plenary invited talks, technical sessions, without any technical issues. I believe that during all the sessions, we all had insightful interactive discussions and a great chance to share the output of the research. I would like to share the details of the day one conference among all the participants, distinguished speakers, and guests. The theme of the day one is Advanced Studies and New Opportunity in Digital Education, which has 6 sub-themes. On the day one, we have 17 speakers around the globe, and we have 6 technical sessions. On the day one, we have more than 1,000 participants, which are connected through other platforms like YouTube channel, Group KPO app, and Facebook page of the college. Finally, I am sincerely thankful to pillars of the Biani Group of Colleges, Chairman Dr. Rajiv Biani sir, Director R&D Dr. Manish Biani sir, Director Academics Dr. Sanjay Biani sir, Dean Academics Dr. Dhyan Singh Gothwal sir, Dean Faculty of Science Professor Anup Kumar Mukhopadhyay sir, Principal Dr. Neha Pandey ma'am, all the HODs and faculty members. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest of honors, distinguished keynote speakers who shared their valuable experience at the plenary sessions, all the participants from different institutes of India and abroad, all the committee members, the technical team, volunteers, moderator of all the session, student council members, and non-teaching staff who have contributed their best efforts for organizing this event and ensuring the success of it. I hope that BICON 21 will give a new horizon and insight in society through science and technology, from sustainable innovation and new ideas. To conclude, I am grateful to the dignitaries for sharing their valuable time, new ideas, and contribution in this conference. I am looking forward to see you in the next BICON 22. Before ending the session, I request to all the participants and dignitaries to start their video so that we have group photographs. Technical team, please have a group photograph. Okay, thank you so much again. Over to moderator.
Thank you all.
I thank each and everyone for your kind presence over here. And I hope to see you all again in our future endeavors. Till then, stay focused and more important.